Are we back? Are we back? Are we
Refresh.
back? Are we back? Are we
Refresh.
back? Are we back? Are we
Refresh.
back? Are we back? Refresh it. Refresh it. Refresh it. Yes, we're back. Okay, we're back. Site users. All right. All right. Well, we got slapped by fucking this morning. Oh, we got, yeah, please make sure you go like the new one, please. And if you find anybody sitting around who hasn't found their way over yet, I don't know if VGG was still watching, but if you haven't found them, please bring them over. We got copyright smacked. It happens, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's probably going to hurt the numbers for today, but such is life. Such is life. It was at 200 viewers. Yeah, BBC took it down, or whatever this channel is. God damn it. That is so discouraging. Yeah. God, we lost a lot of viewers. It is fair use. Obviously, it's fair use. It's fucking stupid. Oh my God. Well, let's see if we can get some of the numbers back. I want to see if we can get everybody back, but it's not looking like it. It's not looking like it's going to happen, unfortunately. Lost 50%. 50% of the viewers. Thank you, Alex Red Action. I appreciate that. But why'd we get... I'm fucking really sad about this. Also, it's going to make a lot of work for Danny. But who? Yeah, it's an auto flag. Yeah, Heinrich. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Who the fuck is this? What channel does this? This is like some random fucking... Who makes this show? This morning show. Who fucking makes this? Who publishes this? ITV? What the fuck is ITV? British free to air? It's free. It's a public show. It's free. Oh, it's not even a sub show. Oh my God. It's all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're not going to get everybody back. All right, whatever. We have to continue. The show must go on. The show must go on. If you have it in you, hit the like button. If not, don't worry about it. We were at over 200 viewers. Thanks for the donos. You don't have to donate to make me happy. It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I really do, but you don't gotta. Don't worry. Yeah, that's terrible. God, that's annoying. Appreciate it, Eric Nelson. Thank you. I appreciate all the very generous donations. I'm just very frustrated that Libertad, it's going to be fine. We're going to chop this out. This part will be chopped out. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's not even, okay, streams, if sometimes streams will get slapped for copyright issues, it's completely stupid. It's completely and utterly stupid, okay? We'll stitch it back together. Just give me a minute to fucking reformulate my thoughts. Because that was annoying. And, extremely irritating, and it's really thrown me off. So... Yeah, give me just a minute here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that one, Western Millennial. Appreciate that. Everyone who retweeted that, thank you. Thank you. All right. I was like super on a roll too. God, that shit is so annoying. I know. I know. Just irritating. This is why it's so hard to do any coverage. You know, listen, look, this is a small rant. I'm gonna fucking have a small rant here. Yeah, I'll check that out afterwards, Elora. Give me a second here. Thank you very much for the donos, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. I got a small rant to do here. This is why it is so hard to do news coverage and non-frivolous things on YouTube. You want to know why? Because this happens all the time. You know, this shit has happened to Sam Cedar even, and they have like a machine by which they can actually challenge this stuff. Covering anything that's not frivolous, that's not like, and this is pop culture, but if you actually need to show news coverage, you get fucked. It's so goddamn tiring. It just makes me want to do frivolous shit all the time. Because anytime I try to cover something like this, I get fucking slapped with it. And not only this, but you all should see the back end. You should see how you get demonetized for everything. You get demonetized for fucking everything. Content ID, the fucking ramifications of Content ID have not been fully understood on how bad it's fucking hurt online content creation. Appreciate it, Rebecca. Thank you. Oh my God, it's so exhausting. Oh my God, it completely... Oh. Getting into a focus with ADHD is nightmarish. Oh, poor me. Wait. I know. Here, all right. I'll stop bitching now. I'll stop griping. All right. Let's continue, huh? I guess let's continue, right? All right. Let's try and continue. Fuck it. After this, no more fucking serious business. I'm not doing it. Nah, I have to. You gotta deal with this shit. Show's gotta go on. Show's gotta go on. All right. Yeah, 180 is great. Listen, it's not like the numbers, you all, I'm happy you're here. It's just, you know, I do want to do, when I put a lot of work into something, when Silent and I sit down and have a 2-hour study session, and put a lot of work into something, it's really, really fucking exhausting to not be able to show that to as many people as possible. You know? Like, it's not that I don't appreciate the people who are here. I truly, deeply do. Trust me. I promise you. I think you all know that. I think you all know that I appreciate you. It's just when we put a lot of work into something like this, I want to get it to as many people, especially with something like this. We're getting this story out to people is like core. We need people talking about this. We need attention on being, or else we can't ever have accountability over entertainment. I know it'll be there. I know we're just gonna have to chop it up, and it means a whole bunch of work for Danny, and I don't like doing that. I don't like putting work on other people because of stupid bullshit I can't control. It's bad enough when I can control it. All right. Let's focus. All right, let's focus, okay? Let's get back into it, all right? The footage, Sergeant Beta. All right, here we go. Danny, we're starting here, okay? Here we go. Timestamp on the new video is 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Here we go. 9:37. 00:09:37. Restart. Okay, approximately. All right, here we go. So, what we just watched was a section of an interview with Anthony Stewart Head, the actor for Giles on Buffy. And what he said was no contest at all to the statement that it was a toxic work environment. Like straight up just said, yes, it was. So we know that that much has been corroborated not only by almost the entire female cast of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but also by one of the most respected members, who's male, on the cast as well. Now, while he said that he didn't see any of these things happen, we already know they were on private, and he was very careful in his statement to not invalidate their claims. In fact, he explicitly stated support, and he expressed regret that he had not been able to make it clear that he would have supported them at the time. Which is about as supportive of a statement you can make when you know that things were hidden from you. And keep in mind, this is a common thing. You know, the men on a set will not see any of this. They will not be shown it. And if you are a man on a set who is perhaps perceived as a good boy or a good person, these things will not happen near you because you will be seen as a liability. And the fact of the matter is, you can't always tell very easily what's going on because people who are survivors learn to power through things. They learn to grin and bear it in the name of keeping their career, because if you break down, well, then they fire you. And guess what? As we've learned from Charisma Carpenter and from Michelle Trachtenberg, you often get fired anyway for not just bending over and bowing down to these people. Notice that. Notice how many of these women were fired after they provided even the most minuscule pushback. This is something that we talk about even in the streaming world. And the reason why I'm so firm at pointing out this stuff as a content creator myself who is femme presenting is because this shit is rampant. If you think that rape culture is not a huge part of the entertainment industry, you're kidding yourself. And you're not hooked into what is actually happening in these industries. Accountability has to come before entertainment, or we will never see the advancement of the things that we love. And instead, what we will get is shambolic husks of the art that we love that was made on the metaphorical corpses of the artists who create it, in the name of justifying the further enriching of a handful of mostly white, cis, straight men who are able to leverage the system to harm others. Like Joss Whedon, Walter Hamada, and Harvey Weinstein. This is a plague on almost all of our creative industries, and it comes from a deeply hierarchical structure, a deeply dictatorial structure, in our entertainment industries, and it goes under the radar in many industries that are not entertainment related, but especially entertainment, because there is an assumption that the labor you do to create art is somehow frivolous. Jeff Johns. Yes, correct. Jeff Johns. Yeah, they are, you're supposed to treat it as though you're lucky to be laboring to death on a set because, you know, you could be working at a McDonald's, or you could be working in an oil field, or you could be starving and dying. Do you see how these types of structures make our work environments monstrous? Because we don't take care of people at all, people are pushed into making horrible choices between losing their job, losing their opportunity at escaping the treadmill of poverty and gaining some fame for themselves, or taking incredible amounts of abuse and looking the other way. And we have to change that. And the only way we change that is by addressing it seriously and truthfully in our society. By looking at these things, observing them, and fighting against them full-throatedly. We cannot do this half-heartedly, or we will forever have games industry, film industry, television, music will forever be stratified in this way. If we don't address and confront it, we cannot look the other way. Again, accountability has to come over entertainment. We have to be willing to say, you know what? Maybe the next Marvel movie will take a year longer. That's okay. Maybe we have to say, you know, it's actually not okay that we pay a single producer $10 billion or whatever for a single project, because that needs to be, some of that money needs to be set aside so that people who get pregnant can be pregnant. Yeah, they have split off. Yeah, he doesn't work for Marvel, but he does work for DC for now. Although they've claimed they took some action against him, but I highly doubt it. Well, the thing is, actors and creative unions already exist. Most actors are members of the Screen Actors Guild, which help with some things, but not with all things. And the Screen Actors Guild is often infiltrated by people like Joss Whedon, who have been writers or actors themselves. It's very, very powerful, but there's only so much they can do. Yes, especially when they're covering for one another. Didn't they want to throw Joss Whedon under the bus to protect Jeff Johns? Yes, they were willing to throw him under the bus to protect Jeff Johns. But throw under the bus is questionable, because Joss Whedon wasn't working on any of those projects at the time. Oh yeah. Yep. Those sorts of stories are all over the place, Aurelian. That is incredibly common. And guess what? It's even worse. It is no matter if you're marginalized, it's even worse, because then you're demonized when you speak out about it, like Ray Fisher was, like Charisma Carpenter has been, like fucking all of these people have been. They get treated as though they're radioactive, even though they are actually working to make a better environment for that art to be made. Because at the end of the day, for many of these groups, it is not about art. It is about making money off of nostalgia, off of taking a piece of art and saying, hey, all these people who love this thing, let's get all of the people from that cast together and let's make it make as much money as possible. Hey, thank you, One Western Millennial. I appreciate all of you who helped with that, seriously. Also, I'll take a look at that afterwards, Adam Flores. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some other stuff. All right. It isn't even just capitalism, because I do agree. I do agree that capitalism harms art in a lot of ways. But this goes beyond just capitalism. This isn't just because of capitalism. It is empowered by the fact that everything is so profit-minded. But we cannot ignore that this isn't just a matter of class. This is a matter of race, of gender, of sex. And it's very troubling to confront that fact. To confront the fact. Disability? Yes. We saw how bad Ray Fisher was treated. And you know what's really funny? Out of curiosity, I just want to take a quick look. Let's go take a look at if anybody, any of these online pop culture people are talking about this at all. Does anybody know of any popular populist channels you want to take a look at? Let's take a look at the Quartering. Let's take a look. Let's see if he said anything about it. Let's take a look. Shut up. Let's take a look real quick. Let's just take a little look. Star Wars virtue signal backfires. Batwoman disaster. Disney erases Cara Dune's. Disney execs panic. Jeena already has a new job. Disney's double standards. Cancel Disney Plus. Joss Whedon is canceled. Makes a video about that is favorable to Joss Whedon. That's the one, and 100 other videos about Jeena Ragnos being canceled. Look at this. Let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10? 9 videos about Jeena Ragnos being fired for her own actions. One video that's 12 minutes long, barely talking about this 5 days ago, and only documenting one of the allegations. Who else do we have? What other channels? Geeks and Gamers? Let's take a look at Geeks and Gamers. Let's take a look. Geeks and Gamers. Jeena Ragnos. Reaction to Zack Snyder. Jeena Ragnos. Nothing. Not a single video about this. Not one. Let's take a look at Tim Pool.
The game stuff.
Jeena Ragnos. So we got a Jeena Ragnos video. That one was important enough. Nothing. Not a single video. Not a single video about all of this. What happened to Ray Fisher? Ray Fisher was abused and had racist, was allegedly abused, had racial epithets used against him, and had his job threatened, and then was fired for speaking out about it using the proper channels. He followed all of the proper channels. So who else do we have? Any other channels you want me to check? The most popular channels that talk about pop culture, ignore this shit. They literally ignore it. Clownfish.tv. I don't even know that one. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Clownfish TV. Let's see. Here we go. Let's bring it up. We got Zack Snyder. We got Jeena Ragnos pushing back against cancel culture. Jeena Ragnos. We got one video right here. Joss Whedon slammed by Buffy cast members. Ray Fisher gets backup? There you go. You got a 10-minute video on it. 3 videos on Jeena Ragnos and 1 video on this. 10 minutes on the day that the first allegation came out. Because there's no point in being doomer, big boy. There is no point in being doomer. Being doomer is a waste of everyone's time. Even in the face of unbelievable odds, being doomer does not help you. There is no win. Nobody wins from dooming out. No one. It only hurts you. That's it. There's no benefit to being doomer. That's why. Because I realized that there is no benefit in being doomer ever. What exactly does it mean to be a doomer? It's when you've given up. It's when you say, there's no hope, I'm done. It's being black-pilled. I hate when people blame the victims when the victim goes through HR, their boss's boss, a third-party investigation, etc., and everybody blames that one solid person for killing the friendly environment or breaking the camaraderie or the workplace without realizing they were contributing to a toxic workplace. Yeah, but you know what? It's mostly just management that does that. It's not the crew. As we're seeing here, the crew, the cast and crew is all on Ray's side. And not only that, they're all on the side of the entire female cast of Buffy has come out with some level of either allegations or direct support of allegations against Joss Whedon. This is huge. This story should be front paging. And it isn't. And it isn't because people don't care. They do not care. The target audience of the Marvel and DC universe have been insulated from this type of stuff. And it isn't shown to them. And it should be. It should be shoved in their face. Yeah, sometimes. Joss Whedon needs to be held accountable. Jeff Johns needs to be held accountable. Walter Hamada needs to be held accountable. And DC Films and the entire film industry needs to be held accountable. Or we can look forward to a perpetual dark age of films that films that chew up and spit out the actors that actually make them wonderful. And over time, those actors disappear and the writing stagnates and the people willing to be involved stagnate, and you never get a female lead, and you never get a trans member of the cast, you never get a queer member of the cast, you would never get black people as leads. Do you really think the target audience would even care about the abuse? Yeah, I think some of them would if they knew about it. But these people weaponize they weaponize the news cycle. As we saw with the Ray Fisher situation, WB even went so far as to announce a fake film. Oh, we already are, but we can break out of that, I think. I mean, it may come to that one Western millennial. It may come to the fact that artists are just not going to do it anymore. But you know what's more likely to happen? What's more likely to happen is that young women who have dreams of success will go into film. They'll be squeezed out and left to dry. And then they'll leave the industry. And we will never have skilled veteran actresses unless they're willing to sit through cascades of abuse. And I don't think that's acceptable. And I don't think it should be acceptable to anyone. We shouldn't accept this. And it's unfortunate because a lot of these actors and workers, like, just think about how ridiculous it is that a film can be completely derailed by a handful of assholes who are abusive to the staff. And there are editors, camera people, actresses, fucking makeup artists. All of these people spend their days, the days of their lives, long hours making a work of art happen. And one fucking asshole like Joss Whedon can ruin the entire thing for them. And also takes most of the money for it. We have to change things. We really need to have a cultural change that doesn't allow this to happen. It is disgusting to me that in 2002, that Charisma Carpenter was forced to work until her body started to have forced contractions because she was being forced to work so hard while pregnant. And it wasn't even like she wasn't going to work. She was willing to work. She just asked to not work long hours so that she didn't fucking hurt her baby. It's sickening. It's sickening. And we should be treating it like as sickening as it is. And all of these people who are freaking out and making 15 videos about Jeena Ragnos being fired for saying horrible shit on the internet are a bunch of lying grifters, and we should know that that's what they are. They are providing cover by generating this distraction cycle. They are providing cover for the actual abuses of power that are going on. And it's really unfortunate. So I end this section, this Drama Mama investigation, with two statements. First of all, I stand with Ray Fisher. And secondly, accountability over entertainment. All right, and that's the segment. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous donation. Give me a second here. Hold on a second. Just please. This is Joss's fault? True. And thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. Did I miss one? Thanks, Gayfesh. Yeah, I'm gonna do the remix in a bit once I calm down. Oh, Danny, sorry. It's gonna be a bit of work to chop that up, but hopefully it'll make sense. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think if you chop off, if you fade out at the where I got cut off and fade in where I picked up. Oh yeah, here you go. Let's take a look at this. This is from the fucking Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut, by the way, which was memed into existence by this exact same company who's been responsible for all this drama. Crazy straws, or as I call them, straws. Yeah, that's basically it. We live in a society. We live in a society. Don't worry, we'll put this video out soon. Hell yeah, I use Firefox instead of Chrome. Oh, sick. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Hey, let's take a look at it. Let's watch it. Shall we? Let's take a little quick break. We do need an in society. We'll need a demon in society. Oh, for sure. Oh, MP Asylum, 100%. There is so much stuff that will never be talked about. Probably worse things than we can even imagine here. Sucks. Let's take a second and enjoy this real quick. Here, I'll have to turn off my... Hello, my lovely, lovely imps, and welcome to the first formal Demon Mama video game review. Review Mama, maybe, if you want to call it that. Please forgive me if the format isn't perfect yet. This is my first formalized review, and I already messed up the intro once. But I really wanted to give this game a special type of review. The game we're going to be reviewing tonight is Darkwood by Acid Wizard Studios. It is a Slavic horror masterpiece, and I cannot recommend this game enough. Seriously. I'm very, very picky about horror games, but I love horror. And the reason why I'm picky about horror games is because it just doesn't really do much for me to be scared by a jump scare or to have gallons of gore dumping all over me in a game or anything along those lines. For a horror game to really unsettle me, it has to go a step further. And Darkwood goes there and more. Darkwood is psychologically twisted. It is unbelievably creative in the way that it tries to scare you, and most of all, it is incredibly devoted to creating a mechanical sense of fear. In Darkwood, everything is challenging. Your inventory is limited. You have to move items manually with your hand, using your mouse.
Danny, that's
Every
awesome.
single wall and door. And is that what, do you want me, wait, is there more to watch in this particular segment, or did you want me to stop there?
That is so fucking awesome, Danny. Oh my God, that's so good. Holy shit. That is so good. I am so fucking impressed with that, Danny. That was awesome. Oh my God, that's hype. Damn, I'm so lucky to have Danny. Holy shit. Thank you, Danny. That's fucking awesome. I'm looking forward to the thing. Damn, that's good. That's so good. We Stanny Danny. True. True.
All right. So, oh, there were some links I needed to look at. Okay, let's address the questions that came up. Ya boy Tapoy. Is it inherently bad to ask the question, are you going to keep it, given that it is pertinent to the job? Though to be clear, everything else is insanely cruel, and fuck Joss Whedon. Yeah, I think that would be considered pretty bad if that's the first question that you ask, or even if that's something that you like really push for. Like, it would be better to just be like, wow, thank you, or thank you for telling me about that. I'm really excited for you. Yeah, if you weren't going to keep it, you probably wouldn't tell your boss. And also, he should be willing to make it work, you know? In my opinion, he should be willing to make it work. Even if, I mean, listen, like, you can hide stuff like that. And the wording is pretty fucked up. Yeah. So that's the answer to that one. And then, wait a second. Where did I? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I opened this one already. All right, now let's take a look at what, oh, shit, where'd it go? Did I lose it? No, I didn't. Here it is. Okay, let's take a look. Here we go. What's this? This was sent to me. So what? We got a bunch of people being tagged for following Vosh. Why are you following Vosh, the person who called transgender people subhuman? You know, the thing Nazis called transgender folks. We want to know why before we unfollow and block. Don't believe us? Then this is the post that was not. This was the clip that was cut together by I Hypocrite, a Nazi. And please give us a good reason why, or you're going right on the block list. Why didn't you DM us privately? Because we used to do that. 90% of people just fuck you. We'll follow who we want. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds really silly. Well, they're like yeah, they're about the same. They're a similar account size to me. Yeah, they just seem silly. Seems like a silly thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. They also called out Carlos Maza and H. Bomber Guy. That's silly. I don't know. Policing follows is embarrassing. Don't do that shit. It's seriously, it's useless and it's embarrassing. Just don't. Oh no. Hey, Vermin, good to see ya. We just finished our Drama Mama segment. It was wild. It was wild. What was in the clip, Chimp? It's just an old rant that Vosh has already addressed many times. I don't care to go over it again. It's been addressed a million times. If you really, really want to. Oh, don't worry. We'll have the video out soon, Vermin. We got slapped with a copyright bullshit, so we had to break it into 2 streams, fortunately. She, her. Hello, world. She, her. Yeah, it's a really silly. If you really care that much, you can go look into it yourself. I am done with it, you know? Like, yeah. I mean, I think some people are, like, look, listen, I think there's times to be mad, but bringing it up forever and forever, is silly. They probably just have a tool, Adam. I wouldn't worry about it. It's probably meaningless. It really does seem meaningless. They looks like they tagged in like 30 people. I wouldn't worry about it. It's really nothing. It's Twitter nonsense. And Twitter nonsense happens 24/7. It's basically what happens. Oh, sorry, Nibiru. That sucks. The time to be mad at Vosh for that was like almost a year ago. I think it was more than that. I think it was like 2 years ago, right? Yeah, Imp's code. Yeah, dude, exclamation code. It's 2019? Yeah, 2 years ago. You need to follow the Imp's code. Many times I have given you the Imp's code and I will keep giving it to you. The Imp's code last night, I used the code myself. See? Yeah, it was during the rant stream. It's old news. Old hat. Oh, we got a new fucking church militant thing to react to? Okay, we'll react to that. Yeah, people are weird. People are really weird about their hate. Yeah, people are fucking weird about it. I mean, people do that shit to me too. I mean, not to the same degree, obviously. But, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Is it exclamation imps or code? I thought it was code. Huh. I think the bot is overwhelmed. It's probably the bot is overwhelmed. Yeah, I thought it was imps. Whatever. I think it's both, actually, but I think the bot is overwhelmed. Yeah. It's imps, but the bot broke? Okay. Yeah, bot just seems busted. There you go. See, it's code. It's either code or imps. Either one of them works. Yeah. If you hit the bot too many times, it gets delayed. True, I do overwork my bot, but it is a bot. It is not a sentient creature. That's a lot of content creators. True, Priority 6. I mean, a lot of the hate that I get is from people who've seen one video from me. One. And it wasn't even my video. It was somebody else's version of somebody else's takedown of my video, which I think was completely dishonest. That's where, I mean, almost all of the hate comes like that. It's just how it goes. All right, let's react to this Vortex video. Let's do a react. All right, let's do some reacting. All right, let's react to this fucking Vortex video. Let's do it. Let's do it. But first...
Thanks for all the dope content. You and Vaush have inspired me to make my own lefty rhetoric channel
Damn.
to decrease people's susceptibility to propaganda.
Wow. Well... that's awesome, Mr. Foxboy, and I wish you great luck on that. Maybe someday we'll be on a panel together or something. Who knows? Let's watch this shit. This video is a new video from The Vortex by the absolutely absurd Christian Catholic cult known as Church Militant. This is called Peasants Unite. Let's find out what they got to say about peasants.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Vortex, where lies and falsehoods are trapped and exposed. I'm Michael Voris. If you're a patriot and or a follower of Jesus Christ, then you are a danger. You are a threat to the established order, and you must be dealt with. You are a peasant and must not be allowed to organize, communicate, or get together because you pose a great threat to the tyranny.
Remember, This guy advocates that you tithe to his organization, that you give 10% of your income, even of his own employees. Does he look messy? He's not okay, Vermin. This guy is an ex-gay. He's an ex-gay who founded a cult. And his videos are really popular right now. Like, really popular. Yep, he's an ex-gay. Yep.
That's what all the purging is about by giant tech, keeping us all separated,
Giant
unable
tech?
to speak.
That's
But
not
the
the
truth,
word they usually use.
precisely because it is the truth, can never be completely overcome. For example, in the political arena, consider these truths. Biden was only able to take the oath of office because you were betrayed by Republican leaders. Biden was anointed president by the swamp.
What? Oh my God, they're just lost in it. They're actually doubling down on it this far. They're still anointed by the swamp.
He was not elected. No matter how much the ruling class says the opposite, these truths remain truths.
Listen to the wording, the ruling class. This, I've been saying this, Nazbol Vortex stuff, it is 100%. They are going for this whole like, yeah, see, you're peasants and you need to rise up. Yeah, you can almost hear the echoes.
The same is true, actually more true, in the theological realm of God's law. Truth is our blessed Lord. He told us that himself. But consider that in the current climate, which is hostile to truth because it has been engineered by the diabolical, believers...
It has been engineered by the diabolical. I love that. Oh my God.
need to collectivize. We need to come together and recharge, re-energize based on these eternal truths.
This is
why
the
for nearly
saddest
2,000
crowd I've
years,
ever
the Catholic
seen.
Church has encouraged the faithful to occasionally pull out of the madness of the world and make a spiritual retreat, to meditate on the glories and the mysteries of the divine. We are in a raging spiritual war, waging combat.
A spiritual war is fighting for women's rights?
Against the Prince of Darkness himself and his
Prince of
offspring
Darkness?
here on earth.
I mean, Demon Mama. I mean, is he wrong about that part?
We need God, his grace, most especially those that we are afforded through the sacraments, but we also need each other. Community, ironically enough, is exactly what communism seeks to destroy. Since it derives from Satan, communism, it's
Communism derives from Satan. Oh my God! They have a Satan that looks like Karl Marx. They have a Satan that looks like Karl Marx. Holy shit! They're going all in.
sees humanity and human relationships as that which need to be destroyed. Heaven is about community, communion with the divine and each other through the divine. We even have that now in what we call the
This place, fucking heaven, looks boring. Boring.
communion of saints, the souls on earth in church militant, the souls in purgatory, and the souls in heaven. We were made for each other and to be perfected in the glow of divine
True,
glory.
Vermin, true.
It is not
He's
good
ripped his
for man
shit.
to be alone. And even if a man is alone in this world, he's never truly alone, only in a certain sense. He's always united to God, and his destiny is eternal communion if he only grasps for it. Perhaps at no other time in church militant history has there been a need to come together and be in communion with one another than right now.
Oh God, here comes the plug. Here comes the plug.
A time for the peasants to unite. Many of you know that each year Church Militant hosts a retreat at sea, a week-long cruise
I told
jam-packed
you!
with spiritual talks, mass prayers, community, everything. Hundreds of folks attend these each year. However, this year, because of the COVID crackdowns, no ships are sailing. So we've transferred this year's retreat at sea to a retreat on land in Texas, close to Dallas in a town called Frisco. And we're taking this moment to highly, strongly encourage you to attend. We'll have much of the same activities, just not on a ship. And importantly, This year's retreat will take place during Holy Week, a perfect theme for the faithful followers of Christ to gather together and meditate on our Lord's suffering, passion, and death.
The ultimate super spreader event.
And most importantly, his resurrection. It's easy, we know, in this environment to get down and concentrate on the gloom. That gloom is real.
Yeah, you're right. It is real. People like you are fucking gone. People like you, not popular anymore, my dude. You guys have your weird little insular circles, but your miserable asses, your 9 times at church a week asses are not popular anymore because it's fucking miserable. And guess what? Us modern day peasants have more interesting things to do than be fleeced by fucking priests.
No doubt, and there is much to be concerned about. But we belong to Christ. In life and death, we are the Lord's, and we can never lose sight of this. And notice St. Paul tells us we are the Lord's. God is our Father. This language speaks to the reality of community.
And God is going to kill half of your fucking church base when you all get together. All of your fucking geriatric asses are going to congregate together and give each other COVID, and then like half of you are going to die. And that, I guess it was God's will, dude. Damn, what the fuck? You think they're going to, well, how are they going to keep tithing if you kill them off?
And the word church has its roots in the Jewish understanding of God's people. So enough for me. Please click on the provided link, review the slate of many things we have going on, and sign up. And a note to our non-Catholic brothers and sisters, while the retreat will obviously be centered on Catholic theology and drawing heavily from sacred scripture, you should not feel in any way you aren't welcome. Of course you are. Certainly all the baptized can gather.
Did you know that, Silent, you know what's sad? Did you know there are people who do that? Did you know there are people who do that? I know. People will sign their beneficiary as their church. Horrible. Horrible. They'll literally fuck their own family and give money to a church instead. Horrible.
Gather together in community and pray and meditate on the divine realities. So please feel welcomed, because you certainly are. Again, please click on the link, check it out, look at the dates, and let's come together in community as the divine desires and the diabolical despises. God love you. I'm Michael Voris.
So let's take a look. Thank you, Spyro Gal. I appreciate that. Let's take a little gander. I wonder how much it costs. Yo! What did I tell you? That's a lot of money. 1,180 per person. Literally $20 less than the 1,200 check that Trump would have given out. It's literally calculated. Holy shit. Oh my God. And all you get is shitty coffee, tea, fresh juices, soft drinks, and an assortment of fruits and snacks. A breakfast luncheon. Or daily luncheon. For single occupancy, it's $1,600. For a double, it's $1,180 per person. What? What the fuck? Retreat only $750 for a ticket just to the retreat. Fucking high rollers. I got 3 days in a hotel in Vegas and got to meet Penn and Teller and got to fucking gamble for less than this. They won't even shuttle you. This isn't even for, oh my God, that's so bad. I told you they were gonna grift. I told you. Holy shit, these people are so shameful. They have 263,000 followers. Oh my God. Look, they have a shop. The Catholic mug costs $17? That's a pricey ass mug. The weapon. by Michael Voris, chaining the gates of hell with the Holy Rosary. Michael Voris' second publication explores the power of the Holy Rosary. The Hail Mary said well is the force that puts the devil to flight. St. Louis de Montfort. So bad. Yeah, exactly. We gotta figure out fucking $2,000, $666 grift retreats. The Demon Mama grift retreat. You get to come in and I will fall asleep on a panel. And then you guys will be like, oh, it's so good. No, the fact of the matter is I cultivate a smarter audience than these people do. Oh my God, so bad. So bad. Resistance, fighting the devil within. Oh. Tacky sword. Tacky sword. Tacky. 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 Buy Demon Mama prayer beads. Listen, they double. They double. They double for another type of bead. All right? Listen. Oh, probably Snips. Yeah, see? That's the thing. Boonk, 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 boonk. Get those bonkers going out there. Bonking. This fucking channel is so bad. This channel is so bad.
Some of you may have.
The Catholic News Report. Vortex, the virus of experts. Better not do that one. Look at this shit. Remember when my video got taken down? Oh, I'm gonna get so mad. I'm gonna get so fucking mad. Holy shit. Wait, there's a new Holy Mackerel! There's a new Holy Mackerel. It's the season finale. We have to watch it. We have to watch it. It's the season finale. It just came out 2 days ago. It's time. This is the fan cam. Yeah, give me some of those fucking kick cosmonauts in chat.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh, whoa. Hey, JP, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. What are you working on?
Nothing.
I see. So you're not working on finishing season 6?
Season 6? Oh, holy mackerel. Oh, boy. I thought people would forget about that with everything going on in 2020.
Mm-hmm. So, are you gonna finish it? You promised the people a proper ending.
God,
Yeah,
the
I did,
audio
didn't
level.
I?
Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta put on my fish mask. Hold on. Let me get my wait, but then I can't actually hear what's going on. All right, fine. Hold on. All right, I'll do it. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you, chat. Here we go. I'm doing it for the fans. It's time. I can barely see.
So,
Darn.
how you gonna do that?
Well, if you insist, I do it. If you insist, we finish season 6. There's only one way. Yeah. Yeah, we.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Follow me.
Okay, I can't actually do this. I'm sorry. You'll have to make memes out of it quickly.
So,
Here.
since it's 2021,
I can't
and
see
the
anything.
season we left off in 2020,
I can't actually do
you
it.
can't really do like
I'll do it after. I'll review it afterwards.
So, you know.
I get that. So, where are you going? What now?
We got to do a what if episode.
Okay, so why don't you start writing it at your computer?
JP, we can't do a what if at the computer because we don't have enough time to. And plus, we already started the what if.
This is uncomfortable.
Yeah, JP, don't you understand?
No, I don't understand.
This is the prologue. You'll soon understand, JP. You'll understand.
Wait for me. Charlie, wait up.
Audio balance. Jesus.
Wait, the alley? Okay, the storage unit?
We've arrived.
Well, what's in here? Did you put something in here that I don't know about? Charlie, I keep all the inventory lists.
Sorry about it, but you know what? You'll soon find out, JP. You'll soon find out.
Okay, so, what's in here? Are you gonna do a bottle episode?
No, but that's a really good idea. Maybe I'll do that for season 7. You know what? It's not a matter of where we do the episode. It's a matter of when.
When?
2020.
What are you doing? Whoa.
Gamers!
JP, you didn't choose this burden. In fact, I chose it for you. But you're gonna have to bear it with me.
Wait, we're literally going back to
Yes.
2020.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie, 2020 was the worst.
That's why I was saying that Okay, anyway, let's just go, all right? Let's just do it, okay? So, come with me.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't think this is Christian approved.
Wait a minute. Charlie, why does the portal lead to the bathroom?
You know, space-time, quantum, parallel, mumbo-jumbo stuff, you know, usual. Anyway, we wouldn't want anybody stinking up 2021 now, would we?
Really?
The implication being that you can shit through the portal into the future? I'm sorry. This guy's face right now is just so perfect. Oh my god. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Someone at home thought it was funny. Anyway, we...
What the?
Step 1. Get the meat food from the Vega Market, enough for all the newbies. Step 2. Put the meat food in the fridge marked with directions for the newbies to eat at the exact same time.
They're baiting them!
That
They're baiting them into sin! This is Satan's work! What we are witnessing is Satan's handiwork!
way, the Holy Mackerel has a situation on his hands, and whatever we do, we cannot run into our past selves.
To avoid a universe-ending space-time paradox?
No, trust me, it's just weird to bump into your past self.
Oh. Okay. And step 3?
There is no step 3. The newbies, they see the dates and times on the food packaging, and they follow the directions and try to eat the meat food.
Wait. We're trying to get the newbies to all eat meat on a Friday?
JP, don't worry about it.
Worry? Holy Mackerel can stop one newbie from eating meat, but multiple
newbies are trying to consume meat. We don't have a protocol for this.
JP,
Oh, they upgraded the editing! Oh shit! This is doing fucking parallel editing! Oh god!
I think you're really underestimating the Holy Mackerel.
Even if my past self, Danny, B, Adrian...
Football tray, Dan, we don't have the resources to deal with this kind of breach in security. We don't have anything to stop this.
Hey, look!
The holy mackerel is the most powerful enforcer of Canon 1251.
No.
What? He's got a fucking... He's got the Chaos Emeralds! Did you see that? He has the fucking Chaos Emeralds! Watch!
Enforcer of Canon 1251.
Look at that! Those are the Chaos Emeralds!
No. No, it is too much.
Did he do it?
Yes.
At what cost?
About like $12.
Oh, just be in for the ride, Reza Sutra. I can't explain it right now. I don't feel so good, Mr. Jesus.
I'm so wicked smart. Wait, what? Wait, no, my sandwich, no!
Get your own strong tattoo at churchmilitant.shop. A gambling ring has emerged at Church Militant Studio on Beyblade. On Friday, Church Militant producer
Oh my God, you're right.
was caught organizing bets.
Unironically, Holy Mackerel has just done more vegan praxis than any vegan that I know. He literally just solved the problem, dissolving all meat.
2000 Battletop was the most based.
They don't understand.
Based? Oh! No! What? What the fuck? Holy mackerel! Dude! Who was gonna eat him? Who was planning on eating him? That implies that somebody was just about to eat him. All the other food only disappeared when they ate him. Who was about to eat him? Lone Shark? Lone Shark's on the TV. It must have been... Oh my God. It was her brother lover. It was Drope's. It was Marcelia Drope's brother lover, who lives in this house, as we've confirmed in the previous canon. Incest strikes again. He was just gonna, he wasn't gonna eat the cow. He was gonna eat out the cow. That's not the same thing, Holy Mackerel. Your power is out of control. Yeah, why are his pants gone? What happened to his pants? Were they made out of leather?
We better get back to 2021 quick.
The ends don't justify the means.
What?
The ends don't justify the means.
JP, have you been talking to Brad about theology again?
You know, JP's right.
Brad! Didn't you see the sign? What are you doing in there?
Nature called.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's shitting into the future. He's taking a fucking chronological shit. Oh my God. It's the time dump. It's begun.
Oh, wait, you know what? If we rebuild the portal back in its original spot in the storage unit, I think we're going to be okay. All right, let's go.
Charlie, I think we gotta go undo what we did.
Too late.
What do you mean, too late? We have a time machine.
That was Brad. Brad shit in the
JP,
future.
This is not a time machine. It is a time portal. Two totally different things. Different set of rules.
Yeah, rules you wrote when you made this episode.
Hey, only I can break the fourth wall. And yeah, I wrote it that way because the plot needs to move on. Plus, if you want to help out, do the right thing, you know, be a good Christian, help Holy Mackerel enforce Canon 1251 in 2021. Not 2020. We gotta go.
Where's the poo?
Okay, alright. That was a fun mission, alright.
Where's the
Just
poo?
waiting on JP. Okay, alright.
This is reminding me of that It's Always Sunny in Philly episode. Who did the poo? Who pooed the bed?
It's taking him so long. JP? Ah, you can't hear me. Silly.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. JP? I can't believe JP is lost in 2020. I would never wish that on my worst enemy.
What? What? A fucking cliffhanger? A season-ending cliffhanger, you bastards! How can they do this to us?
Some of you may have heard.
We have to know. We have to know what happened to JP. We have to know what happened to Holy Cow. We have to know where the shit landed. Well, presumably Loan Shark's okay. No. No. No! No! You motherfuckers, no! I will not stand by while fucking Holy Cow is destroyed. Holy Cow did nothing wrong. Therefore, I have no choice but to become the Holy Cow myself.
No! No! No, no, no! 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 No, 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 no! 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 No, 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 no! No, 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 no! No, no! More! 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 Now! More! I am punished, Holy Cow! And I will change the future forever. I was betrayed by my friends, left in the dark, just killed, murdered by the ruthless, religious fish known as Holy Mackerel. I saw the error of my previous ways, and I will no longer participate in this cult. For I return as the unholy cow, and I stand in defiance of the church militant. For while they left me behind to turn into dust simply for existing as a bovine, I shall never forget what was done to me. Though I was the holiest of cows, though I respected Lent, I was left behind, killed by my own friend, who I helped hook up on the down low with Lone Shark. And still, I was destroyed by the Chaos Emeralds. But no longer. No longer. Because now, I have been filled with a demonic power. I have reached and seen the truth. And I shall bring my assault, my bovine assault, to the gates of heaven. And God, and the holy mackerel with him, will feel my wrath. Moo.
There you go. Clip it and ship it, folks. Nice Diablo 4 character arc. Yeah, you got it. I put my glasses back on. You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone. I did not prepare that at all, just so you know. Yeah, holy cow got fucking owned. They Thanos snapped. They Thanos snapped cow out of existence. Now we're going to find out. Yeah, now that was a TikTok. Yeah. Holocaust. Oh my god, you're right. I can't believe they left us on a cliffhanger. Well, we have something to look forward to in the future. Finding out what the fuck happened. Listen. Church Militant is a disgusting and morally repugnant cult, but that editor guy, I think that editor guy might have a good heart, and I hope he can get out of the cult. Because that guy's got some VeggieTales writing skills. You know? Yes. Ada, I want you to when you are suffering through Lent, just remember that the holy cow, the unholy cow, has returned from the grave through the power of hell to power you through your Lent service. Yes. We will make God our little imp. Yes, I know it's the Infinity Stones. Hush. No, it's not an ARG. It's an actual cult, unfortunately. No, holy mackerel doesn't count as meat to Catholics. They don't count fish as meat, which is weird, but they don't. Meat is ground-dwelling creatures. Yeah, it's time to put them all out to pasture. Yep, Lone Shark is fine. Yep, classic loophole. Beavers are also not considered meat because they live in the water. Here, I'll get a timestamp for Alora. Here. There we go. We'll make something out of that. We'll make something fun out of that. All right? Yeah, beavers are cute. All right, we got to do some other stuff. Yep. Let's talk about some other stuff. Yeah? Let's do some... Why don't we do a TikTok segment, huh? You want to do a TikTok segment? Do you want to react to TikToks? Okay. So, here's how we're going to... Wait. Okay. So, here's what I need. I need... political TikToks. So you guys got to do this. I need political TikToks that do not have copyrighted music in them. I need to know, you Zoomers in the audience, find me political TikToks, and I will watch them, and then I will respond to them, and then we'll turn that into a reply.
Yeah, it has a distinctly VBS feel, Cottagecore Lefty. It really does. All right. Yeah, I can do responses as long as I can actually respond to it. JSUS reaction? Oh yeah, Vosh did that too. I should probably do that one, huh? That's a big one, right? I can do that one. I can respond to it. Give me a link. I'll respond to it. Oh, right now. Well, I wanted to do a TikTok segment today because we didn't get to do it yesterday. Is there a submission thing for the TikToks? Not yet. I haven't set it up yet, but I will. I'm going to set that up probably this week, Alora. GME? Okay, let's do it. Let's try and react to this one. Here we go. Here's one.
But let me tell you, I got this ring.
Wait, this isn't right. Is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Wait, but this has song in it. It has song in it. I can't do the ones with the songs in them. I know. Yeah, I can't do that one. Yeah, that's okay. I don't care if they block me. No song goes. It's okay, Alora. I know you didn't mean to.
Everybody learn your but let me tell you.
Everybody learn your ABCs. Start with A, then end with Z. Everybody learn your ABCs. Start with A, then end with Z. Yo A, yo B, yo 1, 2, A, B, C, D, E, C, D, E, F, G.
What the fuck? Stop! Stop auto-playing! I don't know how to use TikTok very well. I won't be double wrecked. Although if I get wrecked again, I'm quitting for the day. I can't handle that again. That made me too fucking exhausted. All right, let's see. Can I react to this one? This one doesn't have music in it, right? Well, look, TikTok is like obnoxiously hard to use on the PC. It's just true. It's made for mobile. All right, let's do it. Okay, here's the one. All right, we're gonna watch it, and then I will react, okay? Okay. Where is the, do we have the evidence for this, by the way? Do we have, by the way, where is the evidence for this? Where is the, like, what actually happened? Okay, cool. I gotta do this one. I know everybody's getting on this one. Let's do it. Discord. If you guys can send me it on if you can DM it to me on Discord, then I'll respond to the TikToks. Please try to find me political TikToks that I can respond to in this TikTok segment without any music playing. She cringed in broad daylight? All right, let's learn about it. Yeah, but I want to cover it because everybody's on board with it. So why not me? How come everybody else gets to clout farm but not me? How come I don't get to clout farm, huh? Huh? How come I don't get to clout farm, huh? Yeah, I wanna. I'm not that much better. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Vosh ripped off my talking. All right, let's see. Where's the Jesus thing? Only Jesus. Let's see if I can find it. Verdant fields of clout. Ah, here we go. Okay, so here's the video. Okay, let's see. Yeah! Hell yeah, Danny. Screenshot. Where's the text? Here's the screenshot. Oh, sick. Thank you. Thank you, Vermin. I owe you one for this. Thank you. All right. So let's get the contact. Down, you bad for real, huh? Only Jesus. Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Not fake. You told yourself to grow up. Oh, yeah, totally. Going to high school, college classes, work. work and working 7 to 8+ hours on YouTube is so not hard. Butch, grow up. Let your damn balls drop before you start talking shut to pop on the internet, you bottomless pit of insecurity. Again, autocorrect, you dumb cunt. And yes, you're right. The abortion didn't work, which is why my parents hate me and why I've been in foster care the past 2 years. So congrats on that. Go fuck yourself. I honestly hope your parents get cancer. Wow. I hope everyone you love dies. And most of all, I hope Trump gets shot so your dumbass self gets to live in a world with Clinton as president. Whoa! Whoa! Was this said to a black creator? Was this said to a black creator? Yes, it was. Who? Who was this said to? Okay, so this was said to a white person? Oh, shit. Okay, all right. And this was done, let's see. She was in college. Going to high school. Oh, no, she was in high school. So how old is she? How old is she now? Oh my God, her account is huge. Became the victim of cancel culture? Wow. Does anybody know? Only Jesus? I can't believe I'm searching this. 21 years old. So that would have been like last year. Whoa, we got okay, silent. We will do this right afterwards. And we'll have to append it if we need to. We'll do this right afterwards. Fucking Ray Fisher just tweeted something. Holy shit. All right, we'll do that after we do this response. Let's watch this and then we'll do that.
In my past, I said disgusting things to people, and I am so ashamed of myself for using racist rhetoric and derogatory language to hurt others, because I knew what that word meant and I understood the power behind it, but I said it anyway because it was the meanest thing that I could think of, and I am so sorry to everyone, but especially to those in the black community, because only you guys can forgive me for this, and there is no excuse and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And it hurts my soul knowing that I said those things. But the screenshots and the things I've said in my past are not a reflection of who I am today. And I am so grateful for the people in my life that I met after high school, in college, at my previous jobs, and on TikTok who took their time to educate me on their experience. In my past, I said disgusting things to people.
Where's part 2? Here's part 2. Where the fuck is part 2? Where's part 2? There's no link to part 2. Isabella, where's part 2? Here we go.
Their experiences. Because listening to them was so powerful and a real reality check for me. So I want to take this time to take a step back and share my platform with some amazing black creators who are going to tell their story to try and educate others on the trauma that happens when we use this kind of language. I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences, and that there is no immediate fix for my actions, but I am so deeply sorry for all the pain that I've caused. Their experiences.
Okay, all right, I'm ready to respond to this. All right, so I just watched Only Jesus. Jais? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. Let's try that again. Take 2. All right, everyone. So I just watched Only Jais's apology video for her calling someone an N-word lover. Only it appears to be a year or 2 ago, which isn't a long time to be using that level of racial slurs. Honestly, this apology comes off as really, really sanctimonious and insincere. Now, while there are some good actions that have been taken, such as giving her platform over materially to black creators for a while, it also feels like it's something that's being pushed onto other people. Come onto my platform and enrich me while also workshopping my image.
This does not seem like a particularly sincere apology, and it seems like it's coming from someone who really, really wants to save their face. If you want to make a good apology, you got to actually sell it to your audience. And that's important because if your audience doesn't believe you, you can never restore trust, and trust always comes first with communities. There we go. How was that? All right, I'm going to send that one. We'll be able to respond to that one later today or whenever it gets done. I'm going to send this over to Alora real quick. Actually, I'm going to post it right here. There we go. All right. So wait, we got this. What's this? We got a TikTok here to respond to. Let's take a look.
Oh, I would love to. So right off the bat, you can tell that this is not a rookie performance. The dark circles around the eyes and distressed tone of voice make it clear that this is a creator that is very familiar with internet apologies. The fact that this is a two-part apology and the following spree of black creators seemingly as a form of penance are both clear indicators that a lot of thought went into the process of creating the appearance of genuine remorse. Unfortunately for JS though, audiences are not satisfied and this apology falls just short of effective. 2 out of 5 white tears. No, but on a more serious note, I see a lot of people making very impassioned responses to JS's reply. I'm not going to do that. Their content has never had a huge effect on me intellectually or emotionally. It still doesn't. So I'm really only about as invested as the creator fund pays me to be. I'm not particularly impressed by this apology. Again, JS had 5 years to make things right and didn't. At this point, it's just damage control. And really only time can tell if they mean what they say or not. But JS, this is a good opportunity to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. If you've got any more dirty laundry, I suggest you air it now before someone else does.
Good call. Now I gotta learn from this. I'm gonna learn from this guy. Damn, that guy's got some skill at delivering that. That's a good fucking edit. I gotta learn from this guy. See, I gotta learn from the TikTokers. Mama has much to learn. That was a good ass reply. All right, give me some more TikToks. Give me some more TikToks. Nah, I don't think so. That's a good take. 5 years ago? I doubt that. She's 21. She's 21. It couldn't have been 5 years ago. She was taking college courses. Ooh, here we go. All right, we got one from Alora. All right, Alora, let's do it. Let's do the TikTok. All right, let's react to the TikTok, and then we'll go from there. Oh, boy.
What would you do if you walked in on a man trying on a dress?
Hey, you ready to go? What the fuck is this? So you do this? You do this now? You wear dresses. When were you going to tell me? I got a whole fucking closet full of dresses that I don't wear anymore, dude. And I just the audacity of this bitch. So you're telling me that you went out and bought dresses, A, without me, and B, without going through my stock? Like, what am I supposed to do with all these fucking dresses, dude? And it didn't look that good. You could go with something a little bit more showy. Do you know what I mean? You wear a push-up bra. You put things in said push-up bra. So it holds it. I'm not trying to say you're being a woman. I'm saying so it holds it up. Yeah, no pockets. Fuck you, that's why. Listen, if we're gonna do this right, okay? I'm helping you, and we're doing makeup now. We gotta do something about those eyebrows, too. For shit.
What would you do if...
Yo! This totally surprised me. Listen, I'm trans. I've seen a lot of transphobic reactions, and the first couple of seconds of this really had me wondering if this was a conservative who was about to go hard on a trans woman. And no, it wasn't. It was supportive and wholesome as hell. If a little pushy, don't be so judgy. You don't gotta be hard. When you transition, you're not gonna get the first dress right away. But other than that, damn, thank you so much for the support and keep that shit up. We want trans thriving. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
There you go. There you go. Another TikTok done. Damn. Damn. All right, let me get this timestamp real quick. All right, here we go. I'm going to post this one in the chat as well, real quick. Boink. All right. And then we'll be able to respond to these. Oh, I need to put the account, Haisu, at Haisu. I need to put the account in so I can respond to them. There we go. All right. Please react to this thread. Okay, we'll do. We'll do that one. I see a TikTok up there I can do. I'll do this thread afterwards. All right. All right, all right. How do these TikTokers make this stuff work? TikTok is such a weird medium. How do you do the, like, they do the green screen thing? All right, let's do this one. Let's watch this one.
So what's the difference between a
All right, let's watch it.
social democrat and a democratic socialist? Those who are new to leftism or are new to political science might not understand this distinction and might not know why we say that one is a leftist and one is not. Let's start with the one that most Americans would be more familiar with, the social democrat. These are people like Bernie Sanders who incorporate some ideas of socialism into neoliberalism. Like he incorporates aspects of socialism, like potentially creating a single-payer system of healthcare, which is kind of halfway between capitalism and socialism. But his goals aren't oriented towards a transition into socialism. He's not anti-capitalist. Democratic socialists, on the other hand, are actually anti-capitalist. They do believe in a transition out of capitalism into socialism. They're distinct from revolutionary socialists like Marxists in that they believe that the transition into socialism can happen through the existing state structure without a revolution. So they are leftist. So what's the difference between a social democrat?
All right. So, Antifa American put out this video on the distinction between a social democrat and a democratic socialist. Honestly, not a bad rundown, though I do think it's a little bit, I don't know how useful it is to split hairs on who is and who isn't a leftist, especially between social democrat and democratic socialist. In general, I do agree that neoliberals don't really meaningfully count as leftists, but a lot of social democrats do actually have a critique of capitalism. And at least for me, how I define a leftist is someone who recognizes intersectional oppression and someone who has a strong critique of capitalism. Now, I agree that many social democrats don't necessarily go far enough, but I don't know if we need to exclude them from being a leftist. However, the analysis, all in all, besides that little bit, is pretty damn good, I've got to say. Based. Hey, there you go. So at Antifa American, at Antifa American, I think, for that one. 01 38 48 All right, good one, good one. Ooh, here we go. All right, let's do some. Let's do some. Here's a conservative one. That'll be good.
And here's the questions for the press conference today. All right, let's start coming up with predetermined answers, so when I answer them, it looks like I got them from the top of my head. Okay, perfect. First question is, what are your future plans for the coronavirus? That's a tough one. Should we call Biden on it? Ah, never mind, he doesn't know either. I got it. What is it? You just pause, right? And then you tell them you're gonna circle back to them. Now that's genius. Okay, what's number 2? And here's the questions for the press conference today. All right, let's start coming up with predetermined answers, so when I answer them, it looks like I got them from the top of my head. Okay, perfect. First question is, what are your future plans for the coronavirus?
Oh, oops, it looped. This is responding to Conservative Truth's Biden team coming up with a press conference. Dude, Did you ever see Donald Trump's press team? Those guys could barely get themselves out of the fucking bed without a fucking handle of whiskey to guzzle down so that they could keep down their morals before they stood up and lied to the American public. You know that Trump's team was pushing anti-mask stuff when there were fucking almost 500,000 Americans dead? Are you for real? Are you for real, dude? And this is the best you got? Damn, the conservatives really aren't bringing their best. Good? Was that good? Was that a good one? Good response? Yeah. All right, hold on a second. Let me do this. All right, that was good. Okay, let me get the timestamp for that one. 141. 0141. Conservative truth. All right, we got one from Ziggy Richards. Let's do Ziggy's next. All right, let's do this one. This is fun. This is fun. I like this. This is really fun. I'm actually having fun with this. Uh-oh. Here we go. All right, let's see. Let's see what this one's all about.
So like I've talked a few times before about like my weird ways that I feel that I'm like interacting with like loving women communities and like lesbian communities, and that like I've gotten a lot of negative response, and like I haven't in a while, but I like have just been thinking about this for so long, because oftentimes when I make criticisms, people are saying I'm assuming lesbians are TERFs, and I'm never assuming that lesbians are TERFs. I'm assuming cis people are transphobic. Like, you can apply that to any setting as a trans person. We're going to say that a lot of cis people are transphobic, and we have our inherent reasons to be skeptical of what cis people are doing, and, like, we have valid reasons to critique what they are saying. I'm not making a negative assumption about you. I'm just existing in the world as a trans person.
Okay. Here we go. All right, Juno Purr. You know, by and large, I agree with you. However, if a lot of people are feeling like your TikToks are coming off as attacking the lesbian community, it might just mean there's a small tweak to the rhetoric that you might need to touch on. It is very true that cis society is incredibly transphobic, but we should do our best not to assume that anyway, if we can. I do agree there's a massive TERF problem right now, and unfortunately, certain lesbian communities really do lean in on that, and it's not helped out by people like J.K. Rowling and beyond. All in all, pretty based. I think I agree with you on almost everything, but as from one trans person to another trans person, sometimes cis people are real fragile about stuff. So if you got to soften it up just a little bit to get your message through, might be worth it from time to time. Not always, though. Keep on trucking. Trans thriving. Good? Is that good? Was that good? Think that was a good one? Yeah, we can decide whether we want to use it in the future. I thought that was a pretty good response. All right. Here we go. I'll put this one into the chat. Here we go. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me grab as many of these as I can. All right, everybody. If you all can send me these in Discord, that would be a little easier. If you can send them to me in Discord, that would be better, because it's really hard for me to keep track of these in site chat. Just DM them. I'll look at that Twitter thread in just a minute. Yeah, I want to do these TikToks first. Just on my server. All right, let's see. Let's watch this one.
I think that from a sociological perspective, we as Americans have a fundamental misunderstanding about the kind of pitfalls of our own society and why those pitfalls occur. And I think that one of the main reasons that happens is because of the rampant individualism that exists within America. In 1959, Charles Mills published his work, The Sociological Imagination, where he distinguished the difference between a personal trouble and a public issue. A personal trouble sounds exactly like what it is. It's based off of a personal, moral, or ethical failure. Whereas a public issue is based on the failure of a society or culture that you live within. If you live in a society with 500,000 people and everybody has a job but you, that can pretty much be deduced to being a personal trouble. Conversely, if you live in a society where half the population is unemployed, that's probably a public issue. The thing about America is that we have this really insidious viewpoint of blaming the individual for all of their failures without looking at the structural problems within our own society. I think that from a sociological...
Tay JPEG, I couldn't agree with you more. To be completely honest, this is so on point, and I really, really wish that more Americans would realize just how hyper-individualist our society really is. Our society puts so much pressure on individuals to perform to unbelievable standards, and this is in an era when people are expected to work 3 jobs at a time. People are expected to never take off time for their family. People are expected to work through any pain and never have any time down. And I gotta say, you really nailed it, Tay. Demon Mama agrees with you 100%. We gotta challenge this hyper-individualism once and for all. Damn, that was awesome. I like that one. I thought that was a good response. I gotta practice these more. 01 47 08 at tay.jpg. There we go. Excellent. Alora, are these working well? Is this good stuff? Is this working well? Like, I hope this is the type of stuff you'll be able to use. Hey, Lodic. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's do another one. My mom is really politically active locally, and since I'm listening to your stream and she showed me, I told her she should watch your stuff. I found out she actually follows me on TikTok. Oh, sick, Super Krat. Well, tell your mom that she's based. We could, yeah. We could use, oh, yeah. We can use live chat. That'd be great, actually. Okay, yeah. That's a good idea. Okay, if you have TikToks for me to watch, oh, we got them. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Put them in the live stream chat in the Discord. Excellent. Okay, perfect. I got some of these. Here we go. Here's one. Perfect. Okay, we watched that one already.
Perspective, we as
I
Americans...
gotta like this one. I'm gonna follow Tay JPEG. I'm gonna try and follow more people on here too.
You walked in on...
Whoops. All right, let's do another one here. Let me grab these. Alrighty, here we go. Did I do this one already? All right, let's do this.
It's summer 2021. You were stubborn and voted for Joe Biden. Somehow he won. No more orange man in office. Your life is great, right? No. Let's take a look at what you actually voted into office. Vaccines are now mandatory and forced. Masks are now mandatory and forced everywhere. You can no longer go anywhere without having both. They took our guns. We can no longer protect our family and our homes. Crime runs rampant in the streets. And they abolished the police. So there's no one to call for help when you need it. They abolished the prison system. Criminals, free, everywhere. America has turned into a scene from The Purge. But this is what you wanted, right? No more Trump? You couldn't stand the thought of 4 more years with Trump. So you sacrifice America.
Annalise Bergson, This is incredibly cringe. You've got to be kidding me. Talk about a level of self-victimhood I couldn't even imagine. The idea that Joe Biden, the weakest Democrat who is running forward, is going to lock us all indoors and board up our windows is fear-mongering to a degree that should be laughed at. And it is behavior precisely like yours. This cringe bullshit that is going to make the Republican Party and conservatives in general increasingly irrelevant in years to come, because you people will literally cough coronavirus all over one another in the name of saving the economy, which is run by people who can die from coronavirus, while simultaneously pretending that you're being locked into your house by Joe Biden communists. Come on, everyone sees through this, and only people like yourself are grifting your followers into absolute baloney like this. Hilarious conspiratorialism. Bam. Good, huh? Good one, huh? That was a good one. Are these too short? Can I go longer? I should go longer, shouldn't I? Oh, I'm gonna, once we get these edited up, we're gonna dump these things out. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna be doing so many responses. This is gonna be great. The responses are gonna be like the front in the TikTok war. All right, let's do another one. Time dump. Time dump. Time dump. Time dump. All right. Let's do another one here. Here we go. Here we go.
I'm with Johnson. I'm an ally. I'm with Johnson. I'm an ally. I'm with Johnson. I'm an ally.
I don't think I can react to this one. This is too short, but this is funny. I like it. I like it. It's funny, but I don't know how to respond to it. Yeah, I should. Okay, good idea. Good idea. Oh, I got one. I can do this. Watch this. All right, here we go. Watch this. I got this. Watch this. Ready? I'm going to set it up right now. I'm going to be able to do a timer right here. Here we go. We'll be able to do, come on. Come on. Stopwatch. Stopwatch. Where's the fucking, how do I do this? What? Stupid phone. Stupid phone. Here we go. I guess I got to do it this way. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, link it. Drop it in the live stream chat on the Discord so I can keep track of them. All right, here we go. Oh my God, it's not working. Stupid phone, you make me look bad. You're making me look bad, phone. Really, seriously. This doesn't work. Oh my God. God damn it. Why can't it, why won't the timer turn? It should turn sideways, but it doesn't. This app apparently doesn't respect turning on its side. Stupid. Why? 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 No, I'm not doing TikTok. I'm trying to do the timer. Look, timer doesn't go sideways. Stupid. Stupid. Dumb. Annoying. All right, I'll just keep it out of view here. All right. Let's grab another one. Let's get another TikTok. I'm going to do a whole bunch of these, so we have tons of content to go for. All right, this is another one. Here we go. Okay, we did this one already. Okay, next one. Here we go. Let's see.
Grimes is such a good example of performative white activism. Their husband is literally a transphobe. Elon Musk is one of the most influential voices of our time. People actually care what this motherfucker says. So for Grimes as a trans person to be with this person who's literally like making jokes about the trans community and stuff, it sends a mixed message. Not only that, but you laid down and had a kid with this man, and you still don't have this. He still can't look at you as like a normal fucking human being, like any cisgendered person. Because essentially he doesn't look at you that way. If he's making jokes about the community that you're in, he clearly thinks that you're a joke too. Maybe I'm like, you know, dragging it or something, but I just feel like it's corny. Grimes needs to do a better job at making sure that like her activism is actually activism and is not being foreshadowed by the actions of her fucking ignorant ass husband. Or I don't know, educate him. Grimes?
Here we go. So, Slow Ass Gemini did a really great call out on Grimes. Grimes is the partner of Elon Musk, and real Demon Mama fans know the Demon Mama is not a fan of Elon Musk. Elon Musk is so cringe, and I gotta say, I feel really bad for Grimes. Not because, you know, they're rich or anything like that, but because they're functionally locked in a relationship with somebody who is pretty openly disdainful of trans people, who jokes about pronouns in bio. And yeah, you know what? I gotta say, this is a pretty good response, and I don't think you were being overly harsh at all, Slow Ass Gemini. To be completely honest, I think we ought to give Elon Musk even more shit, and I hope to God, that Grimes will be able to get out of that. Might have to chop that a little bit. I hope to God that Grimes will be able to get out of that relationship. There we go. We'll have to edit that. That one will have to be edited because it went over, but we can edit that. So here we go. I'll add this one in real quick. So here we go. 0156 00 response to @slow-ass-Gemini. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's talk about another. Let's do another one. Another one. All right.
Stop scrolling. Have you ever wondered what the hell does climate change look like? Well, if so, this video is for you. Just for context, right now in Alaska, it is 16 degrees, right? Alaska, that's next to Canada, that's up north that way. However, in Oklahoma City, it says -0. I don't know how the hell you get negative out of 0, but listen, we know it is colder now down south that's closer to the equator than it is in Alaska that's closer to the North Pole. Just to sprinkle a little understanding, you feel me? Climate change is the long-term change in average weather patterns that have come to define Earth's local, regional, and global climates. And this is basic ass geography, right? We know the closer you get to the equator, this is what Texas and Oklahoma is, supposed to get hotter, supposed to be hotter. And the further we go away from the equator, it's supposed to be colder. It is significantly colder in Oklahoma than it is in Alaska. And when it comes to this topic of climate change, what's a damn shame is the topic has become so politically driven that we can't even separate the facts from the bullshit. What's undeniable though, it's never supposed to be warmer here than it is here. Stop scrolling. Have you ever wondered?
The Conscious Lee, what an awesome response. And it's true. People really, really, really need to wake up about climate change. This thing is ridiculous. You know, we've known about climate change for well over 50 years, and it keeps getting pushed under by the companies that are causing climate change. Do you know how much tampering there has been in the science? You all better listen to the Conscious Lee, because he knows what the fuck he's talking about, yeah? Demon Mama 100% approves of this. Hell yeah. There we go. That was good. 159.04. We're doing TikTok responses. Here we go. We're doing TikTok responses. There we go. I'll drop this one in. Bam. We're doing a whole bunch so that Alora has a ton to work with. All right. We got the Proletariat. Okay, okay. All right, let's see the Proletariat. Let's see. He wasn't denying climate change. No, he wasn't. He wasn't denying climate change. He was showing that it was climate change.
So, do you even left, bro? Let's talk about increasing democracy in American electoralism. Currently, in national American electoralism, we use a system that is called the Electoral College. Voters from each state select a candidate and submit their vote. But really, they're selecting other voters who represent them in the Electoral College called electors, and from there, they will select the candidate. Now this seems like a lot of extra steps for a country who likes to idealize direct democracy, huh? I can hear you in the comments already. Proletariat, what other options do we have? Oh, here comes ranked choice voting. Voting in ranked choice is easy. On Australia's ballot, voters will mark their candidates from most favorable to least favorable. At this point, if any candidate has more than 50% of the vote, they automatically win. No one does, as so often the case is, then the person with the least amount of votes gets removed, and everyone who voted for them, their second choice gets added. And this process is repeated until someone has more than 50% of the votes. So, do you even
Hell yeah. The proletariat, what an awesome summary of ranked choice voting. See, over here on the Demon Mama channel, we've been pushing for ranked choice voting for a long time, and your video does a really, really good job summing it up. Honestly, though, we gotta think a little deeper about electoral processes altogether. How on earth are we supposed to have a democratic system when we can't even get things through the Senate because of the way that it's structured? Right now, not only is the Electoral College totally messed up, but the Senate itself is unfair. Every state gets 2 powerful senators, no matter how many people actually live in there. That seems like a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. And it genuinely, truly, hold on, we'll have to come back.
Love you, Demon Mama. You're officially my favorite lefty streamer at the moment.
Thank you, Gracie Fono. I appreciate that. All right, we'll have to cut this part out, but that's okay. We'll go right back into it. Where was I? The Senate. The Senate. Yeah. That sounds to me like a recipe for disaster, because what you have now is you have small states with more representation than big states. Remember, people matter, not land. So it shouldn't be that we have a Senate that's built around giving more power to states that have lots of land but almost no people. People are what democracy is about. There you go. There you go. Look at that. I think that was a really good response. I think that one is really good. This one's really good, Alora. I think I'm really proud of this one. All right, there we go. Next one. We probably shouldn't have a Senate at all. I tend to be in favor of abolishing the Senate.
Arizona Representative.
Yeah, we should just have a full House of Representatives. Massive House of Representatives. Yeah.
Walt Blackman has
All right, here we go. Let's talk about this one. This is Playboy Man Baby.
introduced a bill that would charge women who have an abortion with first-degree premeditated murder, a charge that warrants the death penalty under existing Arizona law. So, the solution that you came up with to save unborn lives is to start putting people to death? That is honestly one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my life.
Playboy Man Baby, I couldn't agree with you more. How wild is it that the Republicans in our country are willing to go so far against abortion and legal abortion? They want to drive it, not only do they want to drive it under the table so that people are in more danger, but they even want to punish you with death. This is why I always say that abortion and the abortion debate has nothing to do with the lives of unborn fetuses, but instead has everything to do with controlling women. They want women to be scared, and they want women to not have control over their bodies. There you go. That one was a shorter one, but the video was short too. I hope I'm not yelling too much, but I feel like everybody yells on TikTok. Doesn't it feel like everybody kind of yells on TikTok? But I guess I'm kind of good at that, right? Playboy man, baby? Yeah, I did. I did. Here we go. There we go. These are super cool. All right. All right. What's this one? Here, we do this one.
Elon Musk is not Tony Stark. This right here, this is propaganda. Elon Musk's public profile has been manufactured. It's crazy how many people think he's the hardest working man in the world because he says over and over again in interviews that he's the hardest working man in the world. Do y'all really think Tesla is just this one guy who's so much smarter than every other engineer on Earth? He's just on a different level of brain power, thinking up the designs of the future like Minecraft cars. No, that's not how production works. Tesla has teams of genius engineers working their butts off, while Elon Musk blocks them from unionizing, which he's able to do because he navigated his way to the top of the company using money his dad made in an emerald apartheid mine. That's what I call genius innovation, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. If Elon Musk and the free market are so great for innovation, why do they need so many contracts with NASA, a publicly owned institution that has to hand their innovations over to SpaceX because Elon Musk put in the hard work of lobbying the government with millions of dollars? Nationalize Tesla and fund NASA.
Yo! Eddie Liger Smith, you are speaking Demon Mama's language. Yo, we don't like Elon Musk over here. You know, Elon Musk is even worse than you think. Not only did Elon Musk not invent everything, but he bought everything that he has so-called invested. He sold himself to the American people as, like you said, Tony Stark, but all he does is pay other people for their inventions and then leave them broke because they don't have any other options. Elon Musk is a charlatan and a grifter, and we should all be making fun of him just like you do. Hell yeah, Eddie Liger Smith. Hell yeah. And much support from us over here in the imp community. Shit, did I say something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Invented. There you go. You can cut it in. You can cut it in. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think it will make that big of a difference. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. This one is 0207 00 Eddie Liger Smith response. There we go. Yeah, I could do it. I could do it again. Here, let's do this again. I'll do this one again for Eddie Liger Smith. I'll do the Eddie Liger Smith one again. Hold on, give me a second here.
Elon Musk.
One second. We'll do another one just in case. Yo, Eddie Liger Smith. Oh, you are speaking Demon Mama's language right now. Not only has Elon Musk never invented anything in his goddamn life, but he's also just paid other people to do it for him. This guy is a total charlatan and a grifter, and we imps over here in the Demon Mama community make fun of Elon Musk all the time because what he does is hurt workers, he buys out people of their inventions and leaves them destitute and poor, and we don't like that stuff here, especially from the heir of an emerald slave mine. You are on point with this, Eddie. We couldn't agree more. There you go. There you go. There's take two. Take two at 2:08. Take two at 2:08. There we go. All right. Next one. Let's do the next one. Next one.
Such a good
Whoop. That one's starting again. Let's do another one. We got another one. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Here we go. Here we go. Where we go? It's the next one. This is lesbian and gay stuff. Let's find out.
Hello, my name is Jenna. I was born in 1999, and I would like to propose that once all the boomers die, we change the way that we spell baloney to the correct way, which is B-A-L-O-N-E-Y. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Hold on a second. I can do this. Jenna234, I will join you in your fight against the Bologna lovers. We here at the Demon Mama Imp Army agree with you. Out with Bologna and in with baloney. Trans rights and trans thriving. Good. It's spelled Bologna. Yeah, it is. It's not spelled baloney. Yeah, you wish it was. It's not. It's Bologna. Yeah, but we're doing it wrong. We're gonna learn to spell it baloney the right way. Bologna out. That one might be viral. That one could be viral. What's Jenna234? All right, next. Sex work TikTok. Ooh, this would be a good one. Let's do it.
I had to say something about this. So a few videos ago, I announced that I have an OnlyFans. And I told everybody what kind of content was going to be on there. Just behind the scenes stuff and cosplay, stuff like that. Pretty mild. And a bunch of people are like, oh, thank God. Like I was going to be stripping or something. Now that is not what I'm choosing to use that platform for. But there's nothing wrong with the ladies that do. Sex work is legitimate work. And sex workers deserve respect. And it doesn't make me better than any of those ladies that I'm choosing to not do that on that platform. But also, again, I'm a 28-year-old woman. I can do whatever the fuck I want at any time. Stop panicking every time you think that a woman is not going to fit into your idealistic little box that society has trained you to put her in. I had to say.
True! Solidarity with sex workers. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't even need to respond to this. This one's too good. There's nothing I can add to this. No, this one's too good. It's too good. There's nothing I can add to that. There's nothing I can add to that. But awesome nonetheless. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I can't add anything to that. Here we go. Oh, controversial one, huh? We got controversy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go.
The topic I'm about to speak about got deleted by TikTok, but I will speak on it again because it is the truth. Homosexuality is the result of not having a dominant father figure present in that little boy's life. When the little boy does not have a father figure present in his life, he will take on the feminine mechanisms of the woman that he is around, and later on in life, he will seek male sexual connections to feel close to a man. This is why he will have oral sex, and this is why he will have anal sex. All because he is hungry for a father. He is hungry for a father because the father was not there to hold that little boy through manhood, to guide him to manhood. The father was not there to hug him, to kiss him, to say that daddy is here for you and daddy got your back. The little boy will want this connection, so he will seek it out in other males to find his father in other males. This is homosexuality. The topic I'm about.
Whew, Carmonix, what on earth are you on about, my dude? First of all, you've missed a serious calculation, okay? Because what about the guys out there who like to have a girl's dick in their ass? Have you ever considered that? What about them? What is your solution for that, my friend? I bet you don't have an answer because what you're talking about is bullshit. And also, it sounds like you're projecting a little bit. The way that you talk about this stuff sounds like you really want a big, strong, warm daddy to hug you. And guess what? That's okay. And I really, really hope that you find that, okay? Stop being a hater. Stop talking about this weird pseudo-psychological nonsense and just log off, my dude. How was that? Was that a good one? Was that good? You might have to bleep out the word dick, and you might have to bleep out the word ass, but I think this one was really good. All right, I'm gonna put that in there. Does somebody want to argue with me? I hear somebody wants to argue with me. Okay. Sure. An HIV/AIDS activist? Okay. What about? All right. What about? Is it an argument? Is this an argument? Harmonics? Let's take a look. What is this all about? Content recommendations. Oh, okay, they want to talk in the future. There we go. Hey, Gummy Plum, thank you so much. Huh? Adam, what are you talking about? I didn't say that. I said the opposite of that. There are a lot of transphobic cis people. All right, let's do this one.
Actually, I think you'll find democracy has never really worked in practice. You see, the wealth trickles down from the king to the peasant. So, the richer the king is, the richer we are. You claim to hate feudalism, yet you use its printing press. How peculiar. Actually, I think you'll find...
True, Damien Bing Bong. It's really sad, but late capitalism... I know people don't want to hear this, but it's just feudalism with extra steps. Sure, we got some TVs, we got some iPhones, but everything else, and as we go on longer and longer, and we have to start taking 3 jobs working for Uber Eats, Lyft, and 100 other gig economy companies, we're finding more and more that we really are just modern peasants, aren't we? And we can't even pay our rent anymore. So maybe it's time for us to start rethinking this system and get rid of feudalism once and for all. For real. Demon Mama, out. Damien Bing Bong. 0217, Damien Bing Bong. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to post these all to TikTok. It's going to be great. All right. All right. All right. Let's halt the submissions. I can't do anymore. I can't do anymore. That's a lot of TikToks. It's a lot of TikToks. Oh, we got some cringe though. I got to do some. Okay, here's what we got to do. I want to do these, but I want to do a couple of these I want to do a couple of the conservative ones. So let me grab the TikTok one from a cringy Trump supporter. Let's do this one.
We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong.
For one, his Twitter got banned. And 2, we did.
We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong.
For one, his Twitter got banned. And 2,
So I can see that we got conservative truth out here offering up a load of conservative bullshit. So you got one tweet of Donald Trump that says, oh, I'm asking for everybody to remain peaceful, while he actively encourages them. In fact, he was encouraging them to keep going and defending them so hard that Twitter eventually had to get rid of his account. What he said was the weakest announcement you could possibly imagine of people who were literally bashing in the windows of the Capitol building and killing Capitol police officers. You conservatives would literally apologize if he shot somebody on 5th Ave, and it's shameful. Conservative truth, get the hell out of here. There you go. There you go. There you go. 220, Conservative Truth Part 2. Oh, 220, 00, Conservative Truth Part 2. There we go. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Look. Wait, we got this one?
Let's go ahead and debunk this whole white privilege thing. Is there a white entertainment category on Netflix, Hulu, and Prime? No, but there is a black one. Is there a white-owned restaurant category on Uber Eats? No, but there is a black one. Are white people being hired to fill a diversity quota in corporations and companies? No, but black people are. And is there a whole system of affirmative action for white students that puts them in colleges of which they are unfit to attend purely based on their race? No, but there is one for black students. And can white people go out and riot and loot and burn down businesses in the streets while being cheered on by the political left? No, but black people can. White people, don't you dare say a word because you'll be labeled a racist. If you want to know who's in power in your country, think about who you cannot criticize.
Who's this person again?
Purely based on...
All right. Half black conservative. Come on, this is so sad. This is the most self-hatey, pick-me stuff I've ever seen in my entire life. The only reason we gotta have a black entertainment category on Netflix is because it's so rare for us to get a movie with black people in it that we had to make an entire category just so you could even find them. The reason why we gotta have a black-owned businesses category on Yelp is because they're so rare that you gotta put them all in one place or you can't find them. And likewise, the same reason why we have scholarships for black people to get into college is because it's so hard. The system is made so hard for black people to get into college that they need to be targeted specifically or else white racists will look over them completely. You've got this so backwards, I can't even believe it. But you know what? I'm just gonna take a guess and say you've never had to struggle with that kind of stuff in your life because it sounds to me like you don't give a shit. Wait, is there a quote from a Nazi at the end?
Country, think about who you cannot criticize.
Oh my God. Okay, I gotta do that again. Hold on, I gotta do that again. I gotta add to that, okay? So this one's gonna have to be cut up a little bit. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. We're gonna do it again. We're doing a second take. You got it? Okay, we're doing a second take. I didn't even catch that. Here we go. Yo, half black conservative. Nice Nazi quote you did there at the end. This is the most pathetic, self-hatey, pick-me thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't believe you literally quoted a Nazi at the end of your video. And what? And you think that's gonna be a good argument in favor of that America is not racist anymore? Come on. The reason we have a black entertainment category is because it's so rare to see a black face in entertainment that we have to make a category just so you can find them on Netflix. The same thing goes for Yelp, and guess what? People are so racist that, and there are so many roadblocks in the way of black people getting into college that if we don't seek them out directly, you can't find them because people will never let them even get there in the first place. This is completely and utterly disgusting behavior on your part, and you're only hurting yourself and the people who are discriminated against for looking like you. How was that? How was that? Was that good? Was that good? Was that good? Yeah? Good? All right. There we go. 0224. 0224. 0224. 0224. That one's real good. There we go. That was a good one. All right, we'll do one more. Oh, I've already done this one. Let's do another one. Let's grab another one from in here. Holy shit, that one was so bad. God, these people get away with anything. Holy shit, these conservatives get away with fucking anything. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Let's try this one.
God, I'm incredibly happy. This water tastes so phenomenal. Life is such an exquisite, perfect miracle without any flaws. What an incredible, marvelous, wonderful reality I find myself in. Yes!
Moschino Dorito? Dude, this is the laziest comedy I've ever seen. Is this the type of slop that passes for comedy in the conservative world? Dude, what the fuck even is this? This joke sucks. You want to know how you really do it? I don't even know. I can't even come up with it. It's so fucking stupid. I gotta come up with a better one than that. I don't even know. How do you respond to something so unfunny? This guy's a leftist? All right, let's try again. Let's try that one again. Moschino Dorito. What the fuck is this? No, I can't swear. You can't swear. Yeah, but he's got 1 million likes. All right, I gotta do this. Hold on. I gotta do this. Hold on. Moschino Dorito. Is this what passes for conservative comedy these days? Is this the slop your audience even, like, gobbles up from you? What is this? What is the joke? The joke is that you don't like woke white women? Is that the joke? You sound like a 2014 era anti-SJW. This is so embarrassing. And this is what you think is funny? Come on. You ought to do better than this. Yeah, I don't think I can respond to this one. Fuck that one. Forget it. Forget it. It's too stupid. It's too stupid to respond to. How am I supposed to respond to something that's not funny? I gotta be able to dunk on him. Wait a second, I got an idea. Watch this. I got it. Moschino? Okay, here we go. I got this. Watch this. Moschino Dorito. Is this the type of slop that passes for conservative comedy these days? You didn't put any thought into this, did you? You were just like, what don't I like? Woke white women. And then you put this up on TikTok? Guess what? I'm about to make something funnier than yours. Your mustache looks like fucking shit. Your hair, greasy. Your beard, ugly. You suck. Got him! See, I told you I could make something funnier. Also, what the fuck is with that ugly ass mullet? There we go. We gotta cut that one in. Yeah, I'm gonna bully this person. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. I'll bully the shit out of him. I'm a demon. I don't play nice. All right. His stance on women, whack. I could go harder and more creative, but yeah. You're pro mullet? I'm not pro mullet. All right, let's see if I can get another one that's more funny than this. That one was painful. We don't actually have to do that one. I just thought it would be funny. All right, let's see. Woke catchphrase, Republican BS. Let's do it. Oh boy, here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Rihanna. Welcome back, and today I'm going to be calling out some double standards, woke trendy catchphrase edition, some phrases that many of you tolerant, accepting, and loving snowflakes frequently use. So it's perfectly fine for people to say, eat the rich, but what if somebody posted eat the poor? And girls are celebrated when they post kill all men, but what if a guy posted kill all women? And you can say the future is female, God forbid somebody says the future is male. Girls can say, oh, I only date 6 feet and up. But what about if a guy said that they only date C cup and up? Then that should be totally fine, right? Why do you feel so entitled to half of these awful statements? You're entitled to the hate because you call it wokeness and you push under the rug, but no, I'm calling you out on it. It's gross. Hi everyone.
You know what this is called, Rihanna's son? This is called a straw man. It's when you invent something that you want to be scared of, and then you beat that thing up because you can't think of actual arguments against the real conversations that are going on. Is there some random Tumblr 15-year-old who says, kill all men, eat the rich? Yeah, probably. Why the fuck do you care? They're just a kid. Are you that triggered? Are you that fucking triggered? Are you that motherfucking triggered? Who's the real snowflake when you can't realize that a 15-year-old saying eat all men, eat the rich on the internet isn't a big deal, and that there are actual problems we gotta deal with? You're using your platform to whine about 15-year-olds? Who's the real fucking snowflake? Oh yeah, and eat the rich. Just kidding. Don't do that. Don't put that part in. All right, there we go. 023119. 023119. There we go. All right, what's this one? Let's see.
I'm going to use my philosophy degree to explain how Trump supporters are fascists. So fascism is an incoherent and inconsistent philosophy. However, it does have a philosophical element of which it believes society has progressed too far and that we must go back to a certain point of which society was at its peak. They associate certain values that characterize that great society and believe that we have lost them and that we must unify under hypernationalism, capitalism/corporatism, and authoritarianism in order to uphold order and promote strength and get those values back. The concept of make America great again is kind of the epitome of fascist thought. When they're saying make America great again, they're assuming that there is a point of history of which we need to return to, that there was a point of history of which we were at its greatest. A lot of people up until recently were afraid of calling Trump supporters fascists, but you know, if they talk like a fascist, if they act like a fascist, and they feel like a fascist, they probably are one. I'm gonna use
True! I don't have anything to add to that. That's really good, but I can't add anything to that. There's nothing I can add to that.
It's Rihanna, welcome back.
Hey Emily A. Cab BLM BBC, I'm going to show you a graph that might disturb you. Here it is. So what this graph is showing you is how wealth is concentrated into the hands of different generations. So for baby boomers, it was extremely easy to become wealthy, as you can see. And that's because those people were coming of age about 40 years ago. That's because 40 years ago, we had high taxes on the wealthy, we had a minimum wage that was on par with worker productivity that could guarantee you a comfortable life, and there was just generally better financial security. As baby boomers were growing up, they were making a lot of money. But earning power started to stagnate with the Gen Xers, which is, like Gen Z's parents for the most part. But they were still able to gain wealth. Now millennials are having an incredibly difficult time compared to other generations. And Gen Z is going to have an even harder time because all that wealth is in the hands of the baby boomers now. So of course baby boomers and Gen Xers are going to tell their kids that capitalism worked for them because it did. But it won't work for us. Hey, Emily A. Cat.
I think I can respond to this. Josh Stees? Hey, Josh Stees. I agree with you a lot on this. You know, as a millennial who sees all of her peers suffering under this current economic system, struggling to even pay their rent, I couldn't agree with you more. Right now, we have a horrible level of wealth inequality, and we got to do something about that. So what the heck do we do? Well, I would say we need to organize, we need to unionize, and we need to get smart real fast. And guess what? For millennials out there, your best allies is Gen Z. So we got to work together with those Zoomers. We got to protect those Zoomers. And those of us millennials who make it, we got to take care of the Zoomers to the best of our ability. Because otherwise, we're going to all starve. Because the baby boomers, they ain't letting go of any of this stuff. Not unless we make them. There you go. All right. I'm going to definitely put that one up. I think that one was really good. All right. That one was really good. All right. Let's see if there's any more. All right. We'll do this last one. Unpopular opinions that will trigger snowflakes. Let's find out.
Unpopular opinions that will trigger some snowflakes, but no matter what I do say or post, you all keep watching, so here we go. I think Trump would have won the election if social media wasn't a thing. You were all fabricated to hate him, and to many of you, social media is one of the biggest parts of your life, so of course you hate him. They told you to. The wage gap doesn't exist. If I'm going to be paying for any part of your college, it better be studying something that you need to go to college to learn about. Once you all start paying taxes, you're going to be more inclined to be a Republican. Because they use that money on stupid shit. It's not greedy to want to keep your own money that you worked for. That shouldn't really be an unpopular opinion. That's just kind of a truth of life, but you can be racist towards white people. Straight white men are the most publicly hated group on social media, and that is sexist. Forming my own thoughts doesn't make me a pick-me girl. It means that I don't need others' validation to form my own opinion. Love ya.
Yo, Rihanna's son, I love how you had to throw in at the end that you were definitely not a pick-me. Don't worry, we see you for what you are. You know, it's really funny. A lot of this stuff just sounds like meaningless drivel. You're complaining about social media. You're complaining about people being able to talk to one another and form opinions. You're mad that people can communicate and they don't like your shitty dude. You're also complaining about people going to college for professions you just don't happen to like. So basically, you're just complaining. And I'm not gonna lie, judging by the look of your house, I just got a feeling you haven't had to work a day in your life. So go on, keep telling your followers how they should suffer so that you can keep living your richy rich life and smugly talking down to them. But us over here, you better watch out for us because we're building up. Left is best. There we go. Good? Good one? I think that was a good one. All right, that's enough for the TikTok stuff. That's enough for the TikTok stuff. Whew. Damn, they're not sending their best. Oh yeah, let's play the remix. I got some Radio Mama for you. I wish I could, Daniel Lannister. I don't know. We got to play the remix. We got a remix to play. Let me play the remix. This is Chris's remix. Where was it? Where was I pinged? Was it in content? Content suggestions? Yeah, here it is. All right, you ready? You ready? Remix time. Here we go. Let's play it. Shit! That was awesome! Yo, that was so good. Chris A, can I have that to play at the beginning? Can I have a copy of that so I can play it in the beginning roundup? Yeah, Snips. It's supposed to prevent massive spam. Yeah, if you could, Chris, if you could DM me like a WAV version of that, I'll play it at the beginning. Yeah, that'd be so good. I'll put it in the lineup at the beginning of stuff to play. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Holy shit, that's so good. Yeah, okay, the demon bot is a little bit overtuned, but that's okay. Yo, that's so good. I'm gonna repost this. My SoundCloud is really small. Damn. So good. So good. Wow. All right, we got so much TikToks to do. That was fun. I like doing the TikTok reviews. How'd you all feel about the TikTok reviews? How are we doing for viewer numbers too? Damn, we're doing great on viewer numbers. All right. All right. Second phase boss fight. True. That's my second phase. Yeah. First phase is the Inferno Providential. Hey, President Sunday, good to see you. Oh, thank you. TikTok segment was fun. Yeah, I got a third phase that you don't even know about. Yeah, TikTok segment was fun. We'll do a ton. Keep in mind, there's like, TikTok is like a pipe that's constantly gushing out content. But here's the deal. Oh yeah. Quick thing. So, quick thing. All right, listen. All right. We have added a TikTok announcement ping to the Discord. So if you want to get TikToks, go to the Rolls channel on the Discord and click the little TikTok button, okay? So then you'll know when we post them, because we're going to be ramping that up. So if you want to keep plugged into the TikTok and see the little funny memes and clips and whatever that we do, click that one and we'll notify you when we add new TikToks. It'll be super cool. And also soon we're going to have, like later this week, we're going to have a TikTok submission form. So if you're ever watching the show and you're like, wow, that would be a good TikTok moment, you'll be able to fill out the form, put the timestamp from the video and send it our way. So super cool. Also, I got to redo my nails. Look, my nails are chipping. I got to get them redone. Shit, it's getting hot in here. Give me a minute. Fuck, it's getting warm in here. Actually, 1 second, real quick. I'm gonna go grab a drink. All right. Based chair. Based. All right. All right. Let me see what else we got. I want to do a debate. Why the fuck is nobody ever willing to debate? I wish people would debate me. I want to do a debate with a conservative. I really want to debate a fucking conservative. Why the fuck are there no conservatives who will debate? I know, they're too scared. Actually, honestly, I have a debate that I need to schedule. Yeah, that's true, Riddle theory. True. You know, I could just do a response. You know, we haven't done like responses. We did the PragerU, but no Murder Mondays tonight. It just didn't come together. We didn't have enough players. It's all good though. Yeah, I want blood too. Well, it might be Panic. It's just a gun control. Wait, for real? Wait, is that for real? Is that the actual producer of Holy Mackerel? Whoa, this could be content. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm a little thirsty. Listen, you know, I just want to debate conservatives. I just want to debate them. I want to show them why they're wrong. But they never show up. They're cowards. They're cowards. This is him. This is the guy. This is the guy. It is. It's him. Oh, no. 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 Oh, no. James O'Keefe. I know. Dude. Dude. Oh no, he's on Gab. He's on Gab. This is so sad. This is the creator. This is the creator of Holy Mackerel. Oh no, Martini Peterson. Oh no. That's uncomfortable. It's him. It's him. Wall panel, you missed it. You'll have to watch the VOD. Holy Mackerel is a local favorite. This VOD is a wild one. I think I said, I know there's a lot of cis people who are transphobic, I think is what I said. Yeah, no one can. You'll have to go watch it. Show them the mask out of context. All right. This is the unholy mackerel, so you can get an idea of what the holy mackerel is. Hello. Greetings and welcome to the unholy mackerel's hour of prayer. Right now, we will pray for generous donations to Demon Mama's stream. Let us pray. Amen and ah fish. Did it work? Did it work? And now I gotta put my glasses on, otherwise people get scared of me. It worked? It worked? Did we get one? I don't think it worked. It's okay. We tried. We tried. I scared the fresh imps? Probably. It's okay. It was for fun. Aw, thank you, Mercy. I appreciate that. All right, let's react to something else. Guys, just so you all know, imps, just so you know, the news has been fucking boring lately. It worked! It worked! Thank you, Morg Porg! Thank you! The fish, that means you're God, right? That means you're God, Morg Porg, right? That means you're God, because I prayed and you answered. You answered the prayer. Can you ask a dangerous question? Sure. Hit me with a dangerous question. Wait, the dono sound didn't play? Oh boy, dangerous question. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. I heard something. It's a little bit quieter these days.
But so is such is life. Such is life. Well, wait. Okay, listen. Don't, guys, seriously. Don't tweet the art. Listen, don't tweet the art at Church Militant or the guy yet. Because the moment that we do, they're going to try and DMCA all my videos. So we need to keep it on the DL until we're ready to say enough is enough. So keep it on the DL, please. Keep it on the DL. We got to get a big collection of it, and then later, once we're done with it forever, there you go.
Oh God.
Yo, Morg Porg, thank you so much. You're my favorite Porg. We have to hide our power level for now. Otherwise, they'll DMCA us. And we won't be able to do fish segments anymore unless I make it entirely myself. Is the line of logic of cis people are transphobic similar to what POC think all whites are racist as a defense mechanism from past abuses? No, well, I mean, I don't know. That's really tough. Like, I don't know. Yes, you should, Mix Dizzy. Mix Dizzy. Oh my God, yes. Please, if you do that, if you do a wholesome comic, it would be great. Oh my God, that'd be so good. No. Okay, listen. No. Listen. I don't think it's helpful to say all X are X ever, for the most part. It's usually not helpful. It doesn't do anything. You're very welcome, Gayfesh. I hope you have a lot of fun with the except for ACAB. ACAB is the only one. I agree with ACAB, but that's for a specific reason. That's because ACAB is all cops are bastards, and that is a very, very specific usage, which is to point out that it is impossible to be a cop and not contribute to horrific systems of oppression. Yeah. ACAB, but that's true though. If you're a cop in modern America, you are contributing to a rotten system, no matter what. Like, really bad, just by being a cop. No one is born a cop. Now, when people say all cis people are transphobic, I don't necessarily think that's true, just like I don't think that all white people are necessarily racist. However,
raise your power level.
Thank you, Life Must Exist. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. It's incredibly generous of you. Yeah, I think these terms are not amazingly useful or strong. They tend to waste more time than they don't. Look at, you got a fancy name, Eternally Concerned. Look at that. Cis people don't inherently benefit from transphobia the way they do from institutionalized racism. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But also, like, okay, so, like, there's, okay. On the topic of racism, hey, Caffeinated Heathen, okay, so, on the topic of racism, all Carls are Weezer, yeah, Akaw,
Carls are Weezer.
Croissant, true, though. Someday I gotta play Flappy Carl on stream. Oh, I gotta ask Fawn if I can play Flappy Carl on stream. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that, Morg Porg. Appreciate it a lot. Okay, so when it comes to the concept of racism, I do tend to agree that there is a little bit of confusion when people are talking about the academic definition of racism and the colloquial definition of racism. So, and I think there's value in this discussion, but people should, in my opinion, in talking about it, advocates for like anti-racism should probably be a little bit careful.
Thank you for all you do. Like yourself, I used to be a Pharisee evangelical and have been moving left since then.
Yo, Boy Meets Mini, thank you so much for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Errata, Caruso, and Frude all just got subs. Congratulations. I'm very happy that you're moving left. It's an incredibly liberating experience getting out of the far right. The far right is not only oppressive to others, it's oppressive to those involved in it. It is a horrible, horrible set of ideologies. So I'm very happy to hear you're out of that, and hopefully I'll be able to keep providing you lefty entertainment that makes you feel good. Yeah, you could international T-Bone. I'm not saying that it wouldn't, like, okay, listen. I'm not saying that I wouldn't rather have lefty cops than not lefty cops, but you must acknowledge that being a cop, it's such a tainted position in our society that it is there's almost no way for you to participate in being a cop without doing a lot of damage to people. Now, that's kind of true about anything. Like, we say no ethical consumption under capitalism. There's a certain amount of truth to that. But the level of culpability is way more. So if you're a lefty and you're going to become a cop to, work from the inside, just be aware you're going to have to do a lot of bad things. And you might really hurt people. So it better be worth it. It better be worth it. That's all I'm saying. Oh my God. Wait, really? Hell yeah, RGR. How to argue for furry civil rights. Is this RGR? Wait, is this RGR's persona? That's so cute. Did I read the statement above? Which one? Adam Flores, let me see. Did I miss it? Above response? Oh, so basically X is not valid except for cops because they are bastards. So that logic is not valid at all to some degree or most of the time regarding to one's identity and one's geographic position in society around them. In general, yes. I think that blanket statements like that are not very helpful personally. They're not rhetorically helpful. That much is for sure. Oh. Well, that'd be cool. That is a really cute art. What exactly is the problem with police officers anyway? What's the problem with police officers? Okay, let me explain. Hey, here we go. Let's talk about the problems with the police, okay? The police are an organization that mostly exists to protect capital interests. Most of what they do is protect capital interests from usually poor people. Most of what they do is arrest people who steal like food or shoplift. They bust people for drugs, which is, as we all know, the drug war is a really fucking corrupt war that largely just has led to mass imprisonment of black people in our country. America has the highest prison population in the world. Our prison population is higher than the population of some countries, and the police are responsible for that. The American police literally grew out of slave catching squads, and as a result, they have always had a racist bias. Now, the idea of like communal guardians is not necessarily 100% bad. There is room, I think, for some level of guardianship on a communal level, but that is not what the police are. The police serve the interests of capital. Do you know who it is who breaks the skulls of striking workers? It's the police. Do you know who it is who breaks the skulls of civil rights protesters? It's the police. Do you know who it is who busts up anti-fascist demonstrations? It's the police. The police, Riley Grace, hey, I just want to let you know that if you see a thumbnail that says I'm defending furry rights, that is a lie and propaganda, so please ignore it. Thank you. Riley, wait, I was excited for that. Riley, what? No, I was excited. This is the great betrayal. Furry rights. We will fight. It's okay. Wait a minute. Riley, do you believe in furry rights? Yo, what? Riley, get on here. Blood. It's time. Riley, get on here. We're debating. Get the fuck on here. Get the fuck on here, Riley. I never thought this would happen, but it's time. Oh, I never thought this would happen. But Riley, we've got contention now. Get the fuck in here. Get in here. Get in here. Get in the waiting room. Oh, she's in. All right. Riley Grace Rochong, welcome. Welcome to the show.
Listen,
hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Riley Grace Rochong. Here we go.
That is my name.
Got to get your pronouns. Here we go. Almost just typed pronoun in the pronoun space. All right, here we go. Let's get your name up on here. I want to make sure you get all the credit that you deserve for your questionable
for my
positions.
absolutely solid, for my absolute rock solid, completely fucking based take. Thank you.
Are you for real? Wait, no. Okay, let's get into this. All right. I can't believe that you would not fight for the rights of furries like all other based people do.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I think that's a very simple argument. All right, here's my argument. Are you ready for it? Okay. So, when we're talking about human rights, furries are not humans. Therefore, you cannot advocate for furry rights, as in human rights.
Do you believe that humans are the only things that deserve rights?
I think that humans are the only things that can deserve human rights.
But you said furries don't deserve rights.
Yeah, usually we're talking about human rights. I don't think that furries deserve
That's a little bit of a technicality in your argument. Don't you believe? Okay, so here's a hypothetical. First of all, I contest the idea that furries aren't humans. Furries are simply people who enjoy fursuits. They don't believe, well, not just fursuits, but furry art. They're not literally animals. So that's the first problem. I would argue they would still deserve, nonetheless, human rights. But let's assume that we're jumping to a future where actual furries exist, where they are sentient animal people. You would argue that they don't deserve rights? Hello? Oh.
Bring me the blood.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I think that my internet literally crashed for a second.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. So wait, what did you last hear?
I last heard you say that, oh, yeah, Riley, I completely agree with you, and your take is absolutely based.
Wrong. I will not be slandered in this way. I disagree with you. First of all, I think maybe, I don't know if you heard me say, but furries are humans. They just are interested in different things than other humans. But if we want to
I do not believe that they're humans. I do not believe that furries deserve the same degree of recognition of humanity that humans do.
Well, I would argue that, first of all, a being's humanity is a poor metric by which to measure its rights. For example...
I don't think so.
Really? If we were to encounter, say, highly intelligent alien beings, would you not argue that that we're capable of suffering, that we're capable of emotion, love? Do you not believe that those would belong, would deserve rights in our society?
I think that there might be an argument there. I don't think that the same argument can be extended to furries.
Why?
Because they're trash and degenerates.
Ah, so I see. You've fallen back on your traditional Nazi rhetoric that you've decided to bring into this conversation. I can't believe it. I never thought it would be you.
Gotta get back to the roots.
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. I hear Demon Mama. Let it be known that I will fight for the furries against the fascist Riley Grace Rochong, who wishes to deny you of your rights. My furry brethren, rise up with me, and we will fight against this oppressive round table who wishes to oppress you.
Why are you gish galloping?
I'm not gish
galloping.
galloping.
Why are you pivoting so much right now?
I'm appealing to
rhetoric. You can't
rhetoric.
actually confront my arguments. Argue that furries deserve the same recognition of humanity that aliens
absolutely
do.
Easy. It's easy because guess what? Furries, being sentient, sapient creatures capable of making decisions, capable of suffering, they deserve the same rights that humans receive.
Now,
how do you know that they're? Wait, hold on. How do you know that they are actually able to experience all the same range of human emotional expression that we can?
Well, as far as we know, no humans can experience that as well. We are only able to acknowledge our own capability.
Wait, so no one deserves human rights?
Hold on a second. We're not done here. I haven't
think-
finished.
no, no,
I
I
haven't
think
laid
that's a
out my
logical
argument because you're
conclusion of that.
you're
I think that's a
chomping at the
logical
bit to
conclusion.
oppress others, and yet you so excited to oppress the furries that you won't even hear me out. And that, I mean,
No, listen,
what? I'm
this is
sure
actually
you don't
true
see someone like
liberation.
me, a demon mama, and my imps as human either. But that's all right, because guess what? I can recommend you some required reading, which is you should watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which would teach you what it means to be human. Because guess what? You don't have to look like a human to be human. Because when we talk about humans,
I see one example of furry representation in that show, and it's something that you want to emulate.
excuse me, what is Alphonse but an armor furry? Is there really so much of a difference? And in fact, that was a thematic element. And guess what? The furry that you're making a reference to was mistreated and then killed unjustly. And that's the sort of thing that you would support.
I mean, it was literally half human.
Yeah, and? Does that mean it doesn't deserve to live?
I'm not sure if it's deserving of human rights in the same way. I mean, like, it probably
What about
doesn't deserve the
Alphonse?
same
Alphonse is a human soul bound to a suit of armor. Would you argue that
I
he's
think
less
that
than
there's a
half
stronger
human?
case there. Yeah, I think that there's a stronger case there because
Why?
Alphonse has a human soul.
So
Furries
does
do
the dog.
I do not believe it. I do not believe
but you're
that
wrong.
furries have human souls.
You're wrong because it speaks using the voice that it had
That
as a
doesn't mean
human.
anything. A computer can speak. An AI can speak. I'm playing The Elder Scrolls Online right now.
Well, then by the same argument, then how can you prove that Alphonse isn't just a generated voice?
Oh, well, we're kind of assuming by the law of the show, we're kind of
Mm.
assuming by the logic of the show that it's a given truth that souls exist and that there was a soul imbued in Alphonse.
Well, yeah, but that is also the exact same process was used to create the dog. Exact same process.
I mean, like, no, I would say that they're meaningfully different.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
say that
The
there's
problem,
like
in
a degree of
fact-
humanity lost with the dog in that example.
No, I don't think so. I think the only way you could argue that humanity was lost by the dog was not a matter of soul, but a matter of biology. You see, because a human soul was implanted into a dog body, and the restrictions of a dog, for example, the dog's body has a limited brain, has a limited voice control. So as a result, the reason why that chimera was imperfect, and there were other chimeras later on in the show that aren't imperfect, but the reason why that was imperfect was because it could not accommodate the breadth and width and depth of a human soul in the biology of a dog. So there's nothing wrong with the soul. The problem is that the body can't fully allow for the expression of the soul. By your argument, people who are disabled should be treated the same way because their body is limiting to their soul.
I never extend that argument to people who are disabled.
Well,
all
I
right?
mean, but
Don't
the
be
implications
gift-galloping.
of your
That's a logical. That's a
oh,
logical
the
leap of
implications of your
policy.
eugenicist arguments go the same.
No. Listen,
You, much like Scar, the unreformed Scar in the beginning, would end the life of an innocent creature who simply was limited by her body because you refused to recognize her humanity.
No. I wouldn't end the life of an innocent creature because furries aren't innocent. They're all degenerates.
But they're not degenerates.
Yes, they are. They're absolutely degenerates. They're
They're
all
not.
complicit. They're all of the same degree of moral worth and consideration.
I
and
see.
therefore there's actually
Moral
a
worth and
meaningful
consideration.
difference between what you just described and what I'm
But
describing.
Riley, what really should we take of someone who believes that innocent creatures should be killed just because they're distasteful to you when you talk to us of moral worth? When you speak of moral worth, what does it mean? You don't even consider the mental state, the suffering, the capability of experiencing love. So what do your morals really mean in the end, Riley? What do
I
they
don't
mean?
think that I think that
What does it
suffering-
mean to be a degenerate when you would be willing to
Suffering is
classify?
meaningful. I just don't think that furries experience suffering in the same way that we do.
Well, maybe you don't. Maybe Riley's shouldn't be given human rights. By your own logic, by your own obtuse and emotional logic, you would consider that removing the rights of furries or denying the rights of furries because they're degenerate. Well, what is to stop me from declaring you a degenerate and declaring you to not have rights? Huh?
That's fair.
Oh, what do you mean that's fair? This is no this is no
ironclad.
way to be this is no way to form a system of government.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, anyone who's degenerate, they don't deserve human rights. Yeah, I'll bite that bullet.
I don't think you want to go down this road. And now is when I will do my gracious demonic olive branch, in which I extend my hand and say, free yourself from your oppressive ideology, embrace the free rights of furries, and also free yourself in the process, because under your system you are but a day's whim away from being oppressed yourself. But under my system, you can exist free.
Here.
The oppression is fully justified?
The oppression is fully justified.
Why?
Because everyone being justified is degenerate. That's a totally,
but that's an arbitrary application. So how is this going to result in a functional society? Or is your idea of a functional society just mutual oppression all the time? And if that's the case, maybe you really are a degenerate, because maybe what you're really asking for is for something, I don't know, a little fucking bondagey. That's what it's starting to sound like to me. Is this a kink for you, Riley? Is this all a kink?
No.
Are you just arguing for your own oppression so that you can get off to some weird oppression kink? My God.
No, to be clear about exactly what I'm arguing, I'm arguing for equality of everyone by everyone being oppressed.
That's terrible.
I want true liberation where everyone is equally oppressed together.
Wait, this is just no. You know what? I have another.
The only way to be able to achieve true liberation in society is with equal oppression of everyone.
I must cite you.
Also, why the pivot, Demon Mama? Yeah, why are you pivoting? Why are you pivoting all the time?
The holy text of Pixar's The Incredibles, because as we know, Syndrome argued that if everyone's a hero, no one is, and that's the logic that you just used. And we know that Syndrome lost at the end, and that means he's fucking wrong. Sorry, checkmate.
Yeah, that was a lot of really good gish galloping and pivots and strawmans.
Yeah, but you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer to the Incredibles, to the holy text of the Pixar's Incredibles.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm told I don't have anything to be able to answer the really amazing pivot away from the actual argument I was making to begin with, which you still don't seem to have an answer to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The answer is, your answer was, well, they're degenerate because they are, and then you advocated for a system by which basically we would all be horribly oppressed. And to me, that doesn't seem like a good answer. In fact, that seems like the kind of thing that, like, are you familiar with the Avengers? So Thanos, he's the villain in the Avengers, and he's Thanos
I've watched
is usually
people talk about Thanos.
Yeah, he's usually considered a a utilitarian, and Captain America is a deontologist. And right now, you're being really Thanos-y right now.
Yeah, but Thanos did nothing wrong, so it's
But
fine.
Thanos did lots wrong. He loses in the movie, and that means he's bad.
I don't know. I mean, like,
He also was a
because
liar.
someone
He
ends
said
up
he was
beating him doesn't mean
inevitable,
that-
and he was wrong. Because he got beat. He got his ass handed to him.
All right, but listen, that's just because like plot armor.
Oh,
that
plot
doesn't
armor.
mean he
Oh,
was-
now you pull out the plot armor. Well, I don't see
yeah,
you.
of
I don't
course. I
see
mean,
you
like, it's
citing
like-
any sources here.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, it's important to be able to distinguish like the realistic aspects of that movie and what it's able to offer from the fictional aspects. And clearly, the most realistic aspects of that movie and its franchise were the ability for someone to be able to snap away half of all human life or all like existence.
Yeah, but they undid it.
across the universe, and not the fact that someone was able to be beaten by like a handful of people.
He wasn't beaten by
Like,
a
clearly
handful of
one of
people.
those
He
is,
was
like,
beaten
more
by an
realistic than the
infinite
other.
number of clones of Doctor Strange. Doctor
Yeah, no,
Strange
but-
like made literally opened portals to alternate realities, and they all came out and kicked his ass. That's like smarter than snapping your fingers and killing people. Also, the Hulk. Sorry, you can't beat the Hulk. The Hulk like literally destroys like in like the Hulk comics, the Hulk is like literally unstoppable. And like we proved that. We proved that with science. The science being Marvel's The Avengers.
So let me get this argument straight, because I want to understand perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay. Furries deserve rights
Mm-hmm.
because the Hulk.
Yes.
Fuck, I concede.
Yeah, I knew it. See? Literally. It's an unstoppable argument. And if you were to argue against it, I mean, you got to deal with the Hulk, not with me. I figured that sort of logic would work a little better in this situation.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you going to make the video now?
I completely redact all of my opinions. And also, I really look forward to how this is going to come back to haunt me at some point in the future.
Probably will.
Because someday I'm going to run for office, and attack ads are going to be weird in the future. That'll be...
Don't worry. I'll testify in court that you're reformed, that you no longer believe in your anti-furry eugenicist positions.
Oh, no, I still believe in them. I'm just too intimidated by the Hulk to support them openly.
Well, secretly this entire time, I was the utilitarian consequentialist. So guess what? I don't care.
No!
I don't care. I don't care if you're sincere in your beliefs. All I care about is the outcome. And the fact that if you're too scared to voice your furry phobia, then I've won. And I have. Because you cower in fear of the Hulk now. And all that matters is that the furries get rights. Because I don't fucking care about sincerity. Woo! All right, that was fun.
Yeah, no, that was good.
All right. You got to make a video on furry rights now, though.
I feel, God. I was just fucking with my chat. I'm pretty sure, I haven't been watching my chat. I'm pretty sure that all of them are just like memeing this to hell.
Good.
How's your chat doing?
Oh, they're having a good time. We're getting some
Okay,
Keck mamas in chat, or Keck DMs, or whatever it is. A Keck D is what it is. We got lots of Keck Ds. We got some thinkies and some laughs and some Pepe mods. Yeah, see, look, it's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah, it's good. I don't think they were very happy. I mean, we got a lot of furries in my audience, so I think that they were a little scared that you were going to go out against them. But I'm glad that, remember, to cite another really great Avengers moment, that part where Thor is talking to Helya, and he's like, I can't beat you, but he can. And
oh shit!
Yeah,
and it's literally the Hulk.
Well, actually, that one, I don't think that one was the Hulk. That was the. Actually, it was the Hulk, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the Hulk. Yeah, see, it all comes back around. Look at that masterful poetry. Bing, beat you with the Hulk, and an Avengers reference, and tied it back around. Woo!
Amazing.
Yeah, see, amazing.
That's some galaxy brain shit right there.
Top notch.
So when's Booksmart's gonna come around and talk to us each individually and drag this out for like another week or so of content?
I don't know. Have you? Well, I was gonna say something really mean there. I probably shouldn't. Let me restrain myself.
Oh wait, do you have like B? Actually, I don't want to. I won't ask.
Oh wait, do you really want to know? I'll tell you. I'll tell you right out. So yeah, Booksmart's put me on the too crazy to interact with list.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was some time ago. After my debate with Destiny, he put me on like the do not interact list because
Does he have a list of people? Wait, hold on. I've never heard of this list.
Yeah. No, he it was during his, I think it was during his stream that he did analyzing my rhetoric. And he said, yeah, he's like, I'm going to put her on the do not interact list because she's too bad faith and crazy to talk to. So I'm like, okay. I don't really care.
Who the fuck's on the list?
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't feel too bad because again, this is a guy who,
oh, you're gonna like the whole Destiny thing. That's what that had to do with, right?
Oh yeah,
you don't have to bring it up.
Oh, I mean, I don't care. I don't really care at this point. Like, I've been like thrown around by that whole community. So, but yeah. Apparently, too crazy to interact with. So I don't know. I don't have much kind thoughts towards the old book smarts. But I don't know.
Yeah.
He does his thing.
Like,
he has like an air puffed channel where he talks to people about how I know so much about rhetoric. I'm the smartest person who ever should do rhetoric. He's an expert, so to say, like that kind of thing. Like a life coach.
Yeah.
It's people who like their life, like Jordan Peterson. How he's like he's like, yeah, my life is in shambles, but I bet I could make a lot of money telling other people how to live their life. It's kind of like that. Mm-hmm. It's like a debate.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So it's a really cool thing,
I mean, I can hear the subtext in what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just being a little salty. Nah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't mind like dunking a little bit on somebody who like said that I'm too crazy to talk to. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know the context around that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I know a little bit. Like, I watched part of the debate between you and Destiny, but I mean, like, I don't know.
Oh, what'd you think of it?
Sucks because, like, oh, what I think. Well, I mean, like, I watched part of it. It's hard because, like, I don't like watching a lot of debates where, like, I have two people who I'm relatively close to fighting.
That's fair.
Like, it's just not always a comfortable experience for me.
That's fair.
And so, like, I don't know. I like you, and like he and I and our communities are on relatively good terms. So it's just kind of like it puts me in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah. Well, I'm never gonna put any pressure on you because I don't really give a shit at the end of the day. Like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope that remains the case. I really do. And hopefully none of them are watching you right now, because the last time I had a conversation with another big creator who was on relatively good terms with Destiny's community, it resulted in that creator having people show up on their show to tell him that he should stop associating with me and platforming me. So, yeah, a lot of people don't like me there. So, but yeah, again,
Yeah,
I don't really care if other people associate with it, but yeah, hopefully it remains that way. I would prefer you to be on good terms with them than on bad terms.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. As far as like the way that I tried to do is like, I don't know. I just try to be like. I usually try not to be like judgmental against other people, and I say like usually. So if someone is able to like go back and like find a clip of me doing this, and like, all right, you can clip me out of context, whatever. I usually try to make it a rule to not like be uncharitable towards someone who I think is acting in all around good faith, unless they act aggressively with me in the first place. And so I mean, like, right now Destiny and I are fine, so I want to keep it like that as long as possible. And like, obviously, I mean, like, obviously we're fine. You know, we're able to like fuck around and have like combos like like that's fun. You know, I enjoy that.
Then I will stop talking about my situation because yeah, the less that they know that you interact with me, the more likely that it will remain the same.
I mean, like, that's fine. I also, well, I mean, like, I get that, but I also don't want to be like secretive about my relationships. Like, my relationships are probably, I've said this before, right? Like, my relationships are probably some of the most important things to me.
I can imagine. Yeah. I believe that.
Because I mean, like,
me too.
I don't know. Like, as far as like the most important values of mine, like, that's probably the most important. Like, I will try to do everything that I can to maintain a relationship as long as someone is not harming me, right?
Yeah.
Like, usually, like, where, like, I'll try to maintain one up to the point where like they are causing me like intentional and direct harm.
Yeah.
But like, hold on. What? I'm sorry. I just looked over. People in my chat are memeing about the Hulk. All right, that I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hulk. Yeah, no, this is gonna follow me for the rest of my life now. Not even just like as a meme in the next couple. Like, this is gonna follow me for the rest of my life now. So that's wonderful. Making life decisions in the course of a stream. That's cool.
It's
yeah,
what I had to do. It's the only thing I could do to get you to yield on your hate of furries. And at the end of the day, when it comes to the rights of the people that I believe in, yeah, maybe I'll be a little Machiavellian.
Well, I mean, like, listen, I still haven't yielded. It's just that I'm not going to fight the Hulk on it because I know I'll lose.
Yeah, yeah.
But that doesn't mean I haven't
Good call.
moved on my beliefs. It's just that, like, I concede that the Hulk is that is a really, really intimidating thing to deal with. You know.
True. More intimidating than me, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I mean, it's the fucking Hulk.
Can you imagine if the Hulk had a YouTube channel? We'd all be doomed.
Oh fuck yeah, no, for real. I mean, like, that guy, like, he would. I mean, like, hopefully he would be like pretty cool. Like, I don't know, maybe he'd be like.
Yeah.
He'd be like.
He'd be like a cool gamer streamer until one time he has like a real gamer moment and completely goes Hulk and then destroys the entire planet.
He has like a heated gamer moment.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, someone steals a hacker steals all of his V-Bucks. And then he just goes like turns from Bruce Banner into the Hulk and just goes and destroys the entire planet because he just goes on a rampage.
Damn, that would be extremely unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because you know, like, I sort of like I live here. You know, I enjoy being on the planet that's not being destroyed by the Hulk. You know, it's generally one of my favorite pastimes, actually.
Yeah, me too. Having a planet to live on is indeed Very good.
Like I do it all the time.
What you
like
you
all
live
the
on
time.
the planet all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I wake up in the morning and I go, wow, thank God I'm still on a
What?
planet.
You do it all the time too?
True.
Oh my God, we
have so much in similar. We have so much in common. Look at that.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm not gonna like sit here and let you humanize your image after this. Just remember, the Hulk is always lurking there to make sure you stay in line. So there you go.
All right. But I also want you to remember that nothing that I said was logically inconsistent. And someday, when you have to confront the truth that furries, in fact, do not deserve rights, but for the Hulk.
But for the
When
Hulk.
the Hulk when the Hulk can no longer protect you, and you come crawling back to me saying, "Riley, I'm sorry, you were right from the beginning. You have the most base takes, even if it's even if it's too hard for people to hear. Just remember, told you so."
I never will. One thing you should know about me is that if I believe in something, I will die before I give up unjustly. And guess what? Especially when the Hulk's on the line. And guess what? The fucking Hulk, he doesn't die. That dude just keeps on going. He's like literally the most overpowered character in all of the comics universes. It's true. He could probably kill Superman.
Well, then
pretty
maybe I'll
easily.
just give him like therapy, and then he can just chill.
That's not gonna work.
Might.
I don't think it will. I think that'll make him more mad. He'll take that as an offense.
I don't know. I think that like, yeah. What are you gonna do if I get him therapy and then he's just like not angry anymore?
Somebody says the Hulk can't kill Superman. I'm pretty sure that the Hulk could kill Superman. Superman got killed by Doomsday. Obviously, the Hulk could kill Superman.
Okay, I do not know enough like lore about Superman and who's stronger.
Oh
than
wait, here's
who.
a good question for you. Listen, so we've been having there's been a raging war across multiple communities about whether Godzilla or King Kong would win. And I'm interested to hear your position, whether you're correct or incorrect.
I think I remember hearing this. So I'm trying to think. All right, hold on. I don't have an opinion. Can I bullshit an opinion?
Do you not have an opinion, or do you just don't know enough? Because I could educate you on the correct answer if you want.
Oh yeah, no. Just please tell me the correct answer so I can tell you what my
Correct
opinion
answer is monkey win. And the reason for that, and I could tell you the reasons, and never let any fucking lizard liquor convince you otherwise.
Because Scalies do not deserve rights. Yes, of course.
No. The Scalies can have rights. It's just that Godzilla can't look up. Godzilla's neck can't look up. And also Godzilla has tiny arms. And so it's very easy to understand that a monkey would be able to just climb on a building and kill Godzilla with a rock or like the Eiffel Tower, like stab Godzilla in the eye with the Eiffel Tower, which is one of Godzilla's weak points, or a number of other things. And Godzilla couldn't do anything. Wouldn't be able to do anything.
Really quick question, because my chat's bringing up very a really important objection.
Sure.
Now I hear the cannot raise neck, but also lizard with atomic breath.
They always say the atomic breath, but what they don't realize is there's a number of problems with the atomic breath. First of all, the atomic breath would need to be angled up if King
All right,
Kong.
hold on, wait. Can the atomic breath destroy buildings?
It depends on the building. And in most cities, depending on the city that you would be fighting in most cities, buildings are made of concrete. And as we know, radiation does not pass easily through concrete.
All right, but we're not just talking straight radiation. Like we're talking like how strong is Godzilla's breath? Like I don't actually know. I'm just assuming it's not just like nonsense like nothing radiation or like average radiation. Like I assume that we're talking like something with a decent bit of oomph behind it.
Well, true, but remember that okay, so there's a couple of things to talk about with this. With regard to the nuclear breath or the atomic breath, I was always under the understanding that most of the power came from the radiation, the very intense radiation. Now, as we know, atomic bombs, when they blow up, most of the damage to buildings is because of concussive force. But obviously, even with very, very large lungs, comparatively, a lizard is not going to be able to generate the concussive force to knock down buildings. So I don't think that the concrete is going to like be irradiated to the point that it just vaporizes, because that we would have seen that happen with the atomic bomb, and that didn't happen.
So wait, hold on. Are we saying that atomic breath can't melt steel beams?
No, it could probably melt steel beams, but can it? But will it be able to melt concrete buildings in whole? I don't know. The heat? How hot is it? Do we even know?
All right, well, we're looking. Well, hold on. My chat's showing me a picture of Godzilla, and Godzilla is pointing its breath like directly up in the air.
Wait, is it? But is it Godzilla Neo? Because that's cheating. Like, Godzilla Neo is not the one that's in the latest movie.
Hold on. Now wait, are we distinguishing which Godzilla?
Well, yeah. No, it's actually important because there's like a bunch of different versions of Godzilla, and this is the thing that drives me nuts about the lizard lickers. The lizard lickers, these motherfuckers will always, they have 100 different versions of Godzilla that they'll be pick and choose. They're like, well, what about Godzilla Prime 2-3 from the comic book number 352? But King Kong is consistent. King Kong is consistent
evidence.
What's that?
Like, it seems like you're just conveniently ignoring. Like, you don't have a reason why. Like, I don't see any good reason why they couldn't rely on them if it's just broadly Godzilla versus monkey.
I can make
like,
I can make a good argument, because if you
Godzilla.
look at the chart of all of the different versions of Godzilla, you'll notice that a fully movable neck exists in only one iteration of Godzilla. All other versions of Godzilla cannot look up.
Does it?
It does
like,
matter.
all you need is one.
Well, but okay, so if people want to specify, would Neo Godzilla beat King Kong? Well, yeah, but Neo Godzilla is also stupid. Like, Neo Godzilla is a joke, but Neo Godzilla also is only one version.
A joke. Like, I'm not even necessarily trying to own this position, but right now it seems like you just want to ignore.
Let me tell you this.
Evidence
Neo
blows
Godzilla,
the whole monkey argument out of the water.
Riley, Neo Godzilla has a mouth on his tail. This is how silly we're talking. We're talking just silliness. So if we want to do that, well then
wait, hold on. Hold on. So giant nuclear lizard that comes from the sea is not ridiculous, and giant monkey that comes from Giant Monkey Island is not ridiculous, but suddenly mouth on tail, that's where ridiculous is.
Wait a second. This is really simple. No, there's not even, this is not the gotcha you think it is, Riley, because here's the thing. It's about comparative ridiculously, right? Because here's the thing. If we really wanted to just do one of these like silly who would win conversations, then I would go, why put Godzilla against King Kong? Why not put Godzilla against Azathoth from the Cthulhu mythos?
Because the comparison is Godzilla and King Kong.
Right, because Godzilla and King Kong are comparatively in the world, they're in the same bracket of ridiculousness.
Yeah, but that's why we're not comparing Godzilla and Azathoth.
Yeah,
because
and that's what I'm saying. That's why we can't, once you bring in Neo Godzilla, who literally has a mouth, tail, and radioactive crystals that shoot lasers in all directions, you're at the point where we might as well bring in Azathoth.
No, we're not.
Absolutely.
It's still Godzilla. Because Azathoth is not Godzilla.
If 6 out of 7 Godzillas don't have a mouth on their tail and also can't look up, and one Godzilla in like a fan comic where they're like, well, we need to compensate for the weaknesses.
Isn't that a movie?
Neo Godzilla? No, I don't think so. I think it was from a comic originally. I don't know.
It's not Neo Godzilla. It's from King of the Monsters.
Godzilla Neo? Yeah, Neo Godzilla.
No,
it is Neo Godzilla.
I looked this up last time. Godzilla can shoot straight up. It's from King of the Monsters, the newer movie.
Was that Shin Godzilla?
You're asking me like about terminology that I don't know. I'm just looking at picture of movie Godzilla shooting the laser up in the air.
7 King Kongs versus each Godzilla. Oh, that's a fair lineup. The 7 King Kongs versus each Godzilla. Well, we know that 6 of the fights King Kong would win, and the 7th one King Kong would lose because of the tail lasers and the crystals.
Maybe. I mean, like, are we talking about them all facing each other at once? Because I'm pretty sure it only would take like the one Godzilla to kill all of them. Because I don't know, like.
So in this image,
nuclear breath laser seems pretty yikesy.
It is pretty strong, I will agree. But wait a second, in this Godzilla Kings of the Monsters, it does indeed show him with his neck up. But this is new information. I've not seen this one, so I don't know. It's taken this long. I feel like there might be some some limitations that we haven't yet
If we're looking at OG King Kong versus OG
Damn,
Godzilla.
that sounds like some really strong backpedaling you got going on there. Damn, I'm so sorry that you didn't actually do all the proper research on the subject before you brought it up to me to begin with.
No, I asked you. I
Holy
asked you your
shit.
opinion. You said you didn't know and you would just take the correct answer from me. So this is the lizard. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe then I would be willing to grant 5 out of 7 Godzillas would lose to King Kong, and only 2 would. Still, pretty good odds if you ask me. Yeah.
All right.
Damn. Also, consider this. Consider another fact, which is that lizards are fucking stupid and monkeys are not fucking stupid. Monkeys are actually really smart. In fact, we recognize them. We recognize that lizards are one of the stupidest creatures on the planet and that monkeys are one of the smartest creatures on the planet. If you don't think that's an advantage, then you don't...
Are we just calling all reptiles stupid? Like, is Godzilla the same as every
Godzilla
reptile?
is literally an irritated iguana.
I don't know. Are you shitting on, like, Shelly right now? Like,
Shelly?
I don't know. I feel like... Yeah, my tortoise, Shelly.
I don't know you had a tortoise. I mean, but a tortoise is an amphibian, aren't they? Aren't tortoises amphibians or are they reptiles?
I think they're reptiles.
I thought they were amphibians.
Are they? I actually don't know.
Yeah, also, like, no offense, but they're reptiles? Okay. Well, yeah, probably then. I mean, no offense. I'm not, like, trying to shit on them. I'm just saying that, like, reptiles are not very smart. They have other advantages, but they're not very smart. And I do think that intelligence would be a big deal when you're fighting in a city.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if there's, like, a meaningful distinction in intelligence to actually make, like, a meaningful competitive advantage.
Well, let's scroll it back. Would you, if you pit an iguana versus a monkey, who would win?
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
don't allow,
right?
like...
Monkey would pick up a fucking a rock and just smash the fucking lizard.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's also not a fair comparison because, I mean, like, when we're talking about Godzilla versus Big Monkey...
Oh, now
they're,
it's
like,
not fair, but you were willing to grant Neo Godzilla would be a fair fight. It would be a fair fight against normal
Yes,
King
because
Kong.
because we're talking about different Godzillas, not just different reptiles.
What? I can't even follow this. This is lizard liquor logic. This is reptile brain logic. Oh my God. Here
Yep,
we
I'm
go.
sorry.
Here's another example. Okay, fine. If we want to do Neo Godzilla, I still can tell you. You want to give all those buffs? You want to buff it out? Well, then I get to apply a couple buffs to King Kong. And here's what I do. Lead suit Godzilla, King Kong. Done. Literally nothing would work. All you have to do is give King Kong a lead outfit, like a radioactivity suit.
Wait, hold on.
Instantly.
Is there any actual precedent for lead suit Godzilla?
For a lead suit King Kong?
Or yeah, King Kong. Yeah, was that ever actually something that was in a canonical piece that featured King Kong?
I don't know.
No, we have to only stick to like what's canonical.
Well, if it's canonical, well then I'm gonna go. Then hold on, give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna write my King Kong. I'm gonna write the King Kong installment.
King Kong
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm gonna do it right now
All right,
because.
I'm also gonna do it. Yeah, what a pivot. All right, you know what?
Ready?
I'm also
Here we
gonna
go.
write
King Kong. King Kong
Hold on,
went
right,
on
Holy
vacation.
Bible.
Hold on,
The
I'm
New
here. Watch,
Testament
chat, watch,
as
chat,
written by
chat,
Godzilla.
watch. King Kong went on vacation to Krypton and stayed there for a while before he left, before Krypton blew up.
The New Testament.
When he got back to Earth, he had Superman's powers and is now invulnerable. Cannot invulnerable, can turn back time somehow, can shoot lasers from his eyes, has cold breath, which would kill a lizard, which would easily kill a lizard. And then he wins. Then he kills Godzilla and fries all of the eggs for a healthy, protein-packed lunch. Owned. King Kong versus Godzilla 2021. All right, bam, done.
Okay. All right, hold on. I got it. Yep. No, I actually also wrote my new canonical, the New Testament as dictated by Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's the
Which is
bias right there.
canonical.
Mine was written by an artist. Me.
Mine was written by a theologian.
Godzilla is a theologian. I don't think you can substantiate that.
Oh yeah, no, I can substantiate it because in the beginning there was Godzilla. In the end, there was also Godzilla. Also, Godzilla was Jesus. Therefore, this is completely canonically trustworthy.
This feels well, wait a minute. But see, now we're at the point where we're at another conversation we had after this one, which was, would OG Old Testament God be defeated by Azathoth? And I argued that yes. And I think the conclusion was that yes, but I can understand if that might be a little sacrilegious to argue about that. So no need to argue about that if you don't want to. But I do believe that.
All right, hold on. Also, Godzilla was the old gods. There you go.
That you can't just do that.
Yeah, I can.
That's
I did
not
it.
allowed. Yoda versus my unattended plate of food. Literally, did you know Yoda literally ate my piece of pizza the other day? My dog slipped into my room when I went out to get a drink and just went and literally grabbed a piece of pizza off my plate that was sitting next to me. She ate a whole piece of my Detroit deep dish pizza. Oh
my god, that's amazing.
Yeah. So now we know that Godzilla is also the old gods. But guess what? Hold on a second. Problem. If Godzilla is all the old gods, then that would imply that Godzilla seeded the universe, and therefore King Kong would also be Godzilla. So Godzilla would be incapable of destroying Godzilla because you've admitted that Godzilla is supreme. So in this case, your own argument has flubbed you. If Godzilla is indeed the old gods that originated the universe and all life in the universe is their progeny, well then Godzilla certainly can't defeat Godzilla.
Well, sure. Yeah. No.
You've put yourself in a conundrum.
Yeah, it would just be self-harm.
Yeah. So that means King Kong would win by default.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. I mean, like, what
Oh,
you
now
have
you're
to...
not sure. Now you're not sure.
Okay, fine. I'm absolutely sure that that's not the case.
Now you're just professing your surety when it was clear, and all of your followers know this. All of the Riley roundtablers, all of the knights of the Riley round table, all just saw you waver in your commitment, and now, guess what? Their morale is flagging. They're routing. They're fleeing to the side that's winning. King Kong, shouting King Kong, King Kong.
And that sounds like a massive cope there, friend.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
is
that
it
you're on
cope?
the losing side. And you have to cope massively with the fact that you're losing.
Uh-oh, I got something here. No, this destroys Riley's argument. It says nowhere in the Bible did it state that Jesus was not a raptor. Well, if Jesus is a raptor, then Jesus can't be Godzilla because Godzilla isn't a raptor. Godzilla is a mutated iguana.
Oh, well, that's just a matter of interpretation.
Now it's a matter of interpretation. I see.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Now, what's the real cope? Oh, technicality. What's this?
Oh my god.
Why am I being sent this? I'm being sent links.
I also was just sent something. Nowhere in yeah, I think I just got the same thing that you got. Nowhere in the Bible. Jesus was not.
Oh, true. Well, I can't show that. That would cause more trouble, Posadas John. I did see it though, and I did fave that.
Riley, you have to use the Jurassic Park defense. No, I cannot.
The Jurassic Park defense. Chat says that.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Hold on. Someone just fucking sent me the the poll from your chat. In all seriousness, isn't the right word for this. But who won the Godzilla debate? Your own chat voted overwhelmingly that I did.
That's because there's a bunch of lizard lickers in chat. That's just because of the time of day.
Oh, now there's a bunch of lizard lickers in your chat.
Yeah, in my chat. I know. I've been doing. Wait a minute. I, of all people, know how many goddamn lizard lickers there are in my chat. I've been desperately trying to show them how wrong they are before they make a fatal mistake, like gambling on behalf of Godzilla instead of fucking King Kong. They're gonna go lose money. This is misinformation. This is GME all over again.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm just here. Yeah, no, literally all I'm seeing right now in my chat is just cope harder.
I see.
Are you goddamn serious?
Right.
Yeah, keep holding.
Sure.
That's all I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, you know what this is? This is just like GME. All of you are memeing on your Wall Street Bet subreddit with your diamond hands on Godzilla, and then you're gonna wake up with a bad awakening because you're gonna get caught with the bag when King Kong whomps your shit. Whomps
I thought
it.
you were gonna say that. I thought you were gonna say this. You know what this is like? This is like 1984. That's what I was so.
I mean, it
sure
is a
that's what
little
you're-
bit like 1984 in that in 1984, actually, it's not like 1984. I don't really have a.
Yeah,
there's
no,
not
every
a,
time
it's
someone
not
says
really
it's like
like
19. I mean, like you can just say whatever because no one's ever.
it's
actually
very
read the-
Orwellian. Yeah, I'm being censored. Wait, what was that? I just missed that poll. Just take the lizard pill? No. Yuck. Lizards are fine, but we know monkey would win. Please look, you need this? I don't think, what is this? What is that? I've been sent a link. What is this? What is this?
Writing's not.
This is Stan Lee, who would win? Stan's rants? Wait, this is silly. No, I don't care what Stan Lee. You want to know? Oh, I could say something very mean right now, but you want to know? Do you think that it matters what Stan Lee says about who would win? You want to know what trumps your argument? Stan Lee isn't alive anymore. So how can he have an accurate vision of who would win if he couldn't even keep living forever?
Damn, that was. You didn't need to go there.
Well, I mean, it's a serious
that was
business.
Stanley.
Serious business. This is what happened in the first fight. Let's take a look. Oh, we got some evidence in the past. Oh shit! We got evidence from a previous challenge between Godzilla and King Kong, and it looks like King Kong jammed a tree down Godzilla's throat, which is exactly what I predicted. Who won though?
Yeah, which one
Who
was
won?
that?
Who won? Let's see. Oh, this is old school, 1962. Who won? Plot. Let's find out. Oh my god. The next morning, Kong is dropped next to Godzilla at the summit of Mount Fuji and the two engage in a final battle. Godzilla initially has the advantage due to the atomic heat ray and nearly kills Kong. After knocking Kong out with a devastating dropkick and tail blows to the head, Godzilla begins burning the foliage around Kong, trying to cremate him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning from Thundercloud strikes Kong, reviving him and charging him up. The monsters resume their fight, making their way towards the coastline and destroying a Tommy Castle before falling off a cliff together in the Pacific Ocean. After a brief underwater battle, only Kong resurfaces from the water and begins to swim back towards Skull Island. There is no sign of Godzilla. Canonically, King Kong won! You motherfuckers didn't know the truth! All along, the ancient text supported me. Monkey strong. Monkey win. So your polls don't mean anything. This just goes to show, just like political polling. No. No. Not after what I've been subjected to. Not after the hate when I was right.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead.
So that all sounds really good and all.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds a lot like a anecdote Andrea bullshit right there. Because I have to ask the question. In that instance, was that a King Kong? Or was that a Godzilla that was able to look up?
I don't know.
Seems like a pretty important fact there, considering that we kind of already got around considering that we already sort of talked about the issue where.
Well, no, that would mean you'd be granting my argument that in five out of 7 cases, King Kong would win. That means you'd be ceding the argument to my original argument.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily what we need to prove, though. I think that's all. Wait, hold on. Did I actually ever disagree with that? Fuck, I just died.
Damn, true. You did die. That's because you lost a life from my awesome argument.
Fuck, I think that you're right. Okay. All right, sure. Yeah, I'll concede that, like, in 5 out of the 7 instances that King Kong will win.
Excellent. All right. We can reach peace. And thank you, chat. Look at that. At the end of the day, you all voted against me out of spite, but even RGR agreed with me. So don't you all look like fools? Don't you all look like fools, chat? Fools. I'm gonna give my chat a fucking whooping later. You disagree with me, but that doesn't matter because the facts don't care about your feelings, you lizard lickers. There we go.
Nice. What have you been up to?
Today? Today I did a big fucking drama mama. Ooh, fancy stuff. It's gonna be up probably tomorrow, I'm guessing. I don't know. We did a drama mama on the whole Joss Whedon situation. You know about that?
No, what's going on with Joss Whedon?
Joss Whedon has like a lot of allegations against him now, and basically the entire female
cast of Buffy has come out to either support allegations or make allegations of their own. So that's pretty rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about Joss Whedon. Like, I don't follow like major Hollywood characters too much to begin with.
Yeah. I do a little bit.
Fuck. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Not dying.
What are you
All
playing?
right, sorry. Hold
What are you
on.
playing,
I'm
by
just
the
doing
way?
I'm dealing with a very difficult boss right now.
What are you playing?
I'm playing ESO or The Elder Scrolls Online.
Elder Scrolls Online. I played it a
Fuck.
little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I played it for like, honestly, I played it since launch, so I'm pretty decent. And now I'm carrying my team.
Hey, that's
Clench.
awesome though.
Yeah. I figured that like if I'm going to get, I mean, like I enjoy generally like I enjoy doing like gaming streams because I'm just able to like chat with like my community and just like be more chill.
Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like I've just kind of needed lately. Like it's just been I don't know. Like I've just been like super stressed with a lot of things I've been going through.
You do
Not
a lot of
necessarily in
stuff.
like a bad way. I mean like some things have been stressful. I don't know. Maybe like Valentine's Day was stressful on me because I'd recently gone through like not a breakup, but like I stopped seeing someone who I was like
Aw.
romantically inclined towards, and that was like rough.
That's tough.
Yeah, I don't know. What'd you do for the National Single Awareness Day?
National Heteronormativity Reinforced with Consumerism Day.
Also that, yes.
Yeah. No. Not much. I streamed my. I did a video game stream. I do my Sunday video game streams. I did my review of Darkwood, which is fantastic. That game is amazing. I did a proper review because one of the things I'm trying to do is occasionally I'm gonna do during my Sunday gaming streams, I'm gonna do reviews and then I'm gonna post them on my channel, so I have like a little bit of media review stuff. Oh, sick, Danny. Oh, it looks like the edited review is uploaded now. Really awesome.
You have someone doing anything for you?
Yeah, Danny Fallon is my editor, and
nice.
He's very talented. So I also have a TikTok editor, Alora.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
cool. So yeah, it's really really good.
How's the TikTok been going over? Like, I have one, and I upload sometimes. Like sometimes, if my editor gives me cool stuff to upload there, I'll upload a little bit. But like, how much has it actually been helping you out?
Well, so far it's really small. We only just having crossed the 5K, we set out. So in my 5K stream, I set up a bunch of new goals for the channel. So basically, I've just made it a thing on my channel that every time we cross like an arbitrary threshold that we pick, we will talk about, like we'll pick new goals basically. And let me see. I can tell you what my goals are right now if you're interested. I don't know if you're interested in that sort of thing, but I can share them with you.
I mean, like, I'd be interested, yeah. Just because like I'm always trying. Like I've been just trying to figure out lately. Oh fuck, we beat the boss. Yes. That was tough. I did actually have to carry that entire. But yeah, like no, I'd be really interested
Where
to
the
hear
hell
like
did I put my goals document?
Like what you're doing with your channel as far as like goal setting.
Yeah,
Because-
let me find, where the hell did I put it though? I had it here. Hold on. Is it open?
Also, I don't know. At some point, I've got to talk about the whole trans athlete thing because I was planning on talking about that today, and that's just a mess.
Yeah. God, there's been a lot of talk about that. PragerU just did a video on it. We dunked on it last night. It was pathetic, of course, but
Oh, cool. Is it just like anecdote, Andrea bullshit, and like single,
yeah,
like one-off instances and like a ton of fear mongering? Or
Yep.
does it actually have any meaningful arguments?
nothing. In fact, we even found out that the girl was fucking lying about what she claimed. So like she claimed
wait,
that like
what?
the girl in the video was like, oh, like I made it to the championship and then two men beat me who called themselves women. But as it turns out, she didn't actually qualify. But by her logic, if they hadn't been performing, she would have qualified and then she would have won it. It was pathetic, and it was two black trans girls
I think
specifically.
I heard about her. Yeah, she
Yeah.
did like a video with Alliance Defending Freedom. Yeah, literally, she's just
So
been
bad.
going on a circuit. Like they only have one really good example, and just everyone's been amplifying it to death.
Yep, it's
Um,
pathetic. It's actually
yeah, no.
pathetic.
If you watch the Alliance Defending Freedom video, I'm not sure, like I haven't seen the PragerU video, so I don't know what they do with it. The Alliance Defending Freedom one is particularly bad because like they animate everything, and so like they will animate the trans girls who are discussed to be like as manly and as like
of course they do
versioning as possible. You know, like they give them
So
giant
bad.
bulges, they make them like overly muscular, they make them like brutish, like it's just really really
disgusting.
bad. You know.
Yeah, that's
like it
terrible.
honestly does more to tell you about what this is really about than anything that they say substantively, because like at the end of the day, what these people are really arguing, like I think that like my take on this at this point is that like a lot of this, like, is there technically more nuance to be had in the discussion? Yeah, but most of the people who are making this, like who actually go around making these current arguments, have never looked at any of the fucking literature on this, right?
Yeah.
Most of them have never opened this up in their entire lives, and you'll have like one or two people, like fucking the Paradox Institute guy, come across every now and again. Fuck, I just got immobilized. That's not
It's
good.
okay.
I'm about to die.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm getting insta-killed. Oh, but what was I saying? Yeah, you'll have like one or two people come across every now and again and try to like mischaracterize what the literature actually says, but most of these people don't care about what the literature says. They just want to like use this as a proxy to say that trans women aren't women.
Yep, that is basically what it always boils down to. It's pretty pathetic. Like the conversation that could be had is basically like, okay, what about in like edge cases? What do we do in these edge cases? There's a discussion that you could actually sort out, but nobody cares about that. It's pathetic. Yeah. I found my goals document, by the way. So
cool. Yeah.
here's what we did. So at 5K, so I had a previous goals document, which we met all of the goals with one minor exception, which is just something small that I have to adjust for. But you're gonna looks like I'm being threatened by members of your community for my speaking of the truth. I see now. I'm being threatened by the RGR community. Yeah, for speaking the truth about the Kong versus Godzilla. Your members of your community are now flooding and brigading my videos and threatening me that they're going to attack me in the future.
Damn,
my God,
well, I mean,
disgusting behavior from the RGR roundtable.
Damn, well, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe it's ethical to be able to bully people offline. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe if you're the kind of person who actually...
Go back. Don't start talking about that. Go back. No.
I'm sorry. All right, I had to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you had to.
Also,
I knew you knew more about the situation than you thought.
Well, I said I watched a little bit of it.
You're bringing in the Destiny arc.
Oh, God.
Yeah, listen.
Pixie explains, I'm a member of RGR's community. I'm going to keep growing my platform. Then one day I'm coming for your demon mama to debate Kong v. Godzilla. Oh, shit.
I'll be ready.
Pixie's coming for you.
And I'll have even more evidence on my side by then. Aw, thank you, Jeena. So here's our goals. So we have formalized podcast process. So one of the things I want to do is I want to start putting all of my VODs out as a podcast as well. So that, because there's a lot of people who really would like that. And I like put out feelers to the audience, and a lot of people said they would really appreciate that, especially for people who are at work and stuff like that and want to listen in the future.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
Podcast. We're going to just turn our video VODs into podcast format, so that like audio podcast format, which of course there's going to be some things which people won't be able to see on the screen. Kind of sucks, but the goal is to be able, for people who do listen to them, we want people to be able to access them as easily as possible. So we're that's one of the big goals that we set up. The next one is we're working on a channel trailer, because we don't have like a proper channel trailer, and we really want one. Then we decided that we are going to ramp up to posting one TikTok per day. It's probably going to be a little bit more than that, because TikTok is weird and you need to do responses. So we're probably going to have like little quick responses that we're going to post more frequently. We want to do one full History Mama segment, because I've only ever done one History Mama and it was really popular, and I want to do another one, but History Mama takes a lot of work. So, yeah. Then we are going to add a special color to people who support us on all platforms. So if they're Patreon, YouTube, and website, then they're going to get a special name in our Discord. So that's just like a subscriber bonus. We're going to work on the Patreon. The goal is not to like have any exclusive content for Patreon, but to have it be like a secondary hub for information and stuff so that people can use it if they're already comfortable with the environment of Patreon. We've set a new subscriber goal, which is 10K. We're doing real good at that. We're about halfway. We're at about 6.3, I think, last I checked. We've been doing really, really good lately. So that's great. Slow and sure, but we're making it. And then we are going to aim to try and get on at least one non-politics like panel show. Well, not non-politics, but non-debate. So like train wrecks, drunken peasants, cold ones, any of those like non-debate panel shows we want to aim for. And then we wanted to do a collab with a couple of people, but specifically with Hannah Reloaded, because I've wanted to, but I haven't had an opportunity to do a collaboration with Hannah Reloaded, and I really like Hannah. So.
Yeah, no, that sounds cool.
Yeah, that's what we've been working on over here with the TikTok. My TikTok is pretty small right now, but we're thinking that today we did our first ever TikTok response segment. So basically, people sent TikToks that they wanted me to respond to. I watch them, and then I do a response to it, which we're going to put up on the channel as a response to their video. Yeah, that's going to be, we're going to see. I've heard TikTok is huge. Like, I talked to Vosh about it, and apparently that's been massive. So hopefully we'll have some luck with it. But we're putting a lot of work into it, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, and I certainly hope that you're able to do something good with it.
It's a weird format.
Is this what you do full time?
Yep.
Question mark, or do you have like another job that you do?
Nope, this is what I do now, full time. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, I stream 4 days a week. I do pretty long streams. Today I've done approximately 7.5 hours on stream.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, I do pretty long streams. Yeah, but we've been having fun with it. So I mean, like, that's really good. Like,
if you're able to, then it's good. Like, I know that logistically it's better for like algorithms and whatnot to do longer streams. Yeah, obviously. I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to figure out like where I want to end up with my streaming content, because like, I don't know, it's a weird situation. Because like, yeah.
Well, you got a lot of other stuff you're doing, and plus you're in school too, right? So like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be able to do it. Like, I don't think I'd be able to do what I do. You know, if I was still in college or whatever. I mean, but again, also like, I don't know.
You said you worked at a Fortune 500 company. Though,
I did in the past, yeah. Actually,
what was that like?
Pretty shit, honestly. Like, it kind of sucked.
Was it just like whatever?
Just sales, just doing sales. I mean, I almost worked for Microsoft too. I got offered a real sweet deal with Microsoft, but it didn't work out basically because I chose at the time. I was like, okay, I take this job with Microsoft and I go live in North Dakota, in the middle of nowhere at their new campus, doing sales for a lot of money, but in the middle of nowhere near nobody that I know, or I keep working on. At the time, I was writing, you know. So I said, you know, at the time I was like living with a best friend of mine, who was really well off and was just like, yeah, like if you want to work on writing, you should do that. And I was like, okay, yeah. I mean, I would rather not go live completely isolated away from everyone else. So I turned that down, and I don't know. Sometimes I kick myself. Sometimes in the past I would have kicked myself for it. But at the end of the day, I ended up doing this, and I really like doing this. I think I'm pretty good at streaming, and I'm really, really interested in taking my channel as far as I possibly can. So we'll see how it goes. But I got a lot of drive for it. Ambition is definitely not in short supply. So, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally get that.
Yeah, I worked for well, I guess I shouldn't say the company name, but I worked for a pretty big car rental company, and did sales for them, and was really good. I have like a literal box of sales trophies from what I was very, very good at that.
Nice.
But I did it for 5 years, and it was depressing, to be completely honest. And eventually I got to the point where I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, the company was changing in some ways, and in other ways it was exactly the same. And it was a lot of work, and there wasn't much room for advancement. The thing that they don't tell you a lot of times is that, like, it's really weird. A lot of these companies don't promote salespeople who do well. If you do really well, they don't want you to leave sales because you will make them a lot of money in a sales position. They don't want you to move up to a management position because then you're not selling anymore. And, you know, they can just have somebody else be a manager, somebody who's not so good at sales, but good enough that they understand the system. You know, it's very weird. And so I didn't really realize this until it was too late, but I was like, by being as good as I was at sales, like as in, you know, I worked at 2 separate locations for this company, but at the first location I worked at, I was literally like the best across 3 states. I was number 1. And like as a result, like I kind of had cucked myself unintentionally. And when I started to realize how corrupt like the whole like sales world was, and also like, there was a lot of other really fucking uncomfortable and weird shit. Like, it gets really weird once you start getting invited to like special events and stuff like that, because they want you to like, you know, get you in on their like inner circles, and it gets really fucking weird. And there's some just like, I don't know, a lot of unethical behavior and a lot of like wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of stuff that I just wasn't comfortable with anymore. Yeah, so I ended up leaving that industry, and I'm glad I don't work in it anymore, but I did learn a lot. I certainly learned a lot from it. And I also happened to learn a lot about stocks and investments, because part of their whole thing was that there was like, stock share, there was profit sharing, and you were like, as an employee, each year you would be awarded with, if you were like a top performing employee, they would award you with stocks. And it was certainly interesting, and I learned a lot, but I would never want to go back to sales ever. It's just I don't know. It's a terrible industry, and it's highly exploitative, and yeah. But some things were good about it, for sure. Yeah. Definitely was a learning experience. I've worked a million jobs like over the course of my life. While I was working in sales, I also worked like 2 other jobs. In fact, at one point I like went down to part-time at my sales job and worked an IT job at a hospital at the same time, because really? I was hoping for the benefits. Yeah, that was when I was, that was when like I basically had decided that I was gonna like, or I was starting to think about potentially transitioning, you know, full, because I've talked about this a couple times on stream, but I actually like sort of de-transitioned at one point for a while, because shit was really bad. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. It's like, it's ancient history now, but it was like, basically I just had no familial support. And so I kind of de-transitioned, and I had like this really bad, like period of my life where I was like, like I can't, like what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? I'm destroying my life. And so I just like threw away my HRT, literally. And then I was like, but I was starting to like think about doing it again. So I wanted to have better healthcare. And so I got this job at a hospital. And then that ended up being a good thing. But it worked out that I ended up going back to full-time with the sales job in the long run. It very complicated. So I've worked a million different jobs over time, which has given me a lot of experience and a lot of learning. And I don't know, some insight onto a lot of industries. Yeah, I worked for a major airline for a while, like on the runway as a baggage handler and stuff, just as a side job. It was wild. Yeah, so I've done some wild stuff. And before I worked in sales, I worked in film. I worked in the film industry, although specifically I did a lot of sports video at the time because that's what was available. And those jobs were awesome. Now, those jobs were hard as fuck, but they were much more rewarding because it was like super creative work. Yeah, I did work 3 jobs at one time. At one point, I was working part-time at the sales job, full-time at the IT job in the morning. So I would go mornings at the IT job. I would have an hour between my full shift at the IT job, and then I would go work night sales at the sales job. And then occasionally on weekends, I would also pick up shifts with the airline. So it was a lot. I would never do that again unless I had no choice. That was miserable.
Absolutely Absolutely. I mean, like, it's a lot, right? I mean,
Oh,
it's
it's
cool
horrible.
because a lot of people who do this kind of work online don't really. Here's a hot take: probably a lot of them haven't actually worked a lot of jobs like that. So it's good to actually kind of like ground your experience and like, I've worked a lot, like a wide variety of jobs, and I can relate to a lot of people's experiences, and not just like doing I'm giving these takes because I don't actually understand, the like working class struggles and all that,
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like I definitely have had like the just unbelievably scraping by. Somebody asked, when the fuck did you sleep? Not much. At that point in my life, I didn't sleep very frequently, and sometimes I would literally just sleep in my car.
Yeah, no,
pretty
I
normal.
get the feel of you need sleep anyway. Like, the fuck is sleep?
Yeah, it was a lot easier for me in the past. I just could do it without sleep. I mean, not always, but I was much more resilient. Now I'm just like, nah, fuck it, it's not worth it. I can't do it. I'd be miserable, and I would rather not be miserable than. But at that time, I had more energy. I mean, I definitely destroyed my body in some ways, doing all that work, but that's life, right? That's capitalism. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, so it's yeah, I don't know. I've had some interesting experience, and I mean, there were some cool things I got to do. I mean, it was only because I was working the airline job that I got to go. I was able to pull together this ridiculous opportunity where I got to meet Penn and Teller, the magicians.
Wait, no, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Oh, Penn and Teller, like world famous magicians, also did a bunch of like skeptic stuff, and like Penn, they did a show called Bullshit that's really good, like classic. Basically, they go and debunk con men and stuff like that. Really amazing show. Was really popular. Like it had, I think it was run on like Discovery or TLC. I think it was TLC originally, and then it got picked up by Netflix later when Netflix started streaming. Anyway, they did Penn was doing a Kickstarter, and it was super expensive to buy in at one of the high levels. So me and a friend came up with like a scheme where we were going to use my flight benefits to leverage the cost, because the flight benefits that you get for working for an airline are pretty good. And so we split the costs of the really high not Patreon, Indiegogo or whatever it was, I can't remember, the Kickstarter tier, which got us like VIP seats at a show and like 3 nights as the guest of these famous magicians. Like, I mean, when you go to Las Vegas, they are like the resident performers of the Rio casino in Las Vegas. Like, literally, you fly into Las Vegas and you see their images are giant billboards on the side of the hotel. So we got invited as their guest, and the only thing we had to pay for was flight benefits. But I had flight benefits from working at Delta, so I pulled together this whole thing and got to have this crazy stupid experience where I got to have dinner with one of the most famous magicians who's ever lived. Got to ask him all kinds of stuff. He signed a Bible for me.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, we stole a Bible, and then from one of the Gideon's Bibles, and he signed it for us very sacrilegiously. But he's big atheist guy, so and that was cool. He even recorded a little segment for my friend who was back home, and super cool. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was worth all the shit I had to do to pull that off. But yeah, it was kind of cool, and that experience was definitely awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I've done some wild shit. Yeah. I've not worked in every industry. I've just worked in a couple. Okay. Have I been to the moon? No. Jesus, you're all trolling me now.
Yeah, no, you're totally fine. I mean, like, I don't know. I haven't had nearly as many experiences quite like that. But I mean, like, I don't know. When I was living in the South, I was kind of bouncing around from place to place for a while, and like, it wasn't like a lot of crazy experiences, but it was kind of like just experiences that ended up being very memorable because of like the absurdity of the situation. Like, I remember there was a point where I was living down in a place called Conway, Arkansas. The reason I was living there was because I was previously living with a friend, Tobin, who was in the Air Force. I lived with him because I didn't have anywhere else to go after I after my previous job had ended for reasons we don't have to get into here.
Sure.
And so I moved in with him, but then he ended up getting deployed because he was in the Air Force. So I had to find somewhere else to live. And I ended up moving in with a trans girl who I had met locally. We were at similar stages in transition. Her name at the time was Faith. Now it is Emily. And like
Cool name.
Yeah. But like
that's
oh
my
god, I just got my thoughts derailed. Oh, but like when we were living together, it was just kind of like we were. It was absurd because we were living in a half of a duplex. And we were both, because at that point, I think that my main source of income was just driving for Lyft. And so it was me driving for Lyft. She was working a minimum wage job at a bookstore because there were not many places that would hire trans people because, you know, Arkansas, the South, also this was before Boss, Sockville, Clayton County, so you could still discriminate on the basis of gender identity in terms of employment.
Fuck.
So that wasn't great.
Yeah.
And it was absurd because like we were living in half of this duplex and we had no furniture in the entirety of it, like in the living room, in the kitchen, in one of the bedrooms, and then literally all of our stuff was just in the back bedroom. And that looked like the equivalent of like a college dorm room, right? Like that's essentially the feel that it had. And this wasn't necessarily like a bad situation. You know, we were both kind of acknowledging like, oh, we don't have a lot of means right now. You know, we're just kind of getting by. So, you know, like we made the best of it. But like it led to crazy situations. Like there was one time where, you know, we had been living together. I think this was after about a month of living together. So about 2 months of knowing each other. And she really liked basketball games. And so we were one day just like out shopping, getting groceries. And we saw Nintendo Switch and we happened to have a little extra money, like more than we normally had. And so she was like, oh, I really want that. And I was like, go get it. Like, yeah, we have the money. And like, if you want it, then like, yeah, totally go get it. And so I talked her into buying the Switch. And that was like one of the happiest days that she played that thing like all night. Right.
That's so awesome.
But then, but then like the absurdity of the situation is that I think like 2 weeks later, she had to go to the hospital because trans healthcare, you know, you go and you get like a blood test and all that good stuff. And she ended up being charged randomly like $300, and we had already withdrawn at least out of her bank account that month. And so we didn't want to get another overcharge fee. So basically we were put into a position where we had to sell the Nintendo Switch to be able to afford enough food for, I think it was like the week or something. We had to just make it like about another week or so. But it was just kind of like the absurdity of the situation. Because like it comes across as like kind of sad. But like nowadays we talk about it, like I'll call her up every now and again. And it's just kind of like she's in a much better position now. And obviously I'm in a much better position. But just kind of like one of those things where it's like, it's so absurd that literally we had to like sell this Nintendo Switch to be able to afford like food for the week. That wasn't, now mind you, that wasn't fucking Burger King nuggets, because if you're really trying to scrape by for food, like the pro tip is if you have nothing, like ramen is usually like the easiest get. Like you can do a million things with ramen.
Yeah,
right?
Ramen is so empty.
Oh yeah. But like another really good thing is like Burger King nuggets.
Burger King anything, to be completely honest. If you get a coupon sheet for Burger King, you can get more food than you could believe. You know, it's fucking like $12 to get 3 Whoppers, 3 cheeseburgers, and 3 small fries with the fucking coupon.
Wait,
That's a hack.
what?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
it's nothing.
Amazing.
Yep. BK with a coupon, you can't get cheaper food than that. I mean, it won't necessarily be warm because Burger King employees apparently don't know how to heat the food up, but that's probably Burger King's fault, not the employees. So.
Yeah, but what was I saying? So like it's just like one of those things where it's like it's absolutely absurd, but I look back on it and it's just kind of like those situations. There's like a lot of others that I don't know, like are important because I feel like they to some extent like ground me, you know.
Hell yeah. Yep.
Because it's like, oh god, what's happening right now? Oh fuck, someone died. Oh god, not good. Sorry, I'm also
You're
just
fine.
carrying my team again.
It's all good.
As happens. This is not an abnormal occurrence. But yeah, I don't know. It's like that experience. It's like the experience when I was working down the South with the nonprofit that I talk enough about, so I won't bring it up again. Like it's weird because like when I was going through that position in my life, like I knew I wanted to go to law school. I never expected that I was going to be like where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy you're able to do that. It's like awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like weird to kind of think about because it's like I don't know, like so like for example, a couple of the people that like people at the nonprofit that I used to work at, right now I'm just meandering, so you can stop me if I'm just like
No,
going like I'm
please
just
tell
kinda,
me.
yeah. So like the place where I used to work, there was a hot point in my life where I was very close to just committing to like taking over there full time as the program director and just like
Wow.
living in Memphis and just becoming a Southern like a trans advocate in like the South.
Wow.
Like for the like there was like a hot period where I was tempting to do that. But it's just kind of weird to think about because I mean like one of the biggest reasons I came up to the Northeast was so I could be able to get involved in politics and like, hey, look at that. I got legislative and state externships. Like I got
Oh,
my
yeah.
foot in the door. Hooray. But it's kind of weird. Like I always wonder like about people either in those positions or how my life in particular would have gone over if I would have just stayed down there, you know?
Yeah. It is wild to think about some of those things. I mean, there's like a million points in my life where I'm like, oh shit, what could have happened if this went differently? You know? Like,
Yeah,
oh God.
but
I've lived
right.
all over the country. So, I mean, I have a very, I'm a very, I don't have a typical like story, I think, for most Americans. I've lived in basically every region of the United States at some point. I've basically just drifted from place to place over time. I mean, I spent a lot of time in my home state. My home state being the one that I grew up in, not the one that I was born in. I was born here on the West Coast, but I grew up on the East Coast in New England, and spent a lot of time there. But once I left the house, after that, it's just been all over the place, following work and doing whatever I can do to, you know, to stick around. But yeah, it's wild. So wait, how old are you again?
I'm 24. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm looking at all my Twitter notifications and all the ones from the Hulk debate. The Hulk furry debate are actually are pretty solid.
Oh my God, I have a million too.
Oh my God.
1984, everything got us. Oh shit.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh shit. By the way, they are my child. I'm very proud of them. They like literally. I remember when it happened. I just tweeted out someone needs to make a 1984's everything account, and suddenly they sprung into life, and I was like, go forth and prosper, my child.
Oh my fucking God, that's amazing. I love it.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm gonna go talk about the PragerU fucking video, or maybe Vosh's take. I don't know. I need to talk. I just need to talk about trans athletes because, dear God, everyone's talking about trans athletes.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the trans athletes.
Vosh did. Oh well, first I did it. I was the one who did the PragerU one first, and then Vosh cribbed my cover. Just kidding. But yeah, Vosh did it this morning, and then yeah, I mean, you should. It's PragerU gets enough views. It's not like you're gonna be doing anything wrong by fucking calling them out for their bullshit.
I think. Or I mean, technically, if you want to, we could just talk about it here.
Yeah, I mean, like the video or the thing in general, like,
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of research on it. But...
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, here, let me just ask you because I mean, like, so basically, there are kind of two different ways that the conversation usually goes for me insofar as like trans athletes are concerned. One direction that I often see them going in is like the much more let's say the more nuanced take, like the actual, like the one where we actually look at the literature, see what it says based on its totality, and try to make like nuanced legislative policy decisions based on whatever it says, or based on whatever available evidence we have. And then there are the people who are acting like they're like they are propagating beliefs which have like the force of factual accuracy behind them, but which are mostly fueled by biases and bigoted beliefs, right?
Yeah.
And I think that these are like meaningfully distinct from one another, and I think that Vosh actually pointed this out like pretty accurately earlier as far as I saw. Because I mean, like most people who are arguing that trans athletes should not be allowed to compete, like most of them have never actually looked at the literature. Most of them haven't looked at the literature on what biological sex is. Most of them haven't looked at the studies on trans athletes and how HRT affects them. Like none of them have ever looked at any of these things. And usually when I see people try to justify the beliefs that, oh, there's an inherent athletic advantage that all trans women must have over cis women, Usually what will happen is they will try to post hoc rationalize that belief by searching for things afterwards. And if you go through and actually address those arguments, they won't actually self-recognize that, like, the validity of the criticisms of their previous arguments. They'll just move to another one.
Yeah, and they
because
also
don't actually care.
never, ever talk about trans men because that's very inconvenient for them.
Oh yeah, no, they would never talk about trans men.
Yeah, they never
Are
do.
you aware of? I can't remember his name. It's the guy. It's the trans guy who was he's a high schooler. He was forced to compete in women's wrestling.
In Texas, right?
Because
I think it
of
was Texas.
because of a transphobic sports policy, and he actually ended up winning state in women's wrestling.
Yep.
And it's funny because his picture is usually cited by TERFs because it looks like a guy wrestling a woman. They're like, oh, well, this cis man self-identified into women's sports. Well, clearly he's gonna this is what the trans is all wanted all along, when literally it's an example of like transphobic sports policies creating instances where you're gonna have men competing against women and dominating. Go fucking figure.
Yeah, it's really rotten. And again, like I tend to agree with you. I think that next almost 0% of conversations about trans people in sports are actually based on any studies, because if you actually go to the studies, there's just nothing, there's no controversy. It's not a big deal. It's like, okay, so some trans people might have some advantage in very edge instances where like explosive strength or explosive force is required, but it doesn't seem to be reflected in the data. There doesn't seem to be like a dominance of trans women of any sport, and it doesn't, and so it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. And so like, while there's plenty to be talked about, it's not like a huge emotional shocking issue, which is what it always is talked about as. So most people never engage with it, which would really be like, okay, maybe we should tune these systems a little bit. Maybe we should consider like, not necessarily, instead of segregating purely based on gender, maybe we should consider using different systems. But none of that is what they're ever talking about. What they're trying to do is they're trying to be like, well, this one time somebody's skull got crushed. And it's very emotional. It's very fear mongering. It plays into the same type of panic that moral panic kind of thing about the sanctity of the sport and all this. And that's what happened on the conversation I did on Friday, that we talked about previously when we were talking about your research on your show,
Sure.
which was very helpful, by the way. I really appreciate you being willing to share that with me.
Yeah, no problem.
But that's exactly what ended up happening. It ended up basically being nothing of substance was actually discussed. And all that ended up being was like...
Also, what was surprising was that literally, like, it seemed like everyone was actually in agreement on trans athletes, like, competing in women's. Like, I was actually super duper surprised by that. I thought that a couple other people were going to come out, but literally it was only, and like, unsurprisingly, only
CTV.
Fucking CTV.
Yeah.
The fuck is up with that guy?
He's just angry. He's angry about trans people.
Yeah, also the fact that he has the trans dinosaur as like a thing in his community after he got blown the fuck out for that like dog shit take.
Stupid
like,
take, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's like, I mean, like, it's shitty, but also it's hilarious because, dear God, it's literally like he thinks he's being clever when it's literally the stupidest fucking take I've ever heard. I'm sorry. I don't mean like I'm sorry. It's really hard to not be ableist when literally like that is like that, like literally it's like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to think of like a good equivalent kind of example. It's when someone is shown by other people to have a dog shit take, and yet instead of and it's basically the equivalent of trying to like laugh it up and act like you're not offended when you probably really are fucking hurt by it. You know,
it's like the Wojak wearing the smug face with the tears flowing down behind it.
Yes, it's the fucking coping Wojak. That's exactly what the fuck it is.
Yes, it is.
It's that personified.
100%.
So yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm just taking a little. I just decided to take a little gander at our buddy CTV's Sully Gnome page, which is his Twitch stats, and grim state of affairs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I believe it. Like, I don't know. It's very hard. Like, in my opinion, it's going to be very hard for people like him. And I mean, like, I'm not going to say this about like a lot of like all conservative people, but I think that like you're definitely going to have like a trend, at least of the people who I see who are conservative on Twitch, maybe with the exception of like counterpoints. I don't know. I have a soft spot for him because he cited me as an authority, and I like that. He has appeased my ego.
Damn. Yeah.
But
See,
like
Counterpoints and I have had some bad blood in the past, but after I tore the shit out of his call out video of me, he took it down. So I can respect that. And since then, we've been much more on even pace. For some reason, he really didn't like me early on, like a lot.
Really?
Like he had a real axe to grind with me. I don't really get that, but whatever. It's past. Past is a past.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time we've interacted, it's been fine. I mean,
Yeah.
like I had him on here to talk about police reform, and I mean, like he came off as like very reasonable.
Yeah.
But anyway, so God, what were we talking about? CTV, dinosaurs. Oh, the debate. Or the panel. Yeah, no, it was actually really interesting because like everyone was broadly in agreement. Also, I didn't even consider necessarily like the aspects, like the very human elements. Like, listen, this is literally contributing to suicide, which it does. Like, you look at the literature, and it's like, yeah, it turns out that when you when you single out a child and make it so that they are unable, like, you know, children are already going through a ton of like a ton of really, really rough shit, especially in like high school and early on, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be doubly true for a trans person. This is going to be triply true for a trans person if they're specifically isolated and not allowed to compete with sports consistent with the gender that they identify with.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, and that was I think it was I can't remember. I think it was Trihex who brought this up, that the fact, or it might have been, it was either Trihex or Hutch, brought up the fact that like high school sports especially aren't really about like who wins. They're more about providing community. They're not really about like 100% perfect fairness. It's much more about like, hey, like this is an activity for people to learn teamwork, to learn responsibility, you know, showing up to their practices on time. It's not really about having laser focused perfect fairness. It's actually they serve a social role, and they're meant to teach students how to participate in other things. Now, college sports, you can argue, is all about performance and blah, 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 but that's not really the case for high school. Especially high school is about belonging to a team and working together and working really hard to achieve something. It's not really about having laser focused perfect fairness. And to isolate, again, like you said, that plays into that aspect of like isolating people during an already difficult part of life and isolating them because they're trans. Like, that's ridiculous. Plus also it puts a fucking target on their back, you know, if you're not just allowed to blend in with who you want to blend in with. So
no, I think that that's like one of the most important, but like, could I kind of want to like, I really want to walk people through this because I do feel like, I don't know, my take on this, I'm going to give you a statement.
Okay.
And then I want to defend that statement.
Sure.
If that's fine.
Sure.
Okay. My opinion, and this is what I put out on Twitter, is that there's no credible research suggesting trans women have an inherent, immutable athletic advantage over cis women at any stage of their transition. There is evidence that excluding trans women from women's sports increases their risk of suicide. Therefore, trans women should compete with women. The reason I say that is do you mind if I just like walk us through this? Because I feel like you probably agree, but I just want to be super clear for people who are watching me because I feel like there's a lot of room for misinterpretation. I know that Destiny was actually watching this a little bit earlier. Like I know that Destiny actually like looked at my doc. He didn't say too much about it, but he seemed like a little confused. And so like I am basing, like, I'm not necessarily taking that, like I'm assuming that other people can look at this and misinterpret it as well, right?
Sure. Well,
so basically,
what was the misinterpretation? Just out of curiosity.
Whether there's like, basically if there's no evidence, right? And I think that the misinterpretation is whether or not I'm willing to concede that there are some trans women who have an inherent, who have an athletic advantage. I think that the questions which are most relevant are whether or not they are inherent or mutable.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, for example, if we start with, let's say that we have a giant, I'm just imagining this. I can't do an MS Paint stream.
Okay.
Let's say that we start with a group and that's all trans women. All right. And right now, most laws that are being propagated in states concern all trans women. All right. So the question is like, do laws which say that all trans women should not be able to compete in sports consistent with their gender, and same for trans men and so on, do all those sports have merit? Do trans women have, is the law proper insofar as it is mitigating people from being able to compete who have an inherent immutable athletic advantage? Okay. That's like the Steelman's version, not the one that most people are arguing because most people haven't looked at the literature, but like we're Steelmanning here.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
What's important to recognize is that, like, in legislation, if we are talking about a group, we need to make sure we're talking about everyone in that group. All right. Because what we can run into is if we have situations where a law is being propagated, but it is applying to certain people we do not want it applying to, or it would be illogical to apply it to, then we need to change the law, right? This is a very common, like, legislative discussion. So the question, all right, do all trans women have an inherent immutable athletic advantage? Well, if we start with the biggest group, first we can axe off a ton of people right off the bat, because there are tons of trans women who, well, I mean, because first and foremost, we know that the majority of scientists believe that testosterone is primarily responsible for the difference in athletic results between, like, sexes, men, women, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
Um,
So that would rule out, say, trans women who take puberty blockers and never experience T-fueled puberty.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
which have functionally no statistical advantage whatsoever.
Yeah, no, absolutely none. So we're able to axe all of those people out immediately. All right. So right off the bat, the law is going to have a problem, because it's going to be disproportionately targeting, like, as they are being put forward, these people who literally have no statistical advantage. All right. So let's start there. Then we go on, and then we ask the question, all right, well, what about the remaining trans women? Well, then there are also going to be other people. Like, let's say that we have trans women who then don't go on hormone blockers, but then go through puberty. Okay. At this stage, there's another issue, because the way, and this is kind of the issue where I took with Vosh's take earlier. Vosh's take was essentially, if you have testosterone, you're probably going to have an athletic advantage, or you're most likely going to, like, it's, and he said that it was almost bad faith to imply otherwise. What the literature says is that it's important to recognize that, like, testosterone affects people idiosyncratically, right? It does not affect everyone the same. If you take averages across everyone, you're going to see, like, a broad statistical, like, higher likelihood of having certain advantages over other people.
Yeah.
That's true. But that's on a broad average.
Yeah, it's that's over huge numbers. There's all kinds of, there's scrawny, non-muscular men all over the place. So, and they have tons of testosterone.
Like, yeah, I mean, like, I want us to, like, be very clear about this. If literally the idea that, like, anyone who has testosterone is going to be, like, a giant fucking Chad, the incel movement would not exist. All right. There'd be no one with, like, weak chins or, like, flop or, like, weak are like wrists or whatever people over worry about or whatever. Like, that just wouldn't be an issue, because, like, there's a lot of people who go through a testosterone based puberty who, just because of an aspect of their biology, does not get, like, massive muscles and aren't stronger than most other women, and probably if they turned out to be trans would be able to compete even if they didn't go on hormone blockers, or if they did later on, without any kind of inherent advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
How big that group is, I mean, we don't the literature doesn't specify, but, like, what's important is that, like, we can all recognize that these people broadly exist, right? Like, this isn't something that's, like, crazy to any of us. We all know these people growing up. We all know these people in our lives.
Yeah.
Like, there are just some people who, even though they went through primarily a testosterone-based puberty, did not get rippling muscles and a 6'3" height and a giant athletic endurance, you know?
True. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So then at this level, all right, so we already axed out trans women who go on puberty blockers. Now we're axing out trans women who did go through puberty but did not get an inherent athletic advantage because of like the particulars of their body's response. Yeah, exactly. Then beyond there, now we're getting to the point where we're wondering, okay, what about if we have trans women who go through puberty, testosterone-based puberty, and they acquire an inherent athletic advantage, and then they go on hormone replacement therapy. All right, now we're at this stage. We're talking about a smaller population than the total population of trans people. There's this question of, does hormone replacement therapy decrease or get rid of the athletic advantage that they have? And the answer to this question is going to be, based on the literature, it depends. Again, probably on the idiosyncratic nature.
Well, it depends on multiple things, right? Because it not only does it depend on their body, but it also depends on what sport.
Yeah, no, it also depends on what sport.
Because there's some sports where the difference in advantage between cis men and cis women is negligible. I remember from the even from the December paper, like rowing is like there's like a 5% difference, I think. Right? 5 or 10%.
And I mean, like, I wouldn't pay too much stock into like into the December paper. Like, Jangles is going through and like tearing that shit to shreds. Like, it's not trustworthy.
Sure.
A pretty decent study though, for example, is like there was an Air Force study in, I believe, 2019, which evaluated the athletic performance of a large cohort of trans women in the Air Force. Now, there are problems with that study. Like, they measured people at different points throughout the year. They didn't sync it up necessarily to when people started HRT. So there are lots of problems with the study itself. But as far as like available data, it's about as good as it gets at the moment. And what it does show are two things, right? TERFs can misinterpret it to say that like it shows that even after going on HRT for a year, that trans women will still have an inherent athletic advantage. And what the study found was among the people that they measured, that there was still an athletic advantage, like a slight athletic advantage in, I believe it was like running or other, like some other form of athletic performance. But they were able to show that there was a marked decrease in athletic performance between 1 year and the next. And what the study recommends is for trans women to compete in sports, just for them to take longer, for HRT to be able to do what it needs to, right?
Sure.
And so
seems reasonable.
It's a reason. And then there's another study which was done on 8 trans women running before and after transition, and it found that there was no meaningful difference between running compared to the gender that they identified with both before and after transition. And so essentially what we have, and the way that I'm interpreting this, right, is that this is probably a result of like the idiosyncratic nature of testosterone. Just insofar as like you have someone who, based on a ton of factors like what you described, also based on things like past history, if you power lift for 10 years, you know, if you power lift for 10 years and you get like super massive swole, and then you figure out that you're trans, oh, hey, good for you. You might need a little bit more time on HRT to be able to like get rid of any quote unquote inherent athletic advantage that was acquired to you by virtue of the fact that you were hopped up on testosterone for a long time.
Yeah.
All right. You might need a little more time.
Somewhat intuitive that if you have like a lot of muscle mass, then it would take a while for that muscle mass to break down.
Yeah. But also it's important to recognize that there's probably going to be some trans women who do not need that long, right? Like I mean, all right, fine. Anecdotal Andrea bullshit. I literally did college football. All right. I literally did college football. People can see pictures of me. You know that I'm not like some rippling, like, oh, I have so much muscle going around. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go into women's sports and just destroy women's sports, right? Like, no, you know, like I want really good example is that I went over to get my second COVID vaccination the other day, and I was just standing around and doing what I do, and there was a mom nurse there who stopped me and was like, oh, hey, do you do college sports? And I was like, I just lied on this. I was like, yeah, I do basketball, because I was like, I feel like that's something I do. I'm tall. Sure. Why not? Yeah. She was like, oh, that's so cool. My son, he also plays sports. He's 6'3". You should totally talk to him. And I was like, huh. Very affirming, but also, how do I get across that am gay?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, and so, but it was a really interesting situation, because clearly this woman didn't see me as like, oh, some domineering force. Like, I'm going to go in and destroy women's sport. No, she saw me as like someone who probably had done athletics and like who, you know, like as a woman who competed as an athlete, which is technically true, right? Woman competed in sports. Like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
But like, clearly I'm not walking in and it's like, oh, this domineering, like, you know, the
PragerU caricature.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I'm able to go into sports and people just see me as a woman, and it's like, oh, and I'm able to just go in and be fine, right? And so like, clearly there are people who are able to go on an HRT for a sufficient amount of time, who are able to get rid of any meaningful athletic advantage that was acquired, right?
Yeah.
And that's supported by the literature. And also the fact that there are plenty of like professional trans women who have been competing in sports who transitioned later in life, and they've been fine. They haven't like destroyed the competition, you know? Yeah. And so that's other, like, now we're not just focusing on the anecdote.
Yeah.
You know, we've also directly observed that these people exist, right? People who go through HRT later in life and who are able to compete without like destroying the competition. So now we're able to axe those people out as well, right?
Right.
So at this point, we started with all trans people. We've axed out people who go on HRT or who go on puberty blockers before puberty. We've axed out trans people who did go through puberty but did not get conferred a inherent immutable advantage. We were able to axe out people who do go through puberty, who go on HRT, and because of HRT, eventually lose that inherent advantage. And now we are left with two groups of trans people. All right. We are left with trans people who do not go through HRT, and then trans people who do go through HRT and who take every step that they can to reasonably mitigate their athletic advantage. And after all of that are still left with some kind of inherent athletic advantage, like something, whatever it may be.
Yep.
And for me at this point, this is kind of where we just make the judgment call of saying, all right, listen, there are inherent athletic advantages in sports. I can agree with you to an extent. Like, okay, if we want to like impose like an HRT wait time, you go on HRT for like 2 or 3 years, then I think that that's at least somewhat agreeable because there's like evidence in the literature that like,
I think it's more
you
than
know, we
agreeable
don't divide sports based on chromosomes, you know?
Right.
But there seems to be evidence in literature, like for example, like literally the literature, like this is a direct quote. In contemporary medical practice, there is an ultimo no single solid biological criterion for the determination of sex. Like the literature acknowledges, like, listen, sex, like it's a wibbly wobbly thing. We can't base sports off of it because it's not as concrete as we want to make it out to be.
Yeah, and what are you going to do?
So,
Fucking have everybody take a chromosomal test every time they need to perform? So that's ridiculously expensive and wasteful.
yeah, exactly. And also the literature also acknowledges that like chromosomal sex, there's another direct quote. Chromosomal sex is the criterion to ensure fair competition in sports has been relinquished since there is no evidence that chromosomal pattern has a direct effect on muscle mass and strength. Rather, it's like rather it's all based on testosterone, right? Even if you have chromosomes, because of the idiosyncratic nature of testosterone, you know, you may have XY chromosomes, but if you just happen to be a person who doesn't have a lot of testosterone, or you do, but your body doesn't react to it the same as everyone else, then it doesn't really matter because that's not like that's going to ultimately mean you don't get conferred the same kind of athletic advantage that, like what we're talking about.
Right. Plus, there's situations. There's many intersex conditions that are like what complete androgen insensitivity, where it's like you were born with XY chromosomes, but your body literally is immune to androgens, and so you test by default your body absorbs only estrogen, and as a result, people will go their whole lives without knowing that they had XY chromosomes. It's very, very common with complete androgen insensitivity.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah,
no, I
think there's a rock solid argument, honestly. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I can understand how, like, I think a lot of the contention is going to come from not actually breaking it down and thinking about it on these levels. But again, that's characteristic of the entire conversation, right? That like, these people are trying to push laws that like laser target a minority of the population with the goal of making those people isolated and further marginalized.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and I completely agree because I mean, like, what we're talking about, because like, and the reason I like why I think it's important to go through all the different groups or subgroups of trans women that this conversation naturally entails is because the reason why you can justifiably have a law which categorically excludes all trans women from being able to compete in women's sports is if they have an inherent, like they're like every trans woman has it. If you're a trans woman, you automatically have it.
Right.
An inherent and immutable, you cannot get rid of it no matter what, athletic advantage over cis women, right? That is the only basis. Well, technically that like there's a third that's unspoken if it would be an unfair athletic advantage. I might even go so far as to say that like even if there is, so like technically for even the trans women who go through HRT or who go through puberty and then go on HRT for a long enough amount for like 3 years, but even after that still have some degree of athletic advantage, there's still a conversation about whether or not that's an unfair athletic advantage.
Right.
One example is like, for example, lung capacity. I know that Destiny brought this up like just in passing earlier when he was like looking at my document. But like even there, there's like there's data that shows that even if you like, yeah, you might be able to technically nail like some trans women as having some kind of inherent athletic advantage by virtue of having a larger lung capacity. But also there are various subgroups within society, like different racial categories, which also have shown to have larger like larger lung capacities in other racial groups. And yet we do not do racial segregation for sports because there's some kind of inherent athletic advantage. So it seems disproportionate to try and levy that against trans women in this situation, right?
Yep.
And so like there, I would say like even if there is an athletic advantage, I don't think that it's an unfair athletic advantage when we already permit those kind of athletic advantages to persist in sports. Like Michael Phelps can go and win. Like we let Michael Phelps go and win the Olympics, despite the fact that literally his lungs have more capacity than like most other men, cis men. And yeah, we're like, oh yeah, that's fine. So it seems really weird to say that like to like enforce this disproportionately against trans people, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this argument holds up really well and is very similar to the, you know, it's a much more focused and cleaned argument than what I've used in the past, but that's more or less, you know, more or less what I would say. You know, that's the sort of argument that I would utilize, is saying that, like, first of all, these are clearly not based on any actual evidence, that we don't have any evidence of like trans women dominating sports. And the examples that people bring up, like PragerU, are almost always actually factually incorrect. You know what I mean? And yeah, so, no, I think it's fucking solid. Yeah, you do a better job putting together a formalized argument, but I'm going to, I feel like I have, that this is going to be very valuable to me, because the way that you've laid it out here, it gives me like a really structured framework. I mean, I honestly, I think this is really good. I would love to see, I would love to see you take this to like some of the people, some like, I don't know, super combative people, because I feel like it would hold up. I feel like they would struggle to actually come up with any, like, well, I don't even know what response you'd have. Like, oh, well, okay, so in these small cases, well, then you would need to push for a law that would target very specifically. The only law that you could justify would be a law that would target very specifically, like, a handful of trans women who don't take HRT, who have a measurable statistical advantage. How the fuck are you going to get that data? How the fuck would you ever get that data? We don't even have clear data about advantage to begin with. And there's
I think that,
yeah,
I think that like the only, like right now, I think that the only good faith law that could be passed is some kind of law requiring basically trans people to go on like HRT for a certain, like maybe like 2 years.
Yeah.
Like I think that like that's probably the most best, like the best faith law that's possible. The thing
but
that
even
people
that has
try
issues
to,
in my opinion, because again, we come to the issue of what is the purpose of the sport to begin with. Is that a fair law to have in high school sports, which at max is like 4 years of involvement? You're going to take somebody out of 2 years of that because they might possibly in some edge case have some advantage, and so you're going to cut them out of participating in like college sports, which is or not college, high school sports, which is like a huge cultural thing. You're just going to not let them participate at all, or leave them open to being injured by competing against people who they now have a disadvantage against because they're on HRT. Like, what? Like, do you see?
Yeah,
like,
I think that there's a couple layers to this. The first layer is to acknowledge that like the way that we organize sports right now is not perfect. Like it's not. There are inherent athletic advantage. Like some people are conferred inherent athletic advantages. So you start there, then you go to the idea that like technically this shouldn't be an issue, because if we are doing things ethically, children who are trans and who realize that they're trans, or who might heavily think that they're trans, should be put on hormone blockers. To make sure that this kind of a situation never comes up. And then beyond that, high school sports, 4 years, do we want, like the only situation that we want to make sure that we don't end up in is a situation where someone who realizes that they are trans and who has already gone through, like, let's say that we're talking about like a 17-year-old, someone who's like junior, senior year trans girl, just realizes that she was trans and is coming out, and like has already had like 2 or more years in high school competing at like a highly competitive level. The only good faith concern I could see is like that person just automatically switching over without any kind of like not impairment, check on that ability, right? I think that you can like, and I mean like I'm not saying that there's like necessarily a correct way to be able to go about that. I think that the best faith legislation I could see in that situation is like a waiting period for HRT. But I mean, like there is also a compelling policy reason, like what you brought up, to say that like, listen, they're only in high school for a couple of years. This is a problem where we should have, be trying more to make sure that people in this kind of a situation realize that they're trans early in life and get them on puberty blockers sooner. So maybe there is an athletic advantage, but they just kind of have to bite the bullet on it because, I mean, like, we kind of also failed this person by allowing them to be subjected to an experience which altogether probably was not exactly that great on them to begin with.
Right.
They're already dealing with a lot. So, like, why make life harder than them, increase risk of suicide, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just kind of like laying out the options because, I mean, like, there you're going to have like a much greater area of gray. The reason I bring it up is because, like, that's the only kind of law that I could see being promulgated in like to any degree of good faith. But any law which says blanketly any trans woman, like no trans woman should be able to compete in women's sports, like I think that's patently, I think that's patently laughable.
Yep.
Or not
And-
like I think that is like inherently going to result in disproportionately affecting lots of trans people who we obviously do not want to single out with the law.
Yeah. And also the other thing too is that, of course, all of this it has hanging over it the fact that we haven't even begun to talk about trans men yet.
No, literally, yeah, no, we have not talked at all about because
because that'll
the
like
thing.
the T effect on, like, when you start T, it's pretty rapid that you get. I mean, literally. Like we have laws against taking additional T because it affects you so rapidly. Like, so there you have a problem where if you try to enforce these laws with any sort of consistency, you're going to end up putting trans men in a position where they will have a demonstrable advantage because they're taking T. Like, yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I think that, like, if you zoom out of the situation, the granularity is not worth most of the hassle, and in most, if not all cases, it's worth just allowing people to perform as their chosen gender. That's it. Because otherwise you end up hitting a lot of people who shouldn't be targeted by a law, and that's very hard to enforce these things in a just or fair manner without isolating people for arbitrary reasons or for seemingly arbitrary reasons or opening for abuses of that law. Yeah. Isn't T used in many steroids? Yeah, steroids are testosterone based. Yes.
Trans women should be able to compete with women. I don't see the problem. Maybe I'm idealistic or foolish, but as a cis woman who trains and competes, bring it on. I love challenges. That's the other thing. I also talked to a cis woman on stream the other day about, like, basically there also is like a degree of misogyny baked into a lot of these anti-trans sports arguments.
Yep.
Mind you, so like when I'm making these arguments, I'm responding to basically like the most steelman position, but also, like, to be entirely clear, to be entirely clear, a lot, like, essentially I'm trying to, like, unpack turf logic. This was what I was tweeting about earlier, is that essentially in order to be able to respond to these arguments well, you have to, like, understand the turf mindset and how they propagate them. So essentially, so because a lot of turfs get their, like, primarily their ideology or the way that they think from, like, second wave feminism, which does a lot of, like, gender and biological essentialism, you get, like, a couple layers of bad logic, which is men are inherently both stronger physically than women, more likely to commit acts of sexual assault or rape, and are more likely to overall harm women because of the fact that they are men, right? Like, it is an essential quality of them being men, right? So that's step one. And then step two is, in order to essentialize that quality, it has to be tied in some way to their biology, usually like chromosomes, the penis, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then step three is trans women, in order for trans women to make sense in their ideology, they have to be considered men, because the thing that makes men the dangerous qualities is, like, the either, like, chromosomes or their genitals or, like, the other, like, single facet of their being. And then beyond that, therefore, all of the qualities that were previously essentialized onto men must also be essentialized onto women.
Right.
Or on the trans women, right?
Right.
And
yeah,
so, like,
it's an irrational viewpoint that's highly essentialized and isn't reflected by anything. It's one of those things where it's like, look, the complex answer isn't as easy, and therefore we're going to go for something easier, is what it feels like. It's frustrating. Which also, by the way, this topic, the fact that you said that also just made me fucking have a flashback to a tweet I saw last night that I almost violated the imp's code, but I didn't. So good.
You almost file it. Wait, what's the IMS code? Is that like the equivalent of the cum pledge?
No, oh my god, everybody fucking makes the equivalent. No, IMP's code was a totally different thing.
It's a totally different thing. All right.
It is. It's specifically designed for Twitter. The cum pledge is just like drink more water, sleep, and something else. The IMP's code is specifically a manual for using Twitter. It goes like this. I immediately stop discoursing. Don't discourse with people on Twitter. If there's somebody who you want to talk to who's worth discoursing with, then you should be able to reach out to them and talk to them on a different platform. Because Twitter.
Oh yeah, no, I just tell people to talk to me on stream.
Yeah, talk to people on
absolutely.
stream, on Discord, anything. Do not discourse ever on Twitter. Don't do it. If you want to tweet out your single hot take in a single tweet, go for it. Sure. Don't discourse. And discourse is when you start talking about granular issues on Twitter. Don't do it ever. Just stop. 2. Meme and cream. Pretty self-explanatory. Twitter is great for memes and it's great for creams. So you got your fucking not safe for work accounts you want to follow? Go ahead and do that. You'll find all kinds of great stuff on Twitter.
I didn't want to automatically assume what the creams were.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's the creams. And then the memes is self-explanatory. Twitter, awesome. You retweet a meme, all your friends get to see it immediately and go, ha ha ha. And there you go. It's awesome. 3, promote yourself and your friends. If Twitter is literally an ad platform, so use it for promotion. It's very good at that. When you're going live, tweet out about it. If your friend is going live, you want to promote their stuff, retweet it. Everybody's going to see it on their timeline. That's what Twitter's good for. And then 4, slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. And what that means is if there's somebody that you don't give a shit about, like personally, you're not trying to convince them and have a discourse with them, you just dislike them, like Ben Shapiro or whoever else, dunk them. Make them look like a fool. Quote retweet them and make fun of them to your followers. And there you have it. You follow those 4 rules and you're going to have a good time on Twitter. Seriously, you'll have a much better time on Twitter. Also, Rook, don't worry about it because it's not a moral code. It is a practical, mechanical code. It's not meant to be moral. You don't need to feel bad when you break it. It is a code designed to help you enjoy Twitter more. And it has for me and a lot of people. It's one of the best things I've ever gotten feedback on is making the IMPS code. I specifically made the IMPS code because I have seen so many cycles of stupid, pointless drama between people that ends up becoming genuine rifts because Twitter is a context-destroying machine. So yeah, I've done a million things about it, but I talk about it all the time. I try to teach people the IMPS code because it actually helps with using Twitter, and also you will get, not only will you have a better time on Twitter, but you'll promote your Twitter better and your Twitter will be more enjoyable to follow. So yeah, but I almost broke it last night because I had to catch myself because somebody made a tweet about saying that penises are male sex organs, and I'm just like, oh, this is such
We talked about this earlier on stream.
Oh, you know the take
was Liz.
Then. Yeah, I know. Stupid take.
Yeah. Or wait, sorry, what?
I said I think it's a stupid take.
I mean, all right, so listen. Basically the way that I look at it, like I'm trying to think of the way I talked about it earlier. So if we're talking about like how to define things according to like biological sex, essentially there's like 2 ways that you could interpret the literature. So what the literature is pretty clear on is that like bimodal distribution of sex, people exist on the spectrum of sex. Usually you want to focus on like the qualities that are sexed in a person rather than trying to sex an entire organism, right? So usually like people like based on totality of their qualities will fall into, based on those qualities, categories which we'll probably define as like male and female. Obviously there are people who don't fit into those. Trans people are a great example. But then there's a question of like, okay, so like how do we define these smaller traits which individually make up some organism, right? Or big argument, like this is like the Steelman version of like the TERF argument I always hear is like the gametic entailment argument. TERFs will argue essentially because because someone can only produce one of 2 types of gametes, that inherently means that there's 2 gametes, 2 sexes, that's it, right? Like that's essentially what their argument is. And the response to this argument, and this is the one that I got from Avi, who is a doctor who actively studies biology, which is wonderful. Also apparently a vegan. I'm not going to debate him on that for a while. I'm kicking the vegan can down the road. Fair enough. Apparently that's what he's primarily known for. But anyway, So essentially, the argument is that like Avi will not dispute that necessarily those individual things have a sex. But there's a difference between the gametes that an organism produces and how we categorize those gametes and how we categorize the organism doing the producing, you know? And so essentially, like, you can like and so like and again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily the greatest way to do this. You know, I take a scientific realist approach. I think that the best way of categorizing something is the way which gives the most consistent and reliable outcomes. And so if this is the way that we do it, then fine. If not, then, you know, that's subject to further discussion, and it's probably going to continue evolving in the literature as the literature continues to explore this idea. But essentially, like, you could either look at something. So then, like, if we bring this back into like the discussion of like, all right, penis, is it inherently like, is it a male organ or is it just like an organ? I think that there you could probably fall either way. Like with the penis, it's important to remember that like penis, like all the genitals kind of like form from the same place. Like they start out essentially the same, and then through exposure to testosterone, usually is what, like if you just like leave a penis alone and you don't expose it to testosterone, it's probably just gonna develop into a vulva, or just not gonna do anything, right? Like it requires.
I mean, that would mean, by that argument, like, then would it not mean that you by this particular argument, then you could argue that a penis is a male sex organ, but you could not argue that a vulva is a female sex organ, because all humans, regardless of their genetic sex, always start with a vulva, because it requires the input of testosterone to even develop a penis in the first place.
I don't know about that, but I mean, like,
pretty sure that's the case.
Maybe. I have to think on that more. But essentially, like this, like these are the kind of issues that we come up with, right? So I mean, like essentially, when we're trying to say that, like, oh, a penis is clearly one of two kind of categories, well, it's like, no, I mean, you know, you could, like, because of the way that it develops, like, I think that there are a lot of places where you could say that like there are certain sex qualities, and if you want to say that's one, then sure. But I think that people assume that it's like this very strict binary thing with genitals, when you look at the way it develops, I'm not sure if it's as open and shut a case.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I think it's kind of a silly argument to make. To me, it seems like that argument is functionally like arbitrary, and also so it doesn't give us anything. Like, we don't gain anything from calling a penis a male sex organ and a vulva a female sex organ. We don't gain anything from that. We could just call them penises and vulvas, right? Like, why do they need?
It depends on how we're using the term, like male and female, right? So I mean, if we're using the term male and female to describe like different paths of sexual development, then it might give us utility, because it like basically it would be like, so like if we take the example,
but by that same argument though, would that not mean that it would be okay for like trans people to be like referred to as like male then?
No. No. Like I'm very specific to say that, like, again, because of the fact that like the literature seems to be moving towards more defining qualities of a person with sex rather than an entire organism, then you wouldn't be able to define like a trans woman as like a quote unquote biological male, right? Because a trans woman, especially on HRT, now pre-HRT, it's going to be a bit of a harder argument. There is some evidence to be able to suggest that like there is still some kind of biological quality. I mean, like, this gets into the question of like, what's the cause of gender dysphoria? What's the cause of people wanting to be trans in the first place? Like, what causes those mental functions which happen in the first place? There's probably something there. There's some literature to suggest that like the brain
has to
is
be, right? It's not.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
Unless you're a dualist and you believe unless you believe that it's like a soul thing, that like you have a female soul, but I don't believe in that. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to believe that. But I mean, like, you want to be a little bit careful here, because you can easily get into like some transmedicalist arguments, because I mean, then then we are necessarily, I mean, like, not even technically, like, we are necessarily getting into questions of like, all right, so what does it mean medically speaking to be trans? So you want to just be careful, because oftentimes if you're not careful, then you can accidentally start like drawing lines. I don't know, like, you know, fortunately, like, people who are reasonably knowledgeable about like the you know, about trans discourse are usually able to have like a pretty good head about these sort of things.
Right. Yeah.
Just because like you know, logically speaking, I guess that the way I have like a Avi voice in the back of my head now. You could think of this in terms of like looking out for what would result like a rule which would result in like in a reductio ad absurdum, right? Like if you were going to propagate a rule, would that rule result in like outcomes that are clearly wrong, you know? So like with a lot of transmedicalist arguments, you know, you get into a question of like, all right, so what if you have a like, for example, if we define what is necessary, like required to be a true trans person is to have diagnosed gender dysphoria, that's going to have a problem because that naturally means that you are going to exclude people who we probably would define as trans, but who may not have experienced gender dysphoria or who may have not been sufficiently diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, or who were incapable of being diagnosed, regardless of the fact that they're actually trans.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And so like that's an example, and I mean like that's the easy argument to say like why a lot of trans medicalists are wrong, but that doesn't mean that there's not a different definition of what it means to be trans. It just means that we want to be able to have a definition which does not exclude people who we do not want to exclude, but also doesn't include people who we don't want to include, right? We probably don't want to say that like, and this is also my take, and this is probably my spiciest trans take, but I think I'm pretty pilled on this or whatever.
All right, sure.
I don't think that we can just say anyone who identifies as trans is trans.
Why?
I think that if we naturally, I think that the reason why is if we go with that, then we get into, it's a logical flaw. It's called infinite regress. Basically, like it's a logical fallacy to say that just saying that you're something equals being that thing. Now, I think that there's a definition of what it means to be trans, which is able to accomplish the same thing.
Okay.
Which is essentially like, so for example, here, let me pull up like the definition that I have relied on, which seems to get me through most things, right?
Sure.
Usually what I look at is like objective and subjective gender. So like objective meaning the totality of your gendered expressions and how society reciprocates and interprets those.
Okay.
Combined with the subjectivity, like the totality of your mental processes, which motivate you to make those expressions, right? So, for example, if you say, I am a woman, that is a gendered expression. That's an expression that you make to society. And if you are in a if you're in a social space which recognizes that expression and acknowledges that to mean that you are a woman and treats you like that, then objectively speaking, you have met the criteria to be a woman.
So then,
right?
should we not set that as the criteria then?
No. I would say that. Well, I would say that this is like this is like a good criteria, and also like we can test this against a lot of like a good way to be able to see if a rule like this or if a principle like this works is be able to test it, right? Because I think that like this is what we see, for example, in the two coolest examples I like are closeted trans people and Discord, because I think that Discord is cool. I think that like for example, let me ask you, why do we have gendered roles in trans-friendly Discords? Like, why do we have them?
I mean, because we have because our society and our language requires that we frequently use pronouns, and we create in order to facilitate comfortable use of pronouns, and we unilaterally agree to have, I mean, those of us are trans-friendly spaces, will have bots that will automatically allow you to identify which pronouns you prefer.
If you go into an online space, like if you go into a Discord and you don't have a pronoun role, okay, and you never say what your pronouns are, you know, then I would say that there's no guarantee, or it would be hard. Like people are going to be looking for ways or some kind of basis to be able to gender you and hopefully gender you correctly, right? Like hopefully people are going to be like conscientious and be like, oh, I want to know how to gender this person.
Right. But we don't, we obviously don't, we don't want to leave that up to chance because it's not fun for either party. It's difficult to try and gender someone based off of loose associations and assumptions. And we acknowledge that. And so therefore we use, you know, We use pronoun bots because it's just simply easier and more functional for both parties involved to just allow people to identify as they please.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I think that there's more to unpack there, right? Because I don't think that it's just the self-identification. I think that there's more to it than that, right? Because
I don't know.
when you,
I don't really think that that's so much the case.
no, I don't,
like,
well, sure. Then can I explain this? All right?
Sure,
Can
sure,
I
yeah,
explain the
sure.
reasoning? Okay. So I think that when you choose a gendered pronoun, or when you choose a pronoun role, right? What that comes up in, like the context that comes up in, is if you have someone who is interacting with someone else, and based on the totality of their their interactions, cannot yet tell how to gender that other person. Why either the other person has not expressed what their gender is, either the other person has just been acting in a way that is neutral, or that has not given them enough information to be able to make a sufficient determination.
Okay.
And so someone will look at what other types of expressions that person is making. And in Discord, there's really not that many. You can have a PFP, but nowadays I can't tell you a whole lot.
Sure.
It can tell you sometimes a decent bit, but I mean, like, it's not necessarily determinative.
Sure.
And so, like, a really determinative thing that exists in online spaces is being able to look at pronoun roles. And if you look at someone's pronoun roles and you see she, her, that's a social expression that someone, and mind you, it's not like someone necessarily just chooses that just for the sake of choosing it, right? It's not
Well,
like I
you
woke
don't
up.
know that. You never can know that.
I'm not sure
it's
that's
impossible to know that.
know.
It's impossible to know. How could you ever know the reasons why someone else chooses whatever, like, role? Like, I mean, you run into the problem
I mean,
where,
like, there's evidence to be able to suggest that, like, even if, I'm not saying that it's necessarily like, I think that there's enough evidence to be able to suggest, and I think that we can, like, match this against our own experiences, right? I think that this is probably consistent with our own experiences, right? No one just chooses to be trans, like, in the same way that someone chooses what to put on, like chooses what to wear in the morning. Like, there is a choice which necessitates that that outcome, right? Like, there is like, when someone makes the choice to come out as trans, it's not so much a choice to be trans, but rather a choice to express who they are, right? Like, I think that,
I mean, I think it depends on the person, right? Like, I think that would be largely true for most, like, binary trans people. But I don't.
Are you saying? I'm trying to understand, because I mean, like, my understanding of just about every trans person is that that experience is not a choice; it's an intrinsic part of who they are.
I mean, I don't know that. Like, I mean, I don't know that I would make distinctions to that degree, because I don't think we can ever know, and so I don't think that for the purposes of categorization that it's mostly like, mostly useful to worry about whether the intention is. Like, for example, like, I don't know. Okay, so I'm trying to think of an example of this. Like, is somebody who chooses to, like, wear gender like they would wear clothes, is that person's gender expression any less valid than someone who has some sort of dysphoria issue? I think that it's very hard to separate these things out, given how deeply deeply entrenched the concepts of gender roles are in our society, and how nonsensical they are. They're, like, highly chaotic. What's that?
No, I don't. But you have to be very careful, because I mean, like, so if we're throwing out the necessity for someone, like, if we're throwing out complete, like, hold on, if we're throwing out subjectivity, because that's what it sounds like. So we're just basing it off of. All right, hold on. I just need to clarify, because
Sure.
I want to be careful. Subjectivity and objectivity are both very important to me, because if you don't have subjectivity, then that means that, like, let's say that, for example, we have a pre-transition trans woman.
Okay.
Right. Someone who presents guy completely.
Okay, sure.
All right. If you throw subjectivity out and you just rely on objectivity and the way that they express themselves as society and how society treats them, that's a guy. That's only a guy. There's only a guy there. All right. We don't want to do that. We don't want to say that.
I wasn't making that argument at all.
But if we throw out subjectivity, then that's essentially what we're left with.
Well, wait. I think there
can't
may have been
rely
a
on-
misunderstanding here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not saying throwing out subjectivity. What do you mean by that when you say that?
Subjectivity is like the internal mental processes which necessitate an expression of objective gender. Right? Because we can't just say that's like, we cannot.
Well, I don't think there's such a thing as objective gender.
I don't think that
Well,
gender.
objective, hold on. Objective, I'm using. All right, hold on. Objective, I'll define objective.
Okay.
Objective, I'm using to mean how the average reasonable person in a space or society interprets the totality of someone's expressions to categorize into a certain gender.
So what
right?
you're saying is
So
like
the average,
what people conclude you are.
well, it's your expressions and how people interpret your expressions based on your expressions, right? Like if I go outside and dress in a certain way, my expressions will be interpreted different gender-wise based on what different parts of the world I'm in.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, it's but I think that most people don't have a coherent set of rules for that. I think they just literally follow their emotions.
Well, I think that no, but that's why I'm trying to make it a reasonable standard, because it's not based necessarily on some kind of like hard set like criteria. It's based on how the average reasonable person in society interprets it, right? That's going to change all the time. That's going to vary from person to person. But overall, you look at like the average person in society, there's going to be like broad trends in what people expect, right? In America, kind of like Western kind of idea, you have some broad trends like long hair, dresses.
But I think those are like really like, I think those are incredibly fuzzy. Like in my experience as well.
It might be fuzzy, but we're talking about like broad averages, right? Like broad, and those can change over time. Those can be time and context specific, right? But like broadly speaking, we're just talking about like the average image of a woman in society, and that can change. And people like activists can push that meaning to change all the time.
Sure.
That's like a really important aspect of what a lot of like trans activists, not using that term disparagingly, but like actually, that's like a lot of like what the work in what they do entails is that they push the average reasonable interpretation of what it means to be a gender by virtue of their activism. A really good example is like normalizing the idea that a woman does not have to have a certain kind of voice, right?
True.
There was probably a point in history where the average reasonable person expected that a woman have a certain kind of voice or have a voice within a certain range of voices, right?
Sure.
But,
I mean, I think that still exists to this day. I mean, I get misgendered all the time based on that.
I think that as time progresses and trans women become more normalized in society, especially trans women who have voices which are not conventional to how the average reasonable person expects for voices to sound, then that expectation changes to the point where now the average reasonable person does not necessarily require that as a sufficient or necessary condition to be categorized in what they define as a woman.
I think we're playing like a little fast and loose with those, but yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying that this can be changed, but I guess I'm just a little lost as to what the like why any of this would matter with regard to what we decide like being trans means.
Hold on. All right, let me go with that. So it's necessary because so when we're bringing it back into what it means to be trans, well, I mean, I guess it goes to what it means to be a gender generally. Because if we're accepting that trans people are a gender which is contrary to the one that they were assigned at birth, then we need to be able to find what a gender is, because what a gender is necessary to understand. Like it's a categorization that's necessary to understand what it means to be trans. Because if you are gender contrary to what you were assigned at birth, then we need to know what a gender is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would argue that, again, like, I would point out that I don't think that, like, our society has consistent or sensical, even the average reasonable person doesn't tend to have consistent or sensical understandings of what gender or sex is.
I don't think that that's the case. I think that there are like broad trends. I don't think that everyone's idea of what it means to be a woman is exactly the same, but I think that there are like broad trends, right?
But when you have someone,
like,
when you do have
like a comparable idea of what a woman, like when you think woman, most people have like some vague ideas that come to their mind.
Sure, but
right?
so do people. But when you say a transgender person, they'd have that too. There's all kinds of like stereotypes and assumptions, and those vary greatly.
Well, sure, but I mean, like that's a matter not of like that's not necessarily an inherent flaw. That's just a matter of like activism to show other because that's a matter of like shifting the idea of what the average reasonable person believes, right?
Maybe
because like here's I guess like to clarify, in an objective sense, I think it's very important. Hold on, nothing about what other people think about me makes me a woman though. Well, I think that like I'm trying to explain like objectivity. All right.
Yeah.
because people don't. I'm trying to make sure that people understand like the term objectivity, and that's different from subjectivity, and that those are two different things, and that they have often clashes, and that they don't necessarily overlap, but for a lot of people that they do. And so like when we're talking about objectivity, right? When we're getting into this question of like, okay, so you have a trans woman. Let's say that we're a trans woman in early 2000s. Okay. Let's say that you're also a trans woman who did not have a ton of access to gender affirming care earlier in life.
Sure.
And so you go on through life, and then later on in life, you're like, oh shit, I'm trans, but also it's early 2000s. People are going to treat me shittily, but whatever. I'm going to fucking own it. I'm going to start going on HRT. I'm going to start presenting femme. Fuck boy moding. I'm just going to go straight into it, right?
Sure.
Now, I think that there is a really compelling argument that that person subjectively is a woman, right? They have taken, they've taken a lot of materially important steps to, for example, like start identifying as a woman, to start expressing themselves as a woman, to start telling other people that they're a woman. Like they took those steps because they realized they had to do that. Like it's not just a choice. Like they realized that they were intrinsically a woman, right?
Sure.
But then when they go outside, they may not be treated as a woman because society is at this point, based on the average reasonable person's interpretation of what a woman means, they may go outside and they may not be treated as a woman. That is not necessarily like that has nothing to do with their subjectivity, like their subjective understanding of gender. And that's not saying anything negative about their subjective understanding of gender. Like subjectively, there is like they are completely 100% a woman, right? But there also is a meaningful understanding and being able to address the fact that like they're not treated as a woman in society.
Well, yeah, but
right?
I mean that's just passing, right? This is just passing politics, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean like that's changing, right? Because we're able to.
Well, yeah, we're changing passing
time,
politics, but we're not changing what it means to be a woman. We're just changing the politics of passing.
I think that we kind of are changing what it means to be a woman, right?
Maybe.
Like at least in an objective.
I mean,
sense.
I would argue that like. In an objective sense, like again, I would argue that in an objective sense, it's almost incoherent. There are tons and tons of yeah, like,
I mean, like in a sense, yeah, like gender is all societally constructed, right? But that means it's necessarily going to change over time. Like, sure, it's all incoherent, but there's some meaning to what it means to be a woman, right? Like being a woman means something. I think that something changes over time, but it means something.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean that's like saying
all right,
words have
just
meanings,
define for me. Hold on, I just need to make sure, like, define for me what a woman is. I know that TERFs do this all the time. I just need to hear, like, just to understand, like, what is a woman?
Yeah, I think a woman is a person who identifies as a woman. Like, I literally think it's that simple.
No, you can't do that. That gets you a infinite regress. Like it's a logical fallacy. You cannot just say that.
Well, yeah, but I think that identify like womanhood is a incoherent concept. That
No. I'm not hearing about incoherent. Like you cannot just say that the definition of something is identifying as something. Like, hold on. Like,
I don't know. I think you can, because the fact that yeah, I think you actually can. Like, it's frustrating, but this is it's a limitation of language. This is it is a linguistic limitation. I mean, you can say it's a logical fallacy all you want, but like it's and I agree with you that the wording doesn't make sense. But I mean, we can get into fucking Wittgenstein if you want to. It always comes back to Wittgenstein, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, like, fine. Like, you can bring it. Like,
yeah, we can talk about linguistics. Like, the fact of the matter is that like what makes you a human? Like, we don't have any coherent definition for what really makes a human. We choose we decide what human means.
You can't just make human being a human. Like you can't just say that X equals X.
I mean, right? I think that a woman is a person who identifies as a woman. I think
that. Can't do that.
Wait, yes, you literally can. If that is Wait, yes, you actually can, because you're saying that that the state of womanhood is simply choosing to claim womanhood, saying I am a woman. There you are. There you have it. That is perfectly fine. That's like saying it's an identifier. It's if you choose to take this title onto yourself, then you have that title. It is a free title to be taken.
Like, you need to be careful. This is literally so when people make the attack helicopter meme, this is literally the logic that gets you into the
Nope, actually it isn't.
Then how isn't then explain to me how that's different. Like, wait. I'm really trying to be like thoughtful with this.
Sure. I mean, it sounds like you're getting a little frustrated about it, but that's fine. Like, if you want to, like, I mean, I'm okay with like. What's that?
No. I mean, like, it is a little like, all right, sure, it is a little bit frustrating because I mean, like, this, I care a lot about making sure that our arguments are able to stand up to scrutiny. This is a very
Hey, don't
glaring
our
flaw.
us. I'm an individual and you're an individual. I'm not going to be
Okay,
policed.
you are a representative. All right, you are acting as a representative of a larger community. All right, when I'm saying us, yes, like you are not just acting as an individual here.
Yeah, but yeah, actually, I mean that is true. You sound a lot like Destiny right now, to be completely honest.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, no. Wait, why are you attacking me personally?
I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just pointing out that in this moment, like you're saying, you're basically implying that if I have like a flawed argument, that I'm somehow misrepresenting the trans community, and I don't think that's fine.
No, hold on. Don't take my words out of context. I'm not saying that you're misrepresenting the trans community. I'm saying that because you're a public figure, I want to make sure that your arguments have strong validity.
I want to make sure your arguments have strong validity. I wouldn't want you representing us poorly.
I have done I can guarantee you, I have done a ton of work to make sure that they are able to stand up to scrutiny. I've gone against.
Likewise, me too. I've been kicking at this a bit longer than you have too.
I mean, what is this supposed to be like a measuring contest? I'm not trying to make a measuring contest.
I mean,
I'm not I'm literally like, don't make this into like a competition.
Wait a second. Hold on. Let's take a second. You started getting worked up. I pointed out that this was becoming emotional.
Like, the reason I'm getting worked up is because you're not listening to me. Like,
wait, hold on a second.
No. Can you define a woman? Hold on. Are you talking to me? Is Riley struggling with identity not being objective? No, you cannot. Do I need to talk about this? All right. Do people not understand this concept? X equals Y plus X. All right. Do you see a problem with that?
How do you define women?
X equals Y plus X.
X equals Y plus X. I don't see how this is coherent. Like, how does that tie back to anything at all?
All right, no, because this is what you're doing. If you say that being a woman, X, equals identifying Y as a woman, X, this is what you're proposing logically.
Let me ask you, how do you define woman?
All right, I will go through it again. All right. I define a woman as a gender. A gender is based both objectively and subjectively. Objectively meaning it's comprised of A, the totality of one's social expressions, B, the average reasonable person's interpretations of those expressions, and C, the average reasonable person's categorization of one based on those interpretations, and 2, subjectively, meaning it's comprised of the totality of one's involuntary thought processes, which lead one to make those expressions. That is in no way contradictory, like it completely avoids this issue, which is an infinite regress. Like, it's meaningless. This is logically meaningless.
Okay, so your definition is that woman is a gender, yes. And that a gender is defined by what other people decide you are and what you decide you are.
No. Well, I mean, it's defined based on first objectivity, which means, and I'll say it again, objectivity.
Okay, I get it. Like, you don't need to do little like.
Well, you asked me to clarify.
I'm trying to genuinely clarify, but you don't have to do the little snipies. Because I mean, if again, like,
wait, what little
like, I'll explain it again then. Like, that is like not like, you don't. I'm just trying to get where you're coming from. Like, you don't have to like,
Then all right, then please tell me. I'm not trying to be angry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I like you. I'm trying to be fine.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
tell me where in any of my definition of what it means to be a gender there's any misunderstanding.
Well, I was doing just that. What I'm saying is that what I'm trying to ask is that if your definition is that a gender equals what society understands you as, which is your objective, and so then
that's not what I said.
Okay, explain to me again.
I said it's the totality of your social expressions, how society interprets those social expressions, and society's categorization of you based on those social expressions.
Okay,
that's objective gender.
So then, so then continue.
All right, and then you have subjective gender, which looks at the totality of your involuntary thought processes. Like, it's not just a choice. It's not just something that people do. Every trans person can have this. You can be non-binary. You can be literally any gender. All right, and as long as you have involuntary thought processes which motivate your choice to be your gender, then that's subjective gender. All right, you are that person. You are that gender subjectively. Sometimes objective and subjective gender conflict. Often this is the case for people who are experiencing dysphoria or who are in the closet, right? If you have a subjective understanding of gender, Like if you believe yourself to be a woman, and yet society interprets your social expressions to treat you as a guy, you're probably going to experience gender dysphoria, right? That's often what it means to experience gender dysphoria, is that your understanding, your subjective understanding of your gender is different from how society is treating you, right? That doesn't make you less of a woman. That's acknowledging that society is not treating you in the way that you want them to interpret your expressions.
Okay. But you do realize that in your definition of gender, you use the word gender 2 times. So you you said that gender is a totality of objective gender and subjective gender. So how can gender be defined?
No. Gender is, there's 2 types of gender.
Okay. So which one of those is true gender?
There's no. What do you mean? Which one of those is true gender? There's no.
If a woman if a woman is a gender, then there has to be one of those that is used to define what a gender is. But you've now
both of them can be different genders. They're different things.
Okay. So you think then a woman,
you can define woman objectively, you can define it subjectively. Those are different.
Okay. So then how would one person be a woman if there are 2, unless you're saying that there is not actually woman, but there is actually social woman and there is internal woman?
I'm saying, I mean, like there's 2 different ways to use woman. Like there's 2 different ways to define gender. So you're going to have 2 different ways to apply woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But you do realize that that's you're saying that there are 2 different words that you use the same word for. Because if you define woman,
woman is a gender. There are 2 different types of gender.
Okay. So a woman is a gender.
Yes.
There are 2 types of gender.
Yes.
Okay. And
you can have objective woman and you can have subjective woman. Those are different.
Okay. So then, which one of those determines whether you're a woman or not?
They both can determine if you're a woman.
So
you can be a woman subjectively and you can be a woman objectively. Those are different things. They often overlap for a lot of people. Like if you're a passing trans woman, you probably they overlap for you. But those can be different.
Okay. So in that,
there's no I want you to eliminate the idea of which one of those is the true gender from your mind. They're both equivalent.
I feel like in this case, this goes towards my argument, which is that.
What do you mean it goes towards your
Hold on. Well, let me explain real quick. Because if what you're saying is that there are 2 separate versions of the word woman, and both of them are completely different and essentially irreconcilable in certain cases.
They're not completely different.
I mean, they are. You've said that one is what your internal understanding of your gender is, and one is the external understanding of gender.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
You did.
You can't say it's your internal understanding of your gender because that would entail an infinite regress.
You just described.
Yeah.
Okay. My chat is saying you definitely did do this, but
no. I definitely didn't. I'll read it.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. I want to make sure that we can get the. I want to make sure we can get across this.
You can pull up my research doc. I have it right there. I'm literally just reading from it.
That's fine, Riley. Okay, there are 2 types.
Why are you talking down to me? You don't have to demean me.
I'm not talking down to you.
I'm literally trying to help you understand a legitimate
Riley.
I'm not trying this is the equivalent of arguing to someone whether or not 2 + 2 is 4. Right? It is what you are saying, just identifying as a woman is a woman. That is an infinite regress. There's no buts about it. That's what it is.
Yeah, but we recognize that tautologies are what you're describing is a tautology, correct?
What do you mean I'm describing a tautology? I'm describing math. This is basic logic. This is not what do you mean I'm describing a tautology?
Is that not true? Is that not saying that a thing is not a tautology? Is that not correct? And the tautologies are not necessarily logically fallible. For example, A equals A. We recognize and acknowledge that A equals A.
No. When you have a logical, all right. So hold on, I need to explain. God, I need to explain logic now. You cannot just say that.
I'm gonna call this an end.
No, you cannot say no. You cannot say
nope.
Wait, hold on! Don't interrupt me. No, I'm actually responding.
Wait.
Why are you? Hold on. Why are you interrupting me? I know what you're saying, and I can tell you why that's not an accurate representation of what you're saying.
All right. So.
Okay. Are you gonna let me explain this?
No,
right?
I'm
when
not.
you define
not
what
right
something
now. I'm not, Riley.
Wait. Well, hold on. What do you mean you're not?
No, I'm not. Because I can tell where this is going. You're this has gotten to a point where like it's gotten like super intense really quickly, and now we're
You're
getting
not listening to me. Riley, please. No, this is actually
Riley. I have tried to talk.
Don't talk down to me. Why are you demeaning me about this?
I am not talking down to you, Riley. I'm simply trying to talk right now. Like,
What do you mean? No,
Riley,
you're
Riley.
literally. Well, all right, you know, fine. I'm gonna talk to you exactly the same way that you're talking to me. Okay?
Do you think that I'm
Mama, listen. Do you think that listen? Do you think that I'm actually trying to harm you right now? I'm literally just trying to explain like a super simple mathematic concept to you. Like, why are you getting so heated about this?
Riley, I didn't do that to you at all. I'm in fact being remarkably calm because
you kept accusing me of being angry and being like.
No, I asked you if you were getting frustrated. Now, at one point, I will admit,
yeah,
I said,
no, I am getting frustrated because you're a public figure, and if you make a bad argument and other people adopt your bad argument, then you are going to.
So
leave
you
them in the
are
bad
making
situation.
that. This is why I said. So I was correct in saying that you're making the destiny argument.
What do you mean I'm making the destiny argument?
You're actually
this is just
saying
common
you're,
sense.
oh,
If
you're,
you make
you're
an
a
argument
public
and
figure.
yours
Well,
is-
guess what? Right now, you are being cringe, and as a representative, a public figure, as a representative and a public figure, who is representing trans people by your own argument, your cringiness right now.
Wait, hold on. Wait. How am I being cringe? By pointing out how you are being clearly logically inconsistent? How the fuck is that being cringe? I'm looking out for people to make sure that they don't make dumb fuck arguments and lead themselves into bad situations
see
that
why?
you would
Wait,
lead them into.
Riley,
People
Riley,
make more arguments
Riley,
and they get fucking destroyed.
Riley. This is exactly
No,
why.
don't talk down to me
Stop
like
this.
I'm harming people when you
Riley,
are literally harming
stop
people
this.
and impugning me morally.
Riley, holy God. This is why I said that we should stop this like a while ago, like a significant while ago.
You aren't even listening to my. You aren't even like giving any effort to listen to my argument.
Riley, you're literally shouting over me while I'm trying to say things
Yeah,
multiple
because you're
times.
not listening.
No.
You have
Riley,
not
I'm
been able
gonna
to
mute you on. I
incorporate
can't believe
anything that I've
I
said
cannot
so
believe
far.
I thought
Not
it was.
once. You literally are
I'm
just like,
going to-
oh, a logical regress.
I'm
Oh, I
literally
just don't
going to
care
mute
about
you,
that.
Riley.
That just doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I've muted Riley. Just so you know, I have been trying to say something multiple times, just trying to get my point across that I think this is getting intense, and I have tried to ask Riley to let me finish a sentence. Riley has not. I've now muted Riley, okay? I don't like this either, okay? Now, I was very carefully trying to question some of these positions, and it got increasingly intense, and when I noticed that and said, hey, like, there's no need to make a comment here like that, we calmed it down a little bit, but this is a little bit weird, and I don't understand why I'm being talked to as though I'm causing some kind of problem. You're a public figure who needs to do this. This is silly. And I reserve the right on my own show to control what I engage in, okay? Now, I agree that there are some differences. We might have different definitions. We might have different views on this issue, but that doesn't mean that you get to shout at me or shout down on me. That doesn't mean that you get to dictate what I do on my show. I'm on like hour 9 now of my show, okay? Now, we can go back and we can review this VOD in the future, okay? I'm going to unmute and see if we can come to some peace here, because this has gone way off the rails. And it's not something that I want to do. Riley. Hi. Okay.
So, I'm going to sit here, and I'm going to talk at this exact tone, and I want to just work this out, okay?
Sure.
I care a lot about this.
That's fine. I do too.
Okay, then. Can you please do me a favor, and I will do the same to you?
Mm-hmm.
Do not impugn my morality.
I didn't.
All right, it certainly came across that you did. So please, even if you believe that you didn't, please do not.
Sure.
Okay. So, what about what about logical regress? So, do you acknowledge that that's a valid criticism of the idea that just saying that being a gender is identifying with that gender? Like, do you understand why that might come across as a problem to me?
Yeah, I can see where that could be a frustrating thing.
No. Don't say frustrating. Do you understand like the concept of what a infinite regress is?
I mean, the idea that like that it's just like a circular reasoning or something along those lines, or that it's arbitrary.
Well, I mean, like, do you understand like what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've got the idea of what you're saying. I mean, I'm not immediately familiar with like the dictionary definition of the concept, but if you'd like, I can look it up.
Okay. Do you mind if we do that? I really
Sure.
would feel comfortable.
Yeah. Do you want to provide me the definition you're using?
I'll just Google it.
Okay. There we go.
All right. The first thing that came up was the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Sure.
I'm looking at that. Are you looking at that?
No, but I'm listening to you. So.
Okay. It says, I'm just reading from the first paragraph.
Mhm.
An infinite regress is a series of appropriately related elements where a first member but no last member, with a first member but no last member, where each element leads to or generates the next in some sense. An infinite regress argument is an argument that makes an appeal to an infinite regress. Usually such arguments take the form of objections to a theory, with the fact that a theory implies an infinite regress being taken to be objectionable. That was a lot. Do you want me to like explain what that means?
I mean, I think I've got the basic idea. I mean, sure.
All right, well, do you mind if we
Go
just
for it.
like walk through it?
Yeah, go for it. Walk me through it.
Okay, so let's just take a basic formula. Let's say that x equals x plus y.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the formula we've got.
Sure.
Okay. So if we have that situation, or I guess we have to make it, let's make it y plus x because it'd just be easier to write out. All right, what that means is that if we have x equals y plus x, that means that necessarily x can also equal y plus, and because x equals y plus x, that means that this would also equal y plus x.
Okay.
And then necessarily, we get into another problem because now we still have x there. So we can have x equals y plus parentheses y plus parentheses y plus x. Two parentheses.
Sure.
Okay? And then we go beyond there. I mean, I hope that you see where this is going. You can just dot, 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 dot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand what
This
you're
goes
talking
on
about.
forever.
Yeah, I get what you're talking
Okay.
about.
So now let's do some substitution.
Okay.
Woman.
But you do realize, though, that there is a significant difference between talking about linguistic meaning and raw logic, right?
Then this is logic, right? Like defining what
Yes.
a term means is logic.
Well, I recognize that. But
Yes. So we're trying to define what a woman is or what a gender is. All right? So if we're going to
Sure.
say that woman equals substitute y for identification
Okay.
plus woman, well, that necessarily means that we have woman equals identification plus parentheses identification plus woman.
Okay.
Okay? And then go on from there. Woman equals identification plus parentheses.
No, I think this is. I don't think you like. I don't think that this is an accurate representation of my claim.
No, when you say that
when I say a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a woman. Woman equals identification plus woman.
That woman has no intrinsic definition outside of being an identifier. That's what I'm saying.
But we know. Okay.
Yes.
We know that
It's an
being a
identifier.
woman
It's a
has
title.
some
It has
we
no
know
other
that
meaning.
No, we know that there's some meaning. We have
I disagree.
literature being able to say what it is. We
No,
have.
I disagree with that. I don't think that there's any other meaning.
Why?
I don't think that there's any other meaning besides.
No. All right. That's all right. You understand what an argument is, right? An argument is an opinion plus evidence. So if you don't think it has any other meaning, what is your evidence that it has no other meaning?
Yeah, I can give you. The example of that, which is that no person uses the same definition of woman at all. We all have.
I'm not talking about everyone using the same definition.
So okay, but are you going to
talking
allow
about
me to
what
see
the
now?
average-
Now here's what's
reasonable.
happened now. Now
I'm trying. Hey, did I?
Okay,
deviate at
I
all?
actually I know. I let's have this conversation another time. Because
Wait, hold on. No,
no,
I really
because
want to like.
no,
why-
like
I'm being as
the fact
respectful
of the
as
matter
possible.
is, like,
Why are you raising your voice?
No, Riley, you have literally
I'm
not.
being as reasonable. No, I want
You
to
have
work through this.
literally not allowed me to talk. Every single time I try to talk, you have literally stepped in and interrupted me. And if you go back and you watch this segment back, you will see that I have literally not finished a sentence without you butting in and saying to do something. I'm trying to explain my concept of gender. And that doesn't seem to be capable in this conversation. And what it feels like is that now I'm being held hostage in a conversation that I don't really feel super comfortable with because...
Why don't you feel comfortable? I'm trying. Like, how is my tone? Please tell me how my tone is bad. Please tell me how anything I'm saying right now is bad. I'm trying to be as
because I feel, and I could be wrong here, but I feel like there is a rippling under the surface of your words. There is there are unspoken things, and that's a read.
I mean, like,
and I recognize that's a read. And I recognize that's a subjective read, but I have reasons to believe that that's the case. And certain word choices are throwing up flags for me that say that this is a significantly more emotionally charged conversation than I was ready for or was hoping to engage in. I recognize you might have some problems with certain definitions of gender. You might have certain problems with this, that, or the other thing. But
wait, why are you saying I have problems? It's not a matter of having problems.
Because you took objection to it, is what I mean. I'm sorry if the word
because
problem
if
is the
it's
wrong word.
Then I have objections to it.
Yes. But I don't think that it is, first of all, we haven't decided who's wrong yet because we haven't had the conversation. And
I'm trying to have the conversation.
Well, interestingly, as in the process of trying to have this conversation, I don't feel like I am able to actually engage properly because I've been interrupted a lot of times, a significant amount of times. Okay?
I will never interrupt again. I will sit here, and once you are finished speaking, then I will respond.
Okay. Conversation, yes, I do agree with you, hopeful, that conversations are a two-way street. Now, what I am saying is that I don't think that most people, including most trans people, have a coherent definition of gender. I don't think that gender has a consistent definition. It is a completely and utterly social construct. And personally, I don't put a whole lot of value on gender. In fact, I'm a gender abolitionist. I believe that in the long run, we will probably never use gender in the long run. No, that's probably going to take a while for us to get there. The reason why I believe that is because I don't believe that you can easily suss out a objective definition of someone's gender, and I think that trying to do so leads to some very troubling societal outcomes. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think that there is that trans people have a valid complaint when they say, or when the words that they are using, I think that we are limited, most trans people, I think, are limited by our linguistics, that we only have so many words to use. We only have certain societal understandings. And so we say, I'm a woman or whatever. I don't think that, I think that is how we identify how we wish to express ourselves, but that doesn't really mean that there's any intrinsic meaning to being a woman. It is what a woman is is a collection of completely chaotic factors that nobody agrees on. No two humans agree on what a woman is. And in fact, you alluded to this previously in our discussion. So the reason why I come to this conclusion is that the reason why I think it is perfectly fine to acknowledge that anybody who uses the term woman is, for all intents and purposes, a woman, is because it is it is not an objective term. There is no specific thing that any one person is referring to, but a loose collection of traits which aren't consistent from person to person. And as a result, I don't think that we should hold these things to particularly strong standards. And I disagree very strongly with your previous allegation that this somehow leads to an attack helicopter argument, which I do not believe is the case. However, I do think that there is risk in the opposite of attempting to boil down and define some sort of objective or singular concept of gender, because I don't think that anybody really has a single concept of gender in their mind. Does that make sense?
I understand your arguments. Can I respond then?
Sure.
Some things? Sure. I will try to build a bridge, but I also have meaningful concerns to address. Okay. So, you said that the reason that you think that anyone who uses the term woman is a woman is because it's a non-objective term. There's no specific thing people are referring to, and that they're referring to a series of traits that varies from person to person. Did I quote you correctly?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with that. When I say objective, what I'm referring to is not a single unified collection of traits, like not like a single solid checklist that you must meet all of these things in order to be woman. What I'm referring to, and I'll say it one more time because this seems to indicate that there may be a misunderstanding. I'm referring to how the average person in society, and we're constructing a hypothetical average person. And when we're saying society, we are taking a either larger society or maybe a smaller group or a culture. We are taking a group of people, like we're taking the average person from a larger group, and we are pulling them on seeing what traits that person would define as being sufficient or being identified as a woman. And then we look at the average of what all people in that group define to be that category at a given time, which can change over time, which can change over cultures. And that's what we would generally take to define as a certain gender. Gender can be anything. You could have people construct genders that are entirely different from men and women, as long as it is what is broadly defined within a group to exist at a given time, based on a series of qualities that the group has, then gender. So I'm not sure if I necessarily disagree. The thing that I do seriously, and this is like, I'm going to ask this, and I want like a serious answer. If just identifying as a gender, if just identifying with a quality makes you a quality, then like you said that this isn't the attack helicopter,
right?
But like, why is that? Like, if you say that just identifying as something makes you that thing, then the problem with me with making that the only don't give like small like asides. I stayed quiet.
I was literally just stating that I think you've got something wrong in my argument.
Okay, well
That's
then
all.
let me
That's it.
finish
That's
the statement, and then let me finish. Okay, I waited for you. Okay, so if all that's required to identify with, to be a gender is to identify with it, that seems to be a problem because there seems to need to be something else, whatever that other thing is, something else, or else people could identify as anything and they would be anything. I obviously do not believe that. That is what is very troubling about this because, in my opinion, there has to be something else, whatever that something else is, to distinguish self-identification as gender from other things. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I don't think that you're categorizing my understanding of gender correctly because I don't believe.
Down.
Well, that's fine.
Just tell me why.
The idea that that identifying something as an attack helicopter, I don't know. Like this is a pretty significant difference between something like gender, which, in my opinion, can only exist among sentient beings as a part of a social contract. Hence, why it's a social construct, versus an attack helicopter, which is not a sentient object, cannot self-identify, and can therefore only be objectified, can only be treated in the objective. You don't get to decide who's a woman. You do get to decide what is or what isn't an attack helicopter, because an attack helicopter is not an agent. See, yeah, what we're encountering is a linguistic.
Well, all right, then I'll change the attack helicopter. All right. I'll use a different example.
Sure. Pick another example. And
Let's say if someone self-identifies as Jesus Christ of Nazareth,
Okay.
all right?
Mhm.
They self-identify, they believe genuinely that they are Jesus Christ, that they are born and risen from the grave, that they are literally Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They identify with that. They believe themselves to be that. Are they Jesus Christ?
Are they Jesus
Are
Christ?
they the literal Jesus Christ? We're not talking about like some self. We're talking about like literally Jesus Christ from the Bible.
No, because Jesus Christ of the Bible is an object.
Wait, hold on.
Jesus
What?
Christ of the yes, Jesus Christ of the Bible is an object. Linguistically, Jesus Christ does not exist at
we know
all
that
to
Jesus
us.
is
We're
a-
speaking of Jesus Christ as the object, as the historical figure that we understand and can identify. You see?
That's
So
an individual, not gender, though.
well,
Okay, so then
wait,
let me.
yes,
all
but
right,
we're
then-
talking. Yeah, you're jumping from something that is an identifier. Like for example, I am a woman, which I think is a very, very, even you agree with me. You even said you agree with me that it's an incredibly difficult thing to define what woman is because there's no consistency across time and space. Not
No,
at all.
I didn't say that.
You did, but
No, I didn't agree with your with your elaboration.
if tomorrow I told you, hi, my name is Jesus of Nazareth, are you going to say, no, that's not your name?
I'm going to say, do you mean that's your like? Are you named after the person, or like, are you saying that you're actually Jesus motherfucking Christ?
Well,
'Cause
but
if
those
you
are
say
very
the
different things,
latter-
right? Because a name is something that you can declare. I can tell you my name is
Yeah, but
anything.
we're
And we
talking
don't
about
have
a person who
rules.
identifies
Well,
as the person.
What's that?
We're talking about someone who identifies as the person, not just with the name. Like they believe themselves to be Jesus of Nazareth.
Yes, but they are making an objective claim. They're making a claim about an object. They're saying, I am the historical Jesus Christ of the Bible. And we can go,
how is Jesus
wait,
an
hold on a
object?
second. Because when you think of Jesus in your mind, we have a specific person, structure, time, place, set of features that define Jesus Christ, the object, right?
Okay.
So
then
Jesus
I'll
Christ
take the
didn't
example.
declare
All right.
himself. Jesus Christ didn't declare himself as Jesus Christ of the Bible of Nazareth. He lived a life, and now he's been written down in books, and we have codified what defines Jesus Christ of the Bible, and that's how we identify Jesus Christ of the Bible. So someone else who doesn't match the object that we've constructed linguistically, Jesus Christ, we can say, well, no, you're not, because we know that Jesus Christ of the Bible is defined as these things. But if somebody says, my name is Jesus Christ of Nazareth, you can't really tell them, no, it isn't, because you get to define what your name is. That is how names work. You get, unless you would argue that people should be able to have objectively assigned names by somebody else, I would think that's silly. And I believe
Right,
the
but I
same
mean,
thing
like,
about
this
gender.
different- Yes. All right, then I will use a different example.
Sure.
All right, because it seems to be like, for me, now we seem to be indirectly defining what a gender is beyond just identifying as something. Because if you now we have moved beyond, so it's not just, so gender is not just identifying as an object or a historical person. Okay, so then what about identifying as the president? I self-identify as the president of the United States. Is this not a person or a social categorization of someone?
I would agree that it's a social category. Okay, we can go all the way through to say all things are ultimately social categorizations because that's how language works. But if we're not going to go that far, making a statement, a claim of I am the president of the United States, we can check that against the linguistic object, the president of the United States, and go, well, they don't meet the category. They don't meet the category that we decide collectively is the president of the United States. So obviously, you could say that, but that would not be taken seriously because it doesn't match the object that we have constructed as the president of the United States, which, as it turns out, is a pretty clear definition. Like, in order to be the president of the United States, you need to have done such and such things. There's a whole bunch of rules that we use to define who the president of the United States is. In fact, we have a whole lot of rules for that specifically to avoid things like what would happen in medieval times, which is, you know, there's a legitimacy crisis because how you define who the king is isn't necessarily clear. We have a very clear definition of who the president is so that people can easily identify what the president is. But gender is not the presidency.
Okay. So, all right. Seems... So there's a couple things there.
Sure.
So first I want to hold on to the idea. So you agree then that someone who says that they are the president, who is not the president, is wrong about that self-identification. Like if I were to say right now, I'm the president of the United States, you would say, I am wrong by that criteria you've set out.
Yes, because being the president is not a self-identification.
Okay, then let me ask you...
It isn't a matter of self-identification. Other people define you as the president of the United States.
Then let me ask you this. Can a trans person be wrong if they self-identify as a gender?
No.
Okay, the next logical question.
Sure.
Let's say that we have a trans person who is pre-transition, does not know that they are trans. They self-identify as a man.
Okay.
Are they wrong?
No. No, they're not. Because that is their understanding of their gender at the time, and it is their right to declare their gender. Now, I lived my life pre-transition as a man because that was my understanding of my gender at the time. And while I do think that we're incredibly limited in how we talk about these things, because obviously I transitioned, and I do identify with the term woman, and with pronouns she, her, and with femme aesthetics in general, I don't believe that it is very easy for us to talk about these things because we don't have very good rules about them. And so my argument is that with regard to gender, functionally in our society, gender is incredibly abstract. It's very, very personal. So I don't see how there is... In fact, I think we solve a lot of problems by simply allowing people to identify as whatever gender they so please, whatever pronouns they so please, because we can acknowledge that gender is highly, highly abstract. There are no set rules for it. Nobody agrees on the rules for it. And therefore, we may as well treat it as an identifier. And if people want to pursue HRT, we should also allow them to do that for a separate reason.
This isn't... I mean, this is all great. I understand this. There's a problem at the beginning. I understand all that you're saying, and it's taken well. There's a problem early on.
Okay.
So the person, I want to return to this hypothetical because
Sure.
this is very important to me. Okay. So this person, pre-transition trans woman, self-identifies as a man.
Yep.
So that person to you as a man, I'm asking this because there's more I want to elaborate on.
To me, that person is a man?
That person is a man.
If they tell me they're a man, then sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the follow-up question is being trans just a personal choice?
I mean, I feel like that's the wording there is a little bit like...
No, I mean, like, that's the natural... Because, I mean, I gave you the facts to be able to say that person is intrinsically trans.
It's a personal choice in the same way that choosing to come out as gay is a personal choice.
But why are they trans?
But the thing is, like, being... Well, wait,
why
are they trans?
I need a very specific answer to this question. This is the most important question of all this.
Sure.
Why, like, is being trans a personal choice? Yes or no?
Is being trans... Depends on what you mean by being trans.
All right, then in any way that you choose to
wait. Well, here's another question. Do you believe that non-binary people are trans?
No. Do not ask. And yes, I do. But no,
Why?
I need you to answer. Yeah, because I have a consistent definition. Do not change the subject. Do not pivot away. I need you to answer.
You don't
this
get
question.
to... Excuse me.
No.
Don't
I asked
do
you
that.
the question. No, I asked you the question. I need you just answer this question. All right, I asked you.
Are you trying to angle for like a gotcha here or something?
No, I'm not. This is just very important. Is being
Why
trans,
is it
and you
important?
can answer it however you want.
No,
you can answer
Riley?
however you want. I'm not trying to pin you in a box. I'm not trying to do anything bad. I just need you to answer this one question. Is being trans a choice? You can answer it however you want. I'm not trying to pin you in a box. do whatever you want with that. Just give me like at least somewhere in your answer, yes or no.
Is being trans a choice? If you mean, but when you say by being trans, if you mean the state of leaving the gender that you were assigned at birth and changing to another one, no. It's a choice to pursue that, yes, but in being that, no. That is not a choice. You are who you are, just like you don't have a choice in being human, or you don't have a choice in being what personality you are. Now, the steps that you choose to take in affirming or in realizing your transness, those are choices, of course, and
Yes, I'm with you.
Sure. And they are things that I think can be incredibly beneficial. But I think that the idea of being trans is not really like that's. I feel like there's like a linguistic problem in that sentence.
But I mean, like, we agree. Like, yeah, like I can agree with you. Like all the choices that someone makes, like all or like all of the
Right.
choices of how to pursue transition or how to
Sure.
present yourself. Like, yeah, those are all choices.
Mhm.
But like being trans
Yeah.
in and of itself is not just a choice, right? Like that's what you said. Like just the fact, like the state of being something which is contrary to what was assigned to you at birth, right?
No, I don't think that would be a matter of choice. No. Like I don't
Okay.
think you have any choice over whether you are but that's also how we define transness, right? Because we define being trans as a thing. And so I would argue that you don't have a choice in being trans. If you find out one day, oh, I'm not happy living as the, gender and being perceived as the gender that I was assigned at birth, you don't have a choice in that. You are trans there.
Okay.
So no, I don't think
Well,
that's a choice.
I just want to take this. So we agree that there is something more to being trans than just the choice, of saying. Actually, here I'll paint it another way. So let's say that we have someone. Let's say that we have another hypothetical person
Okay.
who does not have those internal mental processes, whatever they are, but does not feel that same need to identify as something that was contrary to what they were assigned at birth. Okay? Can you imagine, like, are we on the same, like, we can imagine this person.
You're saying that someone who doesn't have dysphoria or something?
Basically, or whatever we want to define these mental processes as. We can just label them arbitrarily. We'll call them X, mental processes X.
Well, I mean, I would argue that it's incredibly hard on a philosophical level to litigate dysphoria.
No, I'm not trying to litigate dysphoria.
Well, I mean, you kind of are in a certain sense, and the reason why I would say that is that, like, while I could say that, well, surely, like, somebody who's non-binary doesn't, maybe, a non-binary person who doesn't choose to pursue surgery or HRT might not have dysphoria in the same way that we would categorize as like clinical dysphoria, but something nonetheless motivated them to no longer identify with the gender that they were assigned, right?
Right.
Which
I agree.
may
I agree.
be
There
a
was
form of
something-
dysphoria. Like, I mean, it just depends. It may not meet the criteria of dysphoria, but I don't think that dysphoria is necessary for someone to be or clinical dysphoria is necessary for someone to be trans.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I agree with all that. I don't want to, like, I agree with everything that you just said.
Okay.
I agree that someone doesn't need dysphoria to be trans. I just want to imagine, like, we have to explore this because this is kind of, you're wondering why I was heated earlier. This is the reason why. Okay. So I just want you to just give me your word right now that you'll just hold on to me for a little bit more. All right. It's very important to me. I care about you. All right. I genuinely want us to reach somewhere.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's imagine. So we already established that, like, trans people generally have some mental processes which motivate them to identify with a gender that is contrary to what they were assigned at birth, and that is not a choice, right? We've already, like, that, whatever those mental processes are, not necessarily dysphoria, but whatever those are, we just know that those exist, right?
Yep. Something exists that motivates them. Yep.
Okay. Let's say that we have a person who does not have those mental processes. All right. And let's say that that person, let's say that they were assigned male at birth, and that they make the statement, I am a woman, is that person a woman?
Yeah. Yep.
Here's the follow-up question then.
Sure.
Okay. So, does that mean that person, let's say that that person, let's elaborate more on this person. So I was hoping for a bit of a budge there, but okay.
Why would I budge on that? I haven't. Okay, go ahead.
Well, here, all right. No, I had to think of another question. So
Okay.
here's the follow-up question. Let's say that that person internally identifies as a man.
Okay.
They have none of the mental processes which motivate someone that we already talked about to be trans.
Okay.
Does that mean that person, if they say that they are a woman, is wrong?
You mean if they're like lying about their own self-identity?
Yes.
Well, they would be lying about it. So
But does that
does
does that mean that they are wrong?
if they are acknowledging with their own self-identity that they are lying about their self-identity, then by definition, yes, because they don't actually believe that they are a woman. They are declaring that despite their own knowledge that it is not the case. So that would mean they are wrong. Them personally on this particular situation, because we've come up with a hypothetical in which somebody knows that they're not a woman. They knows that they're not, that they don't identify with that term at all whatsoever, and they're just saying it just because. So
Okay.
yeah, sure. But I think that that's I don't think that there's any way that you could ever that would ever be relevant in any social aspect whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, then let's change around the hypothetical.
Okay.
Let's say that instead of this person not having those qualities, let's say that they do.
Okay. So they experience dysphoria?
No, not necessarily. Whatever the mental processes are that motivate someone to identify as trans. Like the ones that we talked about earlier.
Oh,
like
okay.
mental
So
processes X.
So we're gonna call this non-clinical dysphoria, subclinical dysphoria, whatever. Just dysphoria as a general.
I wouldn't call it dysphoria, just because the literature
Discomfort.
doesn't.
Then let's put it that way. Discomfort or desire to not be their their assigned gender.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So somebody has the desire to not be their assigned gender.
Okay. And let's say that person says, so let's say that this is like an AMAP person. They're internally, they believe themselves to be a woman. They want to be a woman. They are closeted.
Sure.
They say that they are a man. Are they a man? Or are they wrong about their gender?
Well, they're not. I mean, I think that using the term like "are they wrong" is kind of is a little bit leading here. I would say they are lying. Yes, they are lying, but there's a purpose for that, right? Because if they're closeted, they're trying to keep it a secret because there might be social repercussions. They know they're lying. They're just lying for a reason.
Sure.
Right. So I don't think
But
they
we
would be
can
wrong. That implies a that sort of wording implies, in my opinion, like I don't know, like that they're
Well,
flawed.
if they say that they are,
they're lying for a reason.
All right. If they say that they are a man, that is not representative of who they are.
That's correct, because they are lying. We know this. This is the same. Yeah. There's no. Yeah.
Okay.
You've stated that they're lying. They're not telling the truth about what they actually identify with. So, would they be wrong about themselves? I mean, you could put it like that. I don't think it's. I think they know who they are, and they're lying tactically. And I think that there's, you know, we could talk about that, but for the purposes of this, I don't think it's.
So
I don't
if
think the
that
wording
person,
is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So if that person expresses to other people that they're a man, like let's just be clear then.
Okay.
So there's more to being a gender. I think, like, I'm really trying to make this leap here. There's more. There's something more to being a gender than just saying that you are a gender.
Well, okay. I mean, I would say that then just saying it, but when, I mean, I don't know if that was the exact wording I used at the beginning, but that was, I mean, I assumed that you understood that that means, like, honestly saying that. If you're saying something, I mean, vocalizing something that you honestly believe. So yes,
okay.
If we're going to say, like, obviously it's not literally saying the words that makes you that thing necessarily, but it is identifying with it. It is deciding in your mind that I am this thing that makes you that thing.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
And we can elaborate on that even a little bit more.
Sure.
Right? Because you can have someone. So, I tend to agree with the idea that. Hold on, someone's asking, do you want to put a print on? No, we're close. We're in a good direction. Okay, so we can add on some more qualifiers, right, to what it means to be a gender, right? It's not just identifying, right? There's also, like, a degree of pull up mine. There's a degree of genuinely believing your identification, right?
Yeah, but I don't really think there's much of a distinction there. Like, I don't think there's much of a distinction between, like, identifying a way and genuinely believing that. I think that's mostly just a semantic or linguistic difference. I think those are mostly the same thing. And I think that in the situation... What's that?
Well, how are those meaningfully different?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they are meaningfully different. I think that identifying as something... I mean, you can't... Like, we're getting to the point of whether you can lie to yourself or not, and I think that's, like, really hard to do. Like, hard to determine. I don't actually know if, like we would have to have a conversation about consciousness, and I don't think there's much we can actually do about consciousness because we don't understand human consciousness yet. So there's not much of a progress we're going to be able to make on that. However,
I'm not sure if
I think that, like, somebody identifying as X, when I say somebody identifying as X, the assumption is that that when they say identify, this is their internal process. Now, when I mean when somebody identifies themselves to others and engages in a social thing, when they say, I am a woman, of course they could be lying about that. I mean, if they're closeted and they're actually, you know, and they're telling the world they're a woman, but they actually they see themselves and identify as a man and they wish to transition to a man. I mean, we wouldn't hold that against them because there's a reason for that, right? Because of all kinds of rules that we have on that. But obviously what we've been talking about here is, or presumably, is the internal processes. So I do believe it's possible for you to lie about how you identify, but that doesn't necessarily, but it is not, in my opinion, it is not the public declaration of your gender that makes you the gender. It is your internal conclusion that concludes your gender.
Well, I mean, like, I agree. I think that we are able to reasonably suss out people can lie to themselves. I mean, like, this is something that I would say is easily observable in the trans community. There are plenty of people who are trans who experience feelings or thought processes which earlier in life they may not be able to understand, but then later in life, when given the proper ability to understand those involuntary internal thought processes in the way that, like, you learn a new concept and it helps you understand a large body of work that you may not have that it helps you understand like an entirely new range of concepts that you weren't able to put words to before, like stochastic terrorism. Learning that concept and then being like, oh, I didn't know how to be able to describe this phenomenon I have observed, but now I can describe it. And now I have all these ways to be able to describe these things that I had wanted to describe, right?
I mean, but we're more or less describing the phenomenon of self exploration. I don't know that it's like, I don't think that like, I think we run into linguistic and conceptual issues when we start to ask whether people can like meaningfully lie to themselves, because I think
I mean like this.
Well, because like, I mean, think about it this way. Like, was I lying to myself when I didn't have the words to describe what being trans was? Because I didn't like, no, I don't think so. But can people be in like, what's that?
Well, my question is why? Because I'm trying to figure out like what being trans is. And if it's not, or actually I should rephrase this. There's also another problem. It being trans is just because it seems like there's an issue where if we have it where it's just a personal choice, we run into a lot of other issues really quickly.
Like what?
Why do trans people deserve civil rights and recognition?
Oh, now, but see, now we've changed the framework because...
No. But I'm saying, like, why does any group deserve special recognition? Why do you deserve to be recognized as a group at all? Why are we not advocating for furry rights unironically, like actually unironically?
I unironically advocate for furry rights. Absolutely. Were you not being ironic earlier? Like, I unironically advocate for furry rights. I would literally fight for furry rights. Same way as I would fight, I would literally, I can tell you right now, I would die for AI rights. If we ever invented a robotic intelligence, I would die.
Wait, hold on. Those are not equivalent. Like if we're able to, like the idea to choose to identify with a group that does not require inherent identification, like that's, from a legislative perspective, the argument for why trans people deserve any rights usually has to naturally come back to, it's not a choice, it's who we are.
Well, okay, but what you're elucidating here is a issue of political expediency and not one of truth. Because, for example, I will give you an example of this from the very history of trans people itself, which is that it used to be the go-to line was for trans people to argue that they were X trapped in X body, right? And the reason for that was because it was politically expedient to essentially play on the idea of a soul, whether you believed in a soul or not, and argue that you were a female soul trapped in a male body. That was politically expedient. But we can acknowledge that that's probably not true, right?
All right, hold on. Can I ask you another question then? I just really need to ask this.
Sure.
Is there any meaningful distinction between the way that a trans person self-identifies and the way that a furry self-identifies? Is there any meaningful difference between those two things?
Between the way a furry self-identifies and a trans person self-identifies?
Yeah, a furry self-identifies as a star, wolf, whatever.
Well, okay, wait. I think you have the wrong...
With that persona. They believe they identify with that persona.
Wait. Hold on a second. Are you confusing furries with otherkin?
No, I'm actually...
Are you sure?
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that either of them work. I'm specifically talking about furries. Like I'm having furries in my mind right now. Like I'm specifically thinking about furries.
So, before we go further, I have a question for you. What is in your mind? What defines a furry?
Someone who has a persona. Some people are saying that not all furries have personas. Okay,
Yeah,
well then let's talk
do.
about furries who have personas. All right, well let's limit it down to just furries who have personas. Let's say like a furry who has a persona, it's like fully developed. It's someone, it is like an extension of self in some way like it has a name, has a fleshed out character background, like
Sure.
they identify with that character. Okay, is there any and like let's say that we're also talking about someone who like puts on the fursuit,
Mhm.
goes to like a furry convention, and they wear it around and they're in the fursuit.
Mhm.
All right, is there any meaningful difference between? No, I'm not talking about otherkin. Stop talking. Everyone's thinking I'm
Well,
talking
I mean,
about
because
otherkin.
it does sound a little bit like there's a bit of
No,
a misunderstanding, but I could be wrong.
No, I'm very specifically trying to talk about furries. So I just want you to answer the question. Is there a difference between someone who has like a fully developed persona, they put on fursuit, they identify with that persona,
Mhm.
all right, and a trans person, a trans woman who says that they're a woman?
Oh, for sure. Obviously, they're completely different things.
Okay, why are they
Totally different things. A fursona.
No, why?
A fursona is a character that you make, that you create, and that you pretend to be. I don't know of any furries who believe they're their fursona at all. I've never met a single furry like that. Most people, that's a character, like like you would play a character in ESO. It's a vessel that you're able to insert yourself in to, you know, put on a mask and have a cathartic experience of playing as somebody else. There is no, there is an obvious difference between that and a trans person. Yes.
Okay, people are saying that I'm thinking of otherkin. So is there any
Yeah.
meaningful difference between the way that an otherkin identifies and the
Mhm.
way that a trans person identifies?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like, once again, I mean, now of course this might change with some future developments in the understanding of consciousness, but at least how this argument would have to be structured. So I may need to readdress this argument in the future. However, an otherkin is making, much like the Jesus situation, a claim to be an object that they are not, which we can identify, and
Why is woman
Donating
not
to
an
both of you
object?
to say,
Huh?
thanks for working to have this conversation.
Why is a woman
We're
not?
all
Not
on the
you
same
keep saying that, like you keep delineating between things that are not objects. Why are not women objects?
because I don't believe that a woman is an object. I don't believe
Why
that.
don't you believe that? Like, hold
because
on.
I
but
believe
you
it's an
described
identifier.
You described several people and characterizations as objects.
Yes. I've described, yes, because Jesus is an object in terms of the linguistics that we're discussing.
What do you mean in terms of the linguist?
Okay, when you refer to, when you asked me, so let me, okay, there's a really good example that people use. I know people have been yelling at me to use this example all the time, but it's about like being a fan. Like how do you define someone who is a fan of the Seahawks, for example, the Seattle Seahawks? Well, they say they're a fan of the Seahawks, and so they are. We don't use socially. We determine a fan of X.
Well, I've heard this example too.
Yeah,
All
but
right,
it's a
hold
great,
on.
it's a perfectly apt example
it's
because
not.
why?
Because then you get into the question of, can someone be a fake Seahawks fan?
Yeah, and I would argue no, that's a silly idea. And
It's
the
really
only
not, though. A
person
lot
who
of
would
people
ever,
take
the
very
only person who would
seriously
ever
that.
argue that you're a fake fan is on the same level as somebody who would try to invalidate your gender.
No, but
They're obviously being. Of course, it's more cruel to invalidate gender because it's more important.
right. But I mean, like, this is what we're talking about when we talk about. All right, hold on. We need to get at the concept. We need to get at the core of what a social construct is. Maybe we need to back up a little bit. Okay. Do you know what a social construct is, right?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay. A social construct is an idea or a concept that broadly everyone within a given space understands to have either a set number or a general range of characteristics.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Cool.
We mutually agree upon these things.
Okay. A Seahawks fan is going to be socially constructed. There's no, like, you can't go out in nature and just find a Seahawks fan. Like,
You can't go out in
as
nature and find a
society
woman.
created we as a society socially constructed Seahawks fan.
Yep. You can't go out into nature and find a woman either. It's a purely social construct.
Yes, and I don't disagree with that. But I am saying that social construct does not just mean self-identification.
No, it doesn't. There are different types of social constructs. And gender is, I would argue, one that is most functionally, an understanding of gender that sees gender as a matter of identity is the most functional version of gender and also the most ethical.
No, it's not. It's really not.
I think it is.
All right, we've already agreed.
Well, I mean, you've agreed with me.
Hold on.
You've agreed with me almost on all of these points, but then we get to a point where it's like, okay, so then when we try to put all my ideas in a line, then all of a sudden there's something that's missing. So I don't know what's missing here, because you haven't contested most of the things that you've been questioning me on here so far.
No, I haven't, because most of the things that we're talking about, you're with me, but just self-identification, all right, is not everything that we have agreed on. We have agreed on more things than just self-identification.
But
like you acknowledge
for
that, right?
womanhood,
Like we have agreed that there are trans people who have more things going on in their head and in their expressions to society than just self-identification.
Well, I don't think we have, actually. I think we've begun to push into what the difference between being trans and being a woman is, which they are different things, because obviously there's multiple types of trans people. But also,
Trans is just an umbrella term, but yeah.
Huh?
Trans is just an umbrella term to identify as a gender contrary to the gender that you were assigned at birth.
I agree. Yep, I agree. But I don't think that we've ever moved beyond anything other than like woman is something that you can self-identify as. We haven't we haven't contested that.
All right, fine. Then we need to go back to one very important question, because I still fundamentally this is.
Well, there's been a lot of important questions, but if you want to,
yes, but we've agreed on most of them, and then we get to a point we get a snag. So I need to figure out what happened. All right, so we go back. Trans person does not know that they are trans.
Sure.
I think of like a very real life example. I mean, like there are plenty of real life examples, but I feel like if I don't ground it heavy enough, then you won't acknowledge it. So all right, let's take I'm trying to construct a hype. The first person that's coming to my mind is my roommate, the person who I mentioned earlier in stream.
Okay.
Faith, Emily.
Sure.
All right. She is someone who described to me that for the longest time growing up, she had thoughts that made her believe or made her desire to be a girl.
Okay.
But she repressed those desires. She grew up in a conservative household. She grew up in a place which normalized ideas that being in any form LGBT was in no way socially acceptable. And so even if she felt these feelings and recognized their existence without being able to categorize exactly what they were, she suppressed them. Okay?
Yep.
The feelings persisted for a long time.
Yep.
Until she got to such an age where she could not suppress those feelings any longer.
Yes.
The age where she finally comes out and says for the first time, I am a woman, is 25.
Okay.
Up until that point, for the entirety of her life, even though she had known for the vast majority of her life that she had these feelings, she told herself and everyone around her that she was a man, that these feelings were not her being a woman, that these feelings were some nebulous thing that her family was saying that they were, seduction by the devil or impure thoughts or what have you. She knew those things were there, but told both everyone around her and herself that they did not mean she was a woman. Did she lie to herself?
Okay. Did she lie to herself?
Yes.
Now, I think that's a really tough question to answer, because I think
that is the whole point of this. All right, then let me back up.
Wait, is that the whole point of this? because that.
I mean, like, it's a very important thing, because if she was both internally, as you put it, wrong, and also externally wrong,
well,
then there is
but
something else that's there aside from just her self-identification. Something else.
I think that again, I take contention with the use of the word wrong here, because I feel like that's a loaded term. I do. I really do. And again, what you're describing is shockingly similar to my own life, because I grew up in a cult, and I did not even know the word trans until I was about 19. And the moment I realized that I figured out that I was trans, I experienced an incredible amount of severe backlash from my family. And that also at one point led to me like renouncing my need to transition and throwing my hormones away because I thought I could force myself to like do this. I think we get into murky waters where some of these terms, like some of the words that we use to describe this, stop making sense. Because like, was I lying to myself when I genuinely believed at the time, enough so that I threw out my hormones, when I genuinely believed that throwing my hormones away and forgetting about all this trans stuff would be the best path of action forward to stop the pain that I was experiencing? Was I lying to myself? I don't know. I don't think that's a useful way of describing it. Was I perhaps mistaken about some of the conclusions? Yeah, for sure. Mistaken? Maybe. I don't know if I would say that I was lying to myself. And I think that's kind of there's a moralistic implication of that, right?
Okay, well, hold on. Then we don't need to moralize it.
Sure.
And when you said that to yourself, were you wrong?
Was I wrong? Well, I was wrong about dysphoria going away.
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking if you were wrong about you not being a woman.
I mean, I think I was wrong.
This is a very important question, because if the answer is yes, then I'm inclined to agree with you that you are a woman. I've never said that you weren't, and I'm not saying anyone else isn't here. But I'm just saying, if we bite the bullet and you say no, then any feelings that you had internally that caused you the struggle do not matter to whether or not you are the gender that you are. They are irrelevant to your considerations as you're making them.
I don't know. I feel like this is getting really like really blurry and not particularly clear anymore, because if we're saying that in that moment, if we were to take a snapshot of it and you asked me, 2 days after I threw my hormones out, and whether what I identified as, I would probably tell you that I identified as a man. And at that moment,
Right.
I don't think I would be lying. I think at that moment I would have been telling the truth, because that was how I identified. Now, was that actually happy for me? Was that actually, conducive to my happiness? No. And I couldn't quite acknowledge that at the time because I was lacking important information and there were external factors that were pressuring me.
Okay. But why didn't it make you happy? Like, why?
Oh, why didn't it make me happy?
Why didn't identifying as a man make you happy?
Oh, I mean, that's a complicated question, right? Like, that's a really personal and complicated question, right?
Well, I mean, that's
I
part of
just
this.
thrown my hormones. I mean, I can tell you why. I mean, it didn't make me happy because, like, I have never identified strongly with the gender that was foisted upon me at birth. I've never fit in particularly well with what society decides is what you're supposed to be as a man, and so at that moment, it didn't make me happy because it restrained me because of the assumptions that society places on men, on what are identified as men. that grated on me.
Right,
Yeah.
but why didn't you like those expressions being pushed on you? Like, why?
I mean, for the same reasons that I don't like anything else, right? It's a personal preference at the end of the day. I mean, like, I guess it would be a very intense personal preference, but that's all things, right? That's
Yeah,
the right. Like,
but is it just a personal preference? Like, it's just completely, entirely, singularly personal to you and nobody else. And hold on, I have to make sure I'm getting this right.
I mean, it's
like, if you
okay.
like,
Go ahead.
I just need a reason, like, why you didn't like those things. Because my answer is that the reason you didn't like those things is because there are mental processes that we all have that make us more inclined to prefer certain gendered expressions or habits. It's not dysphoria, just the way that we're wired. Some of us have those preferences, and that to some degree, they are baked into us. All right? That's not saying that there's a binary. That's not saying that you need dysphoria, just that, like, there's something that motivates us so that it's more than just a choice.
Are you trying, like, okay, I don't mean to like answer a question with a question, but what it feels like right now is that you are attempting to justify your own existence, or
I'm not trying to
justify
justify
the
my own-
existence of trans people. And
I'm
I
not-
don't think that our existence needs to be justified.
I'm trying to logically define it.
Logically, define which part? Like,
I'm trying to logically define what gender is.
gender? I mean, if we're going to, I mean, if you want to work from, okay, again, I'm a gender abolitionist. I would love if we could get to a point where we don't even think about gender.
That's not what I'm asking. You can, all right, fine. If you want to get rid of the concept, then fine. I'm just trying to define what it is right now in our society. Not what it should be, not what it should not be, just what it is, descriptively, not prescriptively.
Descriptively? Oh my God, good luck with that. I
Right,
wish you great luck on that journey, because you will never have an answer.
I have an answer.
I don't think you do.
Yes, I do.
I don't think you do.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
do.
But go ahead.
Why
don't I believe you on why you don't have a descriptive idea for one of the most vaguest and most misunderstood concepts in the world? Yeah.
All right, all right. You want to? All right, fine. Then the evidence I use. All right, argument equals evidence, or opinion plus evidence. The reason why is because I base my opinion based on the totality of all the academic literature on what gender is. I've read all the literature on what gender is, and I base it off of what the prevailing academic theories on what gender is.
Okay.
All right, that's why.
Okay. That's
All
great.
right,
But you do realize that almost no one agrees with you, right?
Literally everyone agrees with me.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
The entirety of society does not agree with you, and just because
the prevailing academic consensus on it does.
no, I really disagree with you. I think you're wrong about that.
If you want, I have all the sources here. We can go
Perfectly
through
fine. I
every
mean, you can source what an academic definition of gender is, but that does not mean that that is the descriptive claim for what gender is factually. Because
no, I take a scientific realist approach to definitions. You know what scientific realism is?
Yeah, but go ahead and give me your definition of it. Scientific realism is when you basically follow the observable definitions of things within reason, because obviously science is limited.
A scientific realist approach is where a scientific model has no inherent value, but rather is as valuable as it can produce objectively reasonable, consistent, or accurate and consistent outcomes. All right? It's a scientific realist approach. So I take the aggregate of what all the prevailing academic theories on sex are, or on what gender are, all right? All of them, looked at all of them, and I see, all right, what are they all saying that's the same? And based on that, we're able to suss out, based on studies, based on the prevailing academic theories, people are saying that I should have read theory. I guarantee you I probably read more than you. And I look at what all the theories
are you
say,
saying
and
more
I
than
make my
me personally? Or were you talking
I'm
to somebody
saying
in
the
chat?
audience. I'm looking at my audience. My audience is saying, Riley, read more theory. I trust me, I've read more theory.
I mean, but the fact of the matter though is that like you at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much theory or how little theory that you've read on this particular subject, right? Because at the end of the day, you're synthesizing which similarities between these different sources you've identified, and then you're coming to your own conclusion based on synthesizing these many different sources. And by the way, I don't believe that there is 100% consensus. I've never...
There's overwhelming consensus, yeah.
Everyone agrees with me. Both chats disagree. True. I mean, okay. I mean, I feel like this is I feel like that is a claim that beggars belief.
What do you mean it's beggars belief?
The idea that there is a single consensus on what gender is. I don't think that we have one.
I'm looking at the American Psychological Association.
Sure.
We can go through them one by one.
Go for it.
Gender refers to the socially constructed roles, behaviors, activities, and attributes that a given society considers appropriate for boys, men, or girls, and women. These influence the way that people act, interact, and feel about themselves.
Okay.
While aspects of biological sex are similar across different cultures, aspects of gender may differ.
So your definition that you just gave excludes non-binary people.
Yeah, sure. It excludes.
Are you okay with that?
People. No. So I acknowledge the aspects of it which provide scientific realist benefit, and I make sure to not include that which clearly is shown to not produce reasonable, accurate, or consistent outcomes.
Okay. So
and also, like, if you want to just like throw out
but you're literally disagreeing with your own sources.
No,
so this is where I'm saying that you're synthesizing.
Wait, hold on. Do you literally? All right, hold on. Are you about to throw out the American Psychological Association as a credible source? If you are, then
No,
this
I'm not.
conversation is
I'm
done.
just saying that their definition is even flawed, and we can recognize this and we can point this out. And
yes,
my position does not have a problem with that, but your position does, because you just use them to defend. You just use their definition to defend your position, and then I pointed out that would. Wait a second, I'm talking.
Yeah.
And then I pointed out that would exclude trans people, and then non-binary people, and then you immediately had to reel back your source.
No, I'm not reeling back my source. I've never backpedaled my source. All right. What I want. All right, hold on. Now I need to ask you another question.
Okay.
Do you think
you've had to ask me so many questions, and all of them are of utmost importance, and I'm getting a little bit tired of this of this sort of miasma of inquisition that's been placed over me for the last hour and a half, where every single thing that I say is somehow deeply important to my position as a public creator, but you get to act as some sort of inquisitor who gets to decide that.
Because you're giving a definition of gender which is not based, which has many problems, which I have tried.
I disagree.
To the best
and you
of
haven't
my
been
ability.
you haven't been able to point out a single problem with my definition of gender.
Yes, I did. I literally started out by saying that there's an infinite regress, and you just hand waved that aside.
Because
and I tried explaining
you pointed out an infinite regress, which I then pointed out is not the case, because it is not.
No,
it is not defining as an object. We are defining, in my opinion, gender is a identifier, and identifiers can be declared. You can declare an identifier, just like you can declare yourself a fan of the Seahawks.
But there's more to being a fan of the Seahawks than just declaring that you're a fan of the Seahawks.
No, there isn't, actually. And I don't think there is to being a woman either. I really don't think that there is. I think that you can. I think that you.
No, but literally, you're just You're. I want you to listen to me right now. Literally, I gave the basis that you are giving an infinite regress. You responded with, "Oh, well, I just believe that's not the case." That is not a sufficient rebuttal.
That is not what I said. I provided an argument for why it's not a so-called infinite regress.
Yes, and you gave a bad argument. You gave, "Oh, well, if you just identify as a Seahawk, that makes you a Seahawk
really had
fan."
enough of having this conversation with you, Riley, because listen, what it sounds like to me is that you were really and this is my conclusion and my takeaway from this. I feel like you feel the need to justify your existence as a trans person without and you want to have a 100% definite objective truth, when in reality we're dealing with social constructs and linguistic limitations. And I do realize
you have demonstrated you literally don't know what a construct is.
You literally
you don't
interrupted
understand
me.
what a social construct
All right,
is.
I'm done.
No, you're
I'm
talking down to me.
I am literally
Fuck
done.
You literally are not willing to listen to me whatsoever. I've gone through hours upon hours of trying to explain this concept to you.
Okay.
No, fuck you. Have a good night.
For real. Fuck you, have a good night.
Do you know how patient I was? Do you know how fucking patient I was, chat? Do you know how motherfucking patient I was there? I didn't want to have this conversation. I didn't want to have this conversation 2 fucking hours ago. I sat here in good faith and bit my fucking tongue. I know she's fighting her chat because her... Listen, what we were dancing around this entire time... Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Panic Stasis. I don't fucking care. What do you know? You haven't even said a Get out of here. Sure, you know what? Here, I'll help you, Panic Stasis. You want me to ban you from chat? You want me to ban you from chat, Panic? You want to never come back? Go for it. I don't fucking care. Get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. I just sat here and bit my tongue for fucking 2.5 hours while I got talked down to, inquisited on my most personal things. And guess what? I entertained it. I talked about why I threw my hormones out with a lot of care. So I don't want to see fucking shit from you, chat. If anybody in fucking chat right now, if anybody has a disagreement, you get in chat now or I IP ban you permanently from my chat because I don't want you in my fucking community. If you're gonna come away with the conclusion that anything that I did there was anything but incredibly patient. So right now, this is your chance. One of you, does any one of you think what I did there was wrong? And if so, get in chat. Anyone? No, Stasis was not. Literally ended this by fucking coming out and saying, fuck you? After multiple times of talking down to me and inquisiting me and implying that I'm an irresponsible public platform? Fuck that shit. Nah, fuck that shit. I tried to stop like 3 motherfucking times. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mama.
What?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So that was stressful.
Yes, it was. It was incredibly stressful, and it was incredibly stressful for me as well. And I am
Yeah.
very, very unhappy with the way that this went. Because I tried to exit this conversation 3 fucking times.
Yeah, you were trying to exit the conversation, which I think was the right call. Through this whole thing, I was hoping that y'all would be able to discuss this like privately, like at a time when you were both able.
And
I
she
know,
screamed at me when I tried.
You did, and I think anger over that is valid. I think a lot of what was happening there was like fatigue.
I'm like literally like, okay, I'm going to end stream here real soon because literally I fucking just talked about my detransitioning experience and then got told fuck you because I tried to say, hey, like I think this is what might be happening after having me talked about saying that, oh, well, I'm not okay with you. You know, I have a huge problem with this. You can't just, you know, you're a public figure. You're supposed to do this, fucking inquisiting me like you're a fucking lawyer. Like what the fuck was that? Every single layer of this was completely fucked towards me, and I feel like shit now as a result. Sorry, I'm not trying to take my anger out at you. I'm just expressing my frustration. I'm sorry. I know I'm not trying to yell at you. I'm not mad at you at all. This is just directing into the air.
I know. Yeah, I wanted to be able to talk with you about this because, like, that sucked, and I don't want to see us. Our anger is valid. I just don't want us to linger in it more than is necessary in this moment. Because I think we should be able to deal with that. We all have to recover from that, right? Because I think everybody was uncomfortable with it. No, and I think it's fair to say that no one should be more uncomfortable with it than you at this point. Because it got very personal.
Yeah,
and
got
it felt
really
like there was a lot.
And
Go ahead.
also, I tried. I said, no, I don't want to talk about this now. 3 times I got yelled at and told that I was like, no, you can't shut out of this. You can't step out of this. Okay, well, I tried and I wasn't allowed. That felt like I was being held physically, like obviously it was digitally. I could just literally end stream, but that's like ridiculous. That's my livelihood and living in my show. And so I was being fucking held hostage in this conversation. And that's fucking annoying. And I was super patient. I was told I was being fucking condescending when I wasn't even doing any of that. And all I was doing was talking in a calm voice. And I was right in saying that I knew there was something I fucking called it with my fucking Shinigami eyes. I saw the fucking shit. I knew that there was fucking something boiling under the surface. And that's why she blew up at the end and told me to go fuck myself. That's what... Oh my God. Like, what the fuck? I never expected this to fucking go this way.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but I would say that the thing that was frustrating me about this, and the reason why I even dealt with it, is because I think that this was brought up, and my concerns were validated when this very specific APA definition that excludes non-binary people was brought up, because a lot of this feels like a way to try and determine who's a true trans and who's not. And I'm very concerned with that.
And would you? I don't know that this is even like the right time to go into it, because I think like this is, I'm very tired, and I'm anxious. I'm upset by how that ended. Because you shouldn't have been yelled at. It should have been able to like end so much sooner. Like, you both should have been, like, you put it forth. I really wish that Riley had been able to agree, like, this isn't the best time to continue it.
I think that it's really it was really kind of off base for her to, at the very beginning of this conversation, to imply that I'm being pretty strongly, and I don't think anybody, I would hope nobody in chat, maybe I'm totally off base, but it sounded like she was implying I was being irresponsible with my platform, and that was carried out throughout the entire conversation. Multiple points where he said, no, I need to ask this question of you. You need to answer this question. You need to do this. You have a public platform, blah, blah, blah. You know what that feels like? Do you know what it feels like to me? Because I'll tell you
exactly what it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like I'm being policed for being a nasty, bad trans woman.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? You know what?
Yeah, and it sort of it feels like it echoes what Destiny was saying.
It is. It does, doesn't it?
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, and I was right about that, wasn't I? And I know that people, like, I know that was a kind of offensive. I'm like, this feels like what Destiny was doing, and I even said it. This feels like it. I didn't accuse her of it. I just said, hey, this feels like what Destiny was doing, by saying that I am somehow, that my public presence is somehow harming trans women, and that was implied heavily throughout by RGR. So I don't know what the fuck she's on right now. But also, keep in mind that imagine trying to, this is like one of the most complicated issues that treads on literal, not only philosophy, but it treads on consciousness, it treads on fucking, it treads on linguistics, the most difficult portions of human understanding. We don't even have answers for these things yet, on a scientific level. We don't even know how it fucking works. And yet I'm supposed to be somehow irresponsible if I don't have the perfect answer that lines up to her fucking random ass. She's a fucking Christian. Who the fuck is she to talk?
Hold on. I know.
Scientific realism while fucking believing in God. Give me a break.
Demon Mama. I'm not a Christian either, but like, again, like, anger over this is valid. Let's I'm asking you as your friend, could we not move into like,
yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'll eat the rest of this on the chin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that deeply.
No, I appreciate you and I respect you, and you're right. I will cool my fucking jets right now, because I don't want to go too far, because I have a lot of other things I could say here. But I will turn off the mauled forcefully at the moment.
And you know what? If you turn off the mauled right now, that's all that energy, instead of coming out right now, that's going back into hell where we need it the next time it needs to come back. You know?
Yeah, you're right. It's not productive, even though I do feel incredibly fucking hurt by this at the moment and frustrated by this entire conversation and also betrayed, to be completely fucking honest.
Yeah, and those feelings are valid, you know?
Yeah. And, all right, everybody. I'm done. I'm ending stream. All right, see y'all tomorrow.